The dying man gently closed his eyes, blood trickling from the corner of his lips, his gaze sinking into memories. In the moment closest to death, he smiled, a bittersweet smile, acknowledging that it had all been just a beautiful dream. His final, faint breath carried a candid confession. He had once yearned to destroy everything. No salvation, no regrets, just a burning obsession amidst the ashes. As the blazing light shone behind him, the victor stood silently, like an unmoving monument. Facing him was the one who had once dreamed the mad dream, to consume the entire world with ambition. He had once wanted to burn everything to ashes, the dreams, the world, the order. But now his own body was pierced by the spear of reality. His warm blood mingled with the final rays of the setting sun. Amidst the sea of flames and ashes, the survivor quietly turned his back. The brilliant light shone through the dust-stained cloak, like glory concealing a cold ending. No need to say more, the war had ended. Blood still flowed, yet he smiled. In the fading light, a final thought flashed through his mind: regret. If only he hadn't done that. Perhaps the outcome would have been different. But if only had never existed in the game of the sinner. The victor looked down with a cold gaze. In those eyes there was no hatred, only a judgment as cold as steel. His hand reached out, not to save, but to end. As his eyes closed, he whispered a chilling phrase. In the end, he is dead. It was not regret, but the closure of an era of sin. A tragic end, exactly as fate had ordained for the most wicked. His body was buried deep in a pit of blood and ruins, like the final curse born from the sins he had committed. Against the backdrop of a fiery sunset, the armored figure walked slowly, as if carrying the lingering echoes of the just-ended battle. His gaze did not rise, his footsteps did not stop. That was the demeanor of one who had just sent a nightmare to the ashes. In the silent darkness, the typing stopped. Nam Woo-hyun, the novelist, leaned back, releasing a deep sigh. The ending had been written. The strongest villain in the world had died, and his story was about to conclude. He sat before the bright screen, his hand still gliding lightly over the keyboard. The next chapter will be the finale, he murmured, as if everything was about to close, yet he didn't know what was truly beginning. He sat motionless before the pale blue light, his eyes slightly narrowed. In his heart, a truth slowly surfaced. Writing a story he didn't want to write was no different from silently torturing himself. He wrote down a question resolutely, without hesitation. Show me how to use magic and fully utilize Adele's abilities. A clear request, no beating around the bush, because he had no time to guess anymore. He leaned back, gazing up at the dim ceiling, the screen's light reflecting faintly on his face. He murmured softly, I should let go of all regrets. Yet deep within his empty eyes, regret had never truly released him. The sudden knock on the door echoed through the quiet room like a cold slash. He turned his head slightly, his eyes filled with doubt. Who could be visiting at this hour? Nam Woo-hyun furrowed his brow, stood up from his seat, his cautious eyes fixed on the door. The knocking continued, relentless in the late night, making him wonder who would come at this hour. Nam Woo-hyun stood frozen in the dimly lit room, cold sweat beading on his temples. The knocking on the door grew more urgent, abnormal. He whispered softly, his voice as low as the wind passing through the door crack. At this hour, who could be knocking? In the faint blue glow from the computer screen, unease spread across his eyes. Nam Woo-hyun moved slowly toward the door, the knocking growing louder and more insistent. His face was hidden in the shadows, his eyes revealing doubt and caution. Who is it? He asked, his hand lightly touching the door handle, his heart racing with each knock. Woo-hyun stood before the door, his heart beating unusually fast. The knocking had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. He held his breath, his eyes fixed on the peephole, but outside was completely empty. A chill crept up his spine. He exclaimed in surprise and suspicion. Someone, or something, was waiting for him to open the door. Woo-hyun froze in the silent hallway. The knocking on the door vanished abruptly, as if it had never existed. He furrowed his brow, raising his head to look at the closed door, perplexed. Could it be a drunkard? He wondered, trying to rationalize the growing unease in his heart. But deep down, he knew what had just visited was not just a person. Woo-hyun rubbed the back of his neck, trying to dispel the fleeting sense of unease. Though the knocking had stopped, the ensuing silence left a puzzling void in his mind. He muttered to himself, turning away as he tried to convince himself it was probably just a mistake. Time to sleep. But tonight, his sleep wouldn't be as peaceful as he imagined. A strange beam of light suddenly tore through the space, dropping a glowing piece of paper that hovered in midair. Nam Woo-hyun looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment as he witnessed the supernatural phenomenon before him, a presence that didn't belong to the world he knew was reaching out. Nam Woo-hyun stared intently at the glowing paper that had fallen to the floor, his face filled with caution. He muttered to himself, unsure where the paper had come from, but his intuition told him this wasn't something ordinary, and it seemed that everything was about to start from this very moment. Nam Woo-hyun read the words that appeared on the strange paper. This is a gift. Make a wish when you need it. His face showed clear confusion and doubt. A gift? From whom? Why now? A vague sense of unease welled up inside him, but at the same time, a hunch that his life was about to take a completely different turn. The moment Nam Woo-hyun finished reading the strange message, a dark, crimson energy suddenly erupted from the paper, as if something ancient and malevolent had been awakened. His eyes widened in horror. Before he could react, his body was enveloped by the mysterious energy. The paper, the so-called gift, wasn't just a promise. It was a gateway to a completely new destiny, or an abyss. The man who had been stabbed through the chest, the villain hated by the world, suddenly opened his eyes amidst the chaotic darkness. The blood hadn't dried yet, the mark of evil still etched on his skin, but his eyes now shone with life and resentment. He had come back to life, no longer just a character in a book, but a being driven by vengeance and a singular purpose, to reverse the fate that had been decided for him. Nam Woo-hyun, a novelist tired of and disgusted with the story he had written, had finally completed the penultimate chapter with the death of the strongest villain. Just as he thought everything was about to end, a strange knock on the door came in the dead of night. There was no one outside, just a glowing piece of paper that fell to the ground. On it were the words, "This is a gift. Pray when you need it." As he picked up the paper, a dark, crimson energy surged out, bringing with it the terrifying figure of the villain who had died. Eye to eye, past and reality began to entwine. No one knew if this was a punishment, an opportunity, or the beginning of another story. This time, no longer in the author's hands. Nam Woo-hyun was frozen in shock, watching the scene before him, his entire body trembling as the dark energy from the paper spread throughout the room. A scream escaped his lips involuntarily. What? But it was too late. The dark vortex had already opened a path between the two worlds, pulling both him and the villain he had created into a new fate, where the line between author and character no longer existed. He, the villain once hated by the world, now stood at the boundary between life and death. Blood welled up at the corner of his lips, the wound burning like fire, but his lips curled into a faint smile. In that moment, he accepted the fate that had been laid out for him. So this is how I die. No resentment, no fear, just a cold, calculating smile, as if everything had been anticipated. The villain, bathed in the crimson of the night, roared from the depths of his soul. I have traded time and blood to gain everything. He rose from the depths of hell, facing the author, the one who seemed to hold the power of life and death. While Nam Woo-hyun was still trying to understand what was happening, the strange, red mist swirled around, consuming his reason, signaling an unprecedented reversal. He stood there like a vengeful spirit returned from hell, his eyes burning with an intensity that seemed to scorch Nam Woo-hyun's soul. 10 years of training and plotting revenge had cost him his family, friends, and loved ones, all because of a tragedy he couldn't forgive. His voice was low and menacing, like a blade cutting into the heart of the one before him. Do you know what it's like to lose everything and still have to live? But despite having sacrificed everything, he still failed. His words weren't a lament, but but a cold, sharp blow to Nam Wuhyun's heart. I believe. You are the one who understands failure more than anyone. The crimson atmosphere was thick with resentment, twisted like chains that bound the two together, pulling the author into a nightmare he had created with his own hands. Nam Wuhyun stepped back in horror, his eyes fixed on the crimson figure before him, the villain who should have died in the story he had written. He stammered in panic. Failure. You mean? You are. But the answer was already clear in the mocking smile of the figure before him, a monster born from hatred, created by his own pen. The red-haired man stretched out his hand in the crimson darkness, the malevolent energy surging as if it would devour everything, his eyes filled with despair yet determination. So please, his voice echoed like a final plea, have mercy. Nam Wuhyun was taken aback, feeling his chest constrict, as the script he wrote became a desperate plea from the very character he created. Nam Wuhyun screamed in agony as the dark red energy from the strange paper tore through space and engulfed his body. It felt like 1,000 blades were carving a vow of hatred into his flesh, causing every cell to burn with torment. Everything around him distorted, time seemed to freeze. Yet amidst the chaos, his eyes gradually lit up, as if he was about to accept a mission beyond his ordinary fate. The red-haired man, his eyes blazing like blood, slightly raised the corner of his mouth amidst the dark vortex. He looked straight at Wuhyun with a gaze that was both resolute and despairing. "Help me," he said, his voice echoing like a curse etched into the listener's soul. It was no longer a plea, but the final will of one who had lost everything. Under the extreme pain and the chaotic screen of data tearing reality apart, Wuhyun screamed as if to rip space apart. His mind was pushed to the limit, but in that moment, a fierce will burst forth from the ashes. I will witness. The oath was left unfinished, but the determination was deeply etched into his soul. A giant spider web appeared in the distorted night of data, where a pitch-black spider waited motionless. It was as if fate had already set a trap, and everything was being woven together. And this time, the one caught in the web would no longer be the weaker one. The young man opened his eyes in the fading light, lying on the bed with a calm expression, yet his eyes held an unusual alertness. The vague memories of the previous night seemed like just a dream, but the soul within him was no longer the same. The fiery red eyes slowly opened in the gentle morning light, but the one who opened them was no longer the person consumed by despair the night before. It was a kind of awakening that was alien, calm, cold, and dangerous. He woke up, his mind still foggy as if he had just gone through a terrible nightmare. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he muttered, "Did I pass out?" But the soft light couldn't dispel the chill down his spine, because deep down he knew that what had just happened was not a dream. He sat up abruptly, his heart racing wildly in his chest. The headache was like a hammer blow, and the room was filled with the light of dusk, yet it felt so unfamiliar that he couldn't recognize it. He brought his hand to his head, murmuring in confusion, "Where am I?" He looked down at his hand, his eyes frozen. The clothes he wore were unlike anything he had ever worn before. The fabric was unusual, and the style was classical, as if he had stepped out of another world. He muttered, his voice full of caution, "What's going on? This isn't mine." He walked slowly, the sound of his heels echoing softly on the cold tile floor. The feeling of unfamiliarity surrounded him with every step, as if his own body no longer belonged to him. He walked straight to the mirror in front of him, the golden light seeping through the gently swaying curtains. Everything around him was unfamiliar, the room, the clothes, and even his own reflection in the mirror. "What's happening?" the question echoed in his mind, with no one to answer. He stood still in front of the mirror, the morning light streaming through the window, casting a warm golden glow over the unfamiliar room. The reflection in the mirror was not his familiar face, but someone else, still him, yet not entirely. The face was younger, the eyes were unfamiliar, and the clothes had a classical touch. The view outside the window was not the city he knew. Everything was whispering to him a strange truth. He was no longer in his old world. The fiery red hair like blood and the malevolent smile. There was no mistaking it. He was looking at himself, or at least a different version of himself, more dangerous, more ruthless. The moment he saw the narrow, long eyes that hid all emotions, he knew. No explanation was needed, no further proof required. That was him, the one who had lived, harbored hatred, and failed. He touched the mark on his neck, a faint smile appearing on his lips. There was no longer any doubt. He had taken over the body of the very enemy he had once hated the most. He stood still, a smile gradually spreading across his face as the harsh truth became clear. He had become Asura, the strongest villain in the novel he had once written. He quickly realized that his situation was even more absurd than a nightmare. He had taken over the role of Asura, the supreme villain, just a few days before being assassinated according to the timeline in the novel he had written. A bloodline of half-demon, Asura's cursed nature made him both detested by the world and endowed with strength beyond human limits. The Asura family, a lineage with mixed blood originating from the demon clan, was viewed by the world as a calamity, yet it was also the source of destructive power. The Asura clan was once one of the most powerful families in the empire due to their dark bloodline. However, their glory was extinguished by the combined efforts of the 6 great families who destroyed them. A once proud imperial bloodline has now become a stain in history. The future of the Asura bloodline, the lineage that once made the entire empire tremble with fear, now rests on one person, Asura. With his calm gaze and a body bearing the mark of the demon clan, he is no longer just a villainous character in a story, but has become reality, and the last hope to reverse the fate of his family's destruction. Asura, a villain born from tragedy, a being with half-demon blood who fell into the abyss of revenge. But now, the one who created him, the author of his story, has been summoned into this world. The memory of failure still lingers, but this time, with the creator's wisdom, will he be able to rewrite his own destiny. With only a few days left before being destroyed by the knights of the 6 great families, Asura, or rather, the author using his body, decides to open the status interface. This is the first step in rewriting his fate, transforming from a doomed villain into an unbeatable existence. Asura possesses exceptional potential among villains, being half human and half demon, having the ability to shift positions, a chaotic spirit, and traits like murderous intent and mana manipulation. However, compared to the protagonists blessed with perfect talents by the author, he still falls short. But now, the one who wrote his fate has taken over his body. The situation will no longer be the same. No matter how appealing Asura is, he was originally just a villainous pawn, never allowed to defeat the protagonist. However, now the one who once held the power to create the story has become him. An ironic paradox, and the beginning of a fateful upheaval. Unable to control magic, the Achilles heel that he himself created for the villain. Now, this tragedy is strangling him, like a cruel joke of fate. He rubbed his head, bewildered by the chaos between reality and the author's memories. Just then, an unexpected light emitted from a distant bed, catching his attention. "What is that?" he muttered, filled with doubt. A soft, strange light emanated from a thin object placed in the center of the bed, a letter envelope. Arson approached cautiously, his eyes filled with both vigilance and curiosity. "What the heck is this?" he muttered, clearly sensing the faint magical energy still surrounding the object. Upon seeing the glowing paper on the bed, Arson froze. A fleeting memory surfaced. It was the same strange paper that appeared right before he was pulled into the novel. A mix of surprise and caution arose, and he muttered, "I completely forgot about this." Arson bent down to pick up the glowing paper, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Although he wasn't sure what it could do, in his current situation, he couldn't afford to be picky. He remembered clearly. The paper had said that if he needed something, he should just ask it. As soon as he touched the paper, Arson paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. A strange message was appearing, leaving him muttering, "Ha!" Clearly, things weren't as simple as he had thought. Arson held the glowing paper tightly, but his eyes soon widened in confusion. Why is it blank? Where are the words? He cursed under his breath, feeling a chill run down his spine. Damn it, is this how it ends for me? The paper in his hand seemed to mock him, leaving no words of salvation. Suddenly, glowing words appeared. Creator, if you don't know how to use the gifts. Arson froze, his heart racing. The panic that had gripped him was instantly pushed aside by a spark of hope. The paper wasn't useless, it was awakening. As ancient words lit up on the paper, Arson's eyes snapped into focus. The question became clear. Creator, if you don't know how to use the gift, please answer yes or no. He flinched slightly, feeling a strange sensation, a sense that this wasn't just an inanimate object, but something interacting with him. He stood frozen in the room as the paper emitted a strange sound, addressing him as creator. He shuddered, his face changing color, and stuttered in horror. Damn it! You're Adele. A hard-to-believe truth was gradually revealing itself before his eyes. He looked at the words appearing on the paper, adorned with mystical decorations. Please write yes or no on the paper. A sigh escaped as he shrugged helplessly. HMPH, still ignoring me. All right, I'll listen to what you have to say. Deep down, he knew, no matter how strange it was, this was his only chance. The glowing paper responded after he wrote down, yes. It provided instructions on using the skill purchase information, an ability that allowed him to ask anything and receive an answer as long as he paid the corresponding price. This was no longer a story, he wrote, but a life-or-death game where he was the player. He gripped the pen tightly, a glimmer of doubt flashing in his eyes. Buying information means I can ask anything. If that were true, this could be the only key to help him survive in this crazy world. The glowing paper read, the more important the question, the higher the price you pay. A cold reminder, like setting a boundary between curiosity and the cost of knowledge. He bowed his head, writing on the glowing paper, tell me how to return to the real world. The response appeared immediately, cold and definitive. Impossible. In that moment, there was no room for vague hope. He clenched his teeth lightly, his eyes drooping slightly. Damn it, I didn't really expect anything anyway. If that was the case, then there was no choice but to move forward. He wrote down a question resolutely, without hesitation. Show me how to use magic and fully utilize Adele's abilities. A clear request, no beating around the bush, because he had no time to guess anymore. The answer appeared on the paper immediately, cold and definitive. The ability to control magic and the methods of using your attributes have been deeply ingrained in your body, creator. No need to learn, no need to practice. Everything had become instinct. He closed his eyes slightly, the corner of his mouth curling into a confident smile. From deep within his chest, magic began to surge like a bursting dam. He whispered to himself, I can feel the magic. He raised his hand, rotating the dark energy swirling in his palm. The first attribute was activated, darkness. The ability to deprive opponents of their senses had fully awakened within him. He gently rotated his wrist, a swirling dark aura appearing in his palm. Although the scale was still small, he knew it had succeeded. For him, at this moment, it was enough to be used in real combat. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Killing intent exploded like a fierce wave, spreading into a red-hot aura that enveloped the space. This was the second attribute, killing aura, the ability to suppress opponents merely with one's presence. Success. The killing aura filled the room, but he remained calm. He assessed that trained knights or soldiers might be able to endure it, but ordinary civilians would definitely not. Now, all that remained was the final step, mastering Adele's most domineering ability, position transfer. He finally mastered the strongest ability, position transfer 1. The ability to instantly teleport to any chosen object, a perfect assassination skill that was impossible to defend against. With a burst of magic light under his feet, he activated the command, designate, targeting his objective. The real predatory game had just begun. For now, he could only designate an area of about 20 square meters, a limit that was too small compared to Adele's true power in the original story. Even so, he was not intimidated. With practice, he was confident that he would be able to fully explore the potential of this body. He stared at the motionless armor in the corner of the room, his eyes flashing with light. "Let's try it on this." His voice was low and steady. This would be the first target to test his position transfer ability. He closed his eyes slightly, focusing his mind. When the word "move" lit up brightly, the space around him suddenly shattered as if torn apart. A blue light enveloped him, signaling the start of a position transfer. This was the first time he had performed the Position Transfer 1 skill, the starting point for a perfect assassin. The moment he activated the skill, a blinding light erupted. The armor in front of him was immediately covered by a stream of transfer energy, warping and twisting as if being forcibly swapped. The space around him trembled, marking the first successful execution of the Position Transfer 1 ability on a real object. The armor began to glow intensely and deform along the blinding energy lines. In an instant, the space around it twisted as if distorted. In a flash, the entire armor vanished from its original position, proving that his ability to transfer objects had succeeded. His body was suddenly pulled forward, as if the space around him had been torn apart. In the moment the blue light burst intensely, he had swapped positions with the iron armor. His face tensed with strain, his hand reaching out as if to maintain balance amid the intense transfer energy. A loud crash echoed through the swirling dust, the impact strong enough to shake the walls. There was no need to look to know that the recent swap had succeeded, but clearly he still couldn't fully control the outcome. He crashed to the floor, his body twisted from the chaotic landing. Clenching his teeth in pain, he muttered to himself. Although he had failed on the first attempt, his eyes didn't waver. He had begun to grasp the rules. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the dusty haze, a group of people rushing towards him. The sudden pressure hit him like a fierce wave, signaling that the time for experimentation was over. The real confrontation was about to begin. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with cold determination amid the chaos. Even if he had to try dozens or even hundreds of times, he would do it, because he couldn't accept failure, not in this world. He propped himself up with his hands, sitting up amidst the hazy smoke, with a corner of his mouth curling into a defiant smile. Failure didn't discourage him. In fact, it made his will sharper than ever. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination amidst the fiery night. Despite the golden-armored cavalry charging towards him like a storm, he muttered to himself like an oath, "I will definitely succeed. I must survive." The cavalry roared in anger amidst the thundering hooves. "Faster! We must kill him this time, no matter what." The hatred burned like fire, leaving him no chance of escape. In the cold darkness, as the wind howled through the withered tree rows, the faint light from the arson mansion still shone like an isolated fortress, a place where fate and power collided in silence. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the cold marble corridor. The assassin had entered, bringing with them the breath of death and an unyielding command. The red-cloaked commander strode into the main hall, his icy gaze sweeping across the trembling attendants. Without a word, the pressure from his footsteps was enough to make the entire room hold its breath. Captain Feltz of Leon stepped forward, his low voice ringing out in the silent room. "Where is he?" His sharp gaze made everyone too afraid to breathe loudly, as if any wrong answer would bring death. The man slightly raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes hiding behind the shadows, suddenly flashing with a cold light. He replied slowly, his tone calm but full of malice. "In this room." The air immediately became tense, as if death was lurking just behind the mist. Two attendants stood beside the door, their faces filled with anxiety. One of them spoke up. "His condition." The other lowered his head and replied softly, "He hasn't moved for days." The air in the corridor became suffocatingly cold. Captain Feltz let out a cold snort, his eyes as sharp as a blade gliding over the tightly closed door. In his heart, suspicion had turned into a silent killing intent. The door burst open. Captain Phelps led the group of knights inside, their eyes piercing through the darkness like searchlights. The pressure fell upon the person sitting in the shadows, and the air seemed to freeze in an instant. He remained calmly seated in the cold room, toying with a gleaming dagger. Despite facing Captain Phelps and the row of armored knights behind him, the young man showed no fear, only a provocative smile as he spoke first, as if he had been waiting for them all along. In response to the blatant provocation, Captain Phelps didn't flinch. He merely uttered a cold, dismissive word and gave the execution order without hesitation. The knights immediately drew their swords, the steel flashing in the dim light, cold and unwavering. Just as the sword was about to strike, his eyes flashed with a fierce red light. Without panic, he activated the skill position transfer 1, move, a smile on his lips as if he had anticipated everything. In the coming chaos, he was the one controlling the game. The sword, already in midair, suddenly changed direction. One of the knights was engulfed in light, shocked to find his body had switched places. He was the one who had been repositioned. The game had begun, and the one who took the first step was none other than him. When the blue light flashed again, his figure vanished from his original position and instantly reappeared behind the knight. The swift movement was as sharp as a blade slicing through defenses. Before the enemy could react, they saw the sword pointing straight at their heart, accompanied by a cold smile on his lips. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, he charged forward like lightning, gripping the hilt tightly as he stabbed into the gap in the armor. Blood splattered everywhere. The knight collapsed on the spot, his eyes still wide with shock. The others froze in deathly silence. Their complacency had just come at a steep price. Phelps froze, his cold gaze contracting in that moment. The entire room fell silent as a knight was taken down in the blink of an eye. The seemingly helpless one had just turned the tables. He landed as lightly as a feather, the blood-stained dagger in his hand still warm. His eyes gleamed with killing intent, showing no sign of stopping. This was just the beginning of his counterattack. Phelps roared in anger, his eyes blazing as he saw his men standing frozen. His command thundered through the air, forcing the entire team into action. The soldiers charged forward like predators, their swords flashing through the air, filling the space with killing intent, their sole target, to kill the young man before them. Under the rain of swords tearing through the darkness, the young man smashed through the window and leaped down, the cold light casting a determined look on his face. Survival, even if only for a brief moment, was all he needed. His bloodied body burst through the high window. The young man clutched the glowing sword tightly, as if the light itself was his last hope of survival in the desperate night. The command position transfer 1. Move activated. The blood-soaked figure of the young man glowed brightly in midair, tearing through the wind, transcending limits, as if fate was being forcibly turned around in that final moment. He landed on one hand, his body surging with killing intent, his eyes blazing like red flames in the darkness. The once hunted now stood up, carrying the will to fight back to the end, like a sharp blade ready to strike back at the world. He gritted his teeth, enduring the throbbing pain, but his eyes remained resolute, because he knew that reaching the arson forest was his only chance of survival in this brutal pursuit, whether it was an escape or a trap. An angry scream shattered the night, but the young man's figure had already darted into the forest like an arrow cutting through the wind. He didn't look back, because behind him there was only blood and swords. Ahead of him lay his only chance of survival. Arson Forest, where the line between life and death was just a step apart. In the thick fog, labored breathing echoed, blending with the rustling of leaves, as if signaling that the chase was far from over. Panting echoed through the dense darkness. Though his body was on the verge of collapse, he gritted his teeth and kept running, as if stopping for even a moment would allow the hell behind him to swallow everything whole. Even knowing that ahead of him lay a bottomless abyss, he still gritted his teeth and pressed on. If there was no way out alive, then he would choose to die with meaning rather than bow his head and wait for fate to end his life. He chose to step through the fiery red gate deep in the forest, a cursed path that no one dared approach. For he knew that if the human world wouldn't spare him, perhaps the depths of nightmares could be the starting point for a chance at survival. He didn't possess even a shred of strength. In the silent depths of the forest, all he had left was his willpower, a weary body, and a faint glimmer of hope that the demons might see him as one of their own, if he was terrifying enough. Sweat poured down his pale face like rain as he glanced back into the dense forest. The fear wasn't triggered by the footsteps behind him, but by the harsh reality. He was running out of time. He raised his head into the thick darkness, his heavy breathing still unsteady when the sound of horse hooves came crashing beside his ear. "Spread out! Find him!" The command was like a dagger stabbing into reality, that demonic gate. He had no idea where it was. He ran while scanning the hazy darkness. His breath came in ragged gasps, his heart pounding like a war drum. It must be around here somewhere. His whispered words were unclear, whether a statement of faith or a desperate prayer, but every step carried the despair of a man betting his life on finding that final escape. A sudden asterisk crack echoed through the silent night forest. The heel of his shoe had snapped a dry branch. In that instant, his eyes widened, his entire body tensing like a wild beast that had just made a fatal mistake within the encirclement. The sound was like a knife cutting across his breath. He flinched, his body freezing, cold sweat trickling down with every racing heartbeat. The darkness around him seemed to swallow his last hope of survival. A blinding light burst forth, piercing the night like a declaration of war from fate. The light wasn't salvation, but judgment from those who wouldn't let him survive. A low, murderous voice rang out amidst the intense light. The final pursuer had finally pinpointed his prey. All hope of escape had now turned into a fight for life, where being just a beat slow meant forever losing tomorrow. Under the blinding light of magic, the golden-armored man appeared like an embodiment of judgment. The sword in his hand blazed with destructive energy, his cold gaze locking onto the target, allowing no one to escape the justice he represented. Under the crushing pressure of the previous attack, the ground cracked open, a fierce blue light spreading with every step. He landed like a lightning bolt from the heavens, ready to end his enemy in an instant. His breath came in ragged gasps, his body on the brink of collapse, yet he still didn't stop. All he could think was, if he didn't find that gate before being caught, everything would be over, and he couldn't let that happen. Though he had run to the point of exhaustion, though the faint glimmer of hope was fading, he still gritted his teeth and endured. Between darkness and despair, as long as he still breathed, he would find a way to live, even if it was just a narrow slit between two cliffs. In this life-or-death moment, the cold voice of the system echoed like a ruthless reminder. To live, you had to pay the price. Nothing was free, not even the final escape. Forced by the system to pay the price in this desperate situation, he burst out with a curse full of despair. Between the darkness and the rain, the helplessness of a man unqualified to bargain with fate was evident on his face, twisted in anger and resentment. The intense light exploded in the darkness, engulfing his body in an instant. The paper in his hand hadn't fallen yet, but the gate had already opened. The fate of the escapee now depended solely on what awaited beyond the boundary. Thrown out of the gate of light, he crashed into a tree trunk like an uncontrollable puppet. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, the paper still clutched in his hand, but his eyes shone with despair. A hair's breadth from succeeding in his escape plan, if not for that person. He collapsed beneath the glowing sword, with no place to hide. A cold voice echoed like a verdict. "You ran away because you wanted to live, didn't you?" Every word pierced his heart like a razor-sharp blade, exposing the deepest fear he had tried to hide. The knight brought down his sword with a cold smile, his eyes flashing with ruthless intent. He declared with a tone of fate, "Arsenadel, you will die here today, whether you are willing or not." It was not a threat, but a verdict that had already been passed. Despite the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and his body leaning against the tree, Arsenadel still raised his head and smiled disdainfully. His voice was hoarse but full of defiance. "Don't make me laugh." In his fiery eyes, there was no room for despair, only a flame that refused to be extinguished. Arsenadel, even on the brink of despair, still clutched the piece of paper in his hand like a lifeline. "I won't die," he whispered, his eyes flashing with determination. In his mind, there was only one last option, fraught with danger, but enough to exchange for survival. Despite being covered in blood and exhausted, Arsen still stood upright in the thick fog. He pulled out a dagger, and a mysterious light flashed from the blade, emitting a strange magical aura. "Whether I live or die, I have to try once." In that fateful moment, he bet everything on his last card, an untested, forbidden ritual. Despite his opponent's mockery and the sword gleaming with murderous intent pointed at him, Arsen's eyes did not waver. The enemy sneered. "Still resisting until the end, ha? You're truly the head of the family." But Arsen only tightened his grip on the dagger and smiled faintly, the last pride of a man who refused to yield. Despite his trembling hand, Arsen still held the sword tightly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Why do you all look so righteous when a group of adults are gang up on a child?" His words were laced with scorn and suppressed indignation. Even in a weak position, he refused to submit. The man smiled disdainfully, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Why don't you change your job to be a nanny? Ah, wait, I don't think you're capable of that either. Ha ha ha." Under the fiery light, his mockery was as sharp as a knife, each word pushing Arsen further into a dead end. The knight raised his sword, which was ablaze with fire, his eyes cold and shooting out killing intent. "I was going to send you off painlessly," he growled, "but now I'll pierce your heart with the sword blessed by Count Leon." There was no mercy left. He prepared to deliver the final, cruel blow to Arsen. The knight roared, "Die!" as he brought down his flaming sword like a thunderbolt. The red light spread across the scene, carrying with it an overwhelming aura of death. But Arsen still stood there, his head bowed low, neither dodging nor resisting, as if he was waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. As the moment of life and death approached, Arsen clenched his teeth against the pain, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. But his eyes shone with sharp awareness. In his mind, he shouted, "Now!" This was the moment he had been waiting for, the moment to trigger his final counterattack. Arsen suddenly unfolded the last piece of paper in his hand, a pre-prepared charm. A blinding light exploded in the air, releasing a surge of magical energy that clashed head-on with the descending sword. In that instant, reality seemed to be torn apart. This was his last card to turn the tables. Amidst the dazzling light and chaotic energy, a voice echoed as if from a distant realm. "Thank you for paying the price." Arsen bowed his head, his entire body enveloped in a burst of blue energy. In that moment, the price for summoning the final magic had been paid in full. The price was his blood, his will to survive, and his determination to defy fate. A line of text appeared coldly in the air, assessed to be barely more than the required price. The price Arsen had paid, though barely sufficient, was finally accepted. But that also meant there was no surplus, no grace. There was only one chance, as fragile as a thread hanging between life and death, and the opponent was still unaware of the impending disaster brought by the ritual. Arsen smiled in his blood, the light surging violently between his hands. The old knight panicked and roared, "What?" But it was too late. The ritual was complete, and the power surged back like a counterattack from fate itself, a force that no sword could pierce, born from the boiling will of a man driven to the edge. In the moment closest to death, the fiery red gate finally opened. Arsen's eyes widened, his entire body bathed in the blinding light emanating from the center of hope, something he had exchanged for with his blood and ultimate will to survive. The moment the light flashed from the gate, the first teleportation system activated. Arsen's body was instantly swept into the swirling energy, disappearing from the battlefield in a flash, leaving his enemies utterly bewildered. Arsen shot into the sky like a blue lightning bolt in the darkness, passing through the red light of the open teleportation gate, leaving his enemies behind in shock and confusion. The enemies roared in despair, their eyes bloodshot as they watched Arsen Adel escape from their encirclement right before their eyes, their dream of killing him shattered in an instant. Arsen Adel stumbled and landed hard in the thick darkness, sweat and blood mingling on his face. He gritted his teeth, his hate-filled eyes fixed on the figure behind him. That monstrous knight was really chasing him all the way here. Arsen Adel clenched his teeth, his battered body aching all over, but his eyes still burned with determination. In the red-tinged darkness, he finally spotted the sealed magical gate, the only escape route, his last glimmer of hope. Just as Arsen Adel was about to reach the gate, the massive figure of the pursuing knight descended from the sky like a meteor, casting a shadow over him. Although he was just one step away from escaping, the shadow of his arch-nemesis still loomed close, as if it would extinguish his last spark of hope. The moment Arsen touched the edge of the dimensional gate, a fatal blow struck from behind, catching him off guard. Unable to turn around and dodge, he could only grit his teeth and endure, his entire body shaken by the terrifying power of his pursuer. Arsen smiled calmly amidst the swirling teleportation light that was tearing through space, his eyes half closed as if he didn't care about the bleeding wound. Despite facing a powerful enemy and being in a desperate situation, he still held his head high and whispered, "See you next time." If he was the one in control. Sierre's face twisted in extreme rage. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with unwillingness. The one who had once been certain of victory was now forced to watch his prey escape right before his eyes. The humiliation was something he would never forget. Arsen Adel turned his head amidst the fiery vortex, raising his hand in a farewell salute, as if to mock his opponent one last time. "Sir Feltz!" His voice echoed through the blinding light, as if to say that the other had lost the right to pursue him further. Feltz gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he watched the teleportation light fade away. The one he had thought was cornered had once again escaped from his grasp by a hair's breadth. The flames of rage and humiliation burned in the heart of a knight who had failed his mission. A blood-red solar eclipse loomed over the darkened sky, an ominous sign foretelling disaster. In the barren, blood-stained land, a fiery dimensional gate had just closed, leaving behind the afterimage of a teleportation, and Feltz finally understood. He has entered the demon realm. A colossal stone pillar loomed through the dark blue mist, where cold light cast a shadow as if it were a relic of an ancient curse. The air was thick with the aura of death. It was clear that the protagonist had entered a land not meant for the living. Even as he stepped into the deep abyss, Aiden remained calm, as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. He chewed on a strip of dried meat in silence, his cold eyes flashing with calculation. "How long has it been?" A quiet question echoed in his mind as he began to adapt to the darkness that was engulfing him. Aiden awoke in the cold darkness of a mysterious underground chamber. It was none other than an artificial dungeon, a remnant of lost magic arts. He quietly gnawed on a piece of dried meat, his eyes calm amidst the gloomy surroundings, as if everything was within his expectation. As Aiden chewed on the dried meat, he observed the cold stone room. Various hypotheses crossed his mind. A stone bed and untouched food in a place like this suggested that someone might have guarded a treasure here. He smiled faintly, his eyes still calm, as if he were strolling in his own courtyard. From within the pale blue mist, a pair of golden eyes suddenly flashed into view. A gigantic ice wolf appeared, majestic like an ancient guardian deity. Aiden narrowed his eyes, his smile still lingering, as if he had anticipated. Aiden sat cross-legged before a colossal statue covered in frost, his cold gaze scanning the barrier that retaliated and the stone guardians watching over it. Though he was unsure which powerful family had constructed this place, Every detail exuded an aura of unpredictability. Aiden sat calmly on a boulder, his eyes following the majestic form of the guardian statue behind the barrier. He knew well that if he took a careless step forward at this moment, what awaited him would not be an opportunity, but destruction. Just as Aiden was contemplating, a strange light suddenly burst forth from the book beside him. He immediately turned his head, his eyes alert, but also flashing with interest. The secret of this place had perhaps revealed itself. The glowing scroll suddenly displayed strange characters, causing Rost to pause. This is your only chance. You will face punishment. You are not allowed to offer something that does not belong to you as a price for exchange. The warnings sounded like commands from an invisible presence, forcing him to carefully consider each step in this bizarre labyrinth. Rost's lips curled into a smile, as if he had anticipated everything. In his hand, the scroll continued to display its final message in a faint light. If you fail to comply, the information exchange will not proceed. No one needed to remind him. The game had begun, and the rules here allowed no mistake. Rost forced a smile, still chewing on a piece of dried meat, but he couldn't hide his surprise. He thought to himself, this guy is really crazy. Yet it was clear that his opponent had temporarily let him off. However, the vigilance in Rost's eyes never wavered. The game of power had only just begun. Rost's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed something out of the ordinary. A faint sound came from the stone wall, where the spatial portal still flickered. He opened his eyes, his cold gaze immediately focusing on the source of the disturbance. Rost turned around, his eyes fixed on the dark stone wall behind the portal. The air around it seemed to ripple, and the dusty stone surface revealed unusual patterns, as if something was being concealed behind. Rost placed his hand on the stone, his palm trembling slightly with a familiar sensation. In that moment, he realized. The abnormal signs here felt unmistakably familiar, as if he were a devil. The moment Rost touched the stone, a dark voice echoed in his mind, cold and oppressive. You are not qualified. His eyes opened slightly, his sharp gaze like a blade, but instead of panic, there was only a fleeting glimmer of surprise. Rost's brow furrowed, his eyes scanning the wall that had just issued a warning. He muttered to himself, as if in self-mockery. Perhaps it's a barrier neutralization mechanism. What a pity. Everything was within his expectations, but being denied access only piqued his interest. Rost observed the faint blue barrier vibrating before him, his fingertips lightly touching it as if testing it. He pondered, I need to find another way out of here. His whisper carried no anxiety, only curiosity. A new game was beginning. Rost gazed at the glowing stone fragment on the other side of the barrier, a calculating glint in his eye. If it really fell from the Guardian, it could be the key. He smiled slightly, as if fortune was beginning to smile upon him. The moment Rost touched the stone fragment, a cold voice spoke. Position transfer. Designate. Space twisted, and the blue-purple light tore through the barrier. In an instant, his body was pulled into the transfer stream, his eyes remaining calm, as if everything had been anticipated. Rost smiled slightly as his body began to dissolve into streams of blue light. In the air, the text Position Transfer 1, Move appeared clearly. The strange stone floated, emitting synchronized light. He had successfully activated the teleportation mechanism, not by brute force, but by being meticulous and daring. As soon as Rost landed in his new location, a smile spread across his face. Behind him, a massive stone statue automatically reassembled itself into the form of a guardian. Good, it worked, he muttered to himself, his eyes lighting up as his plan to deceive the teleportation system was confirmed. Just as Rost was silently celebrating the success of his plan, a terrifying roar tore through the air behind him before he could even catch his breath. A giant monster charged towards him with jaws full of razor-sharp teeth, its mouth dark enough to swallow all surrounding light. Rost spun around in shock. His only reaction at that moment was a shock. As the solar eclipse cast a bloody red glow over the sky, the entire sacred temple fell silent, shrouded in a vague sense of fear. The towering spires seemed to pierce the dark sky, standing steadfast as if bracing for the impending storm of fate. It was an omen, and someone was awakening. Amidst the howling winds that seemed to carry a bloody hue, The ground beneath the sacred temple began to shake. Something was rising from the depths of the earth, an ominous sign intertwined with the lingering effects of the solar eclipse, foreshadowing an impending catastrophe. While the scene outside was tumultuous due to the solar eclipse, in another part of the fortress, a chaotic sound echoed. Someone had just spilled hot liquid on the floor, a seemingly minor mistake that instantly enraged the leader. Someone shouted, their voice full of anger, "You idiot! Why did you spill it right here?" The atmosphere in this place was also becoming increasingly tense, as if foreshadowing disaster spreading to every corner. From above, a dark figure appeared. He had sharp horns and an aura so cold that it immediately silenced the shouting below. The man who was yelling quickly turned around, his eyes filled with panic, and opened his mouth to say something, but only managed a choked sound. The arrival of the ruler of this base was clearly not something anyone was expecting. Under the blood-red sky of the solar eclipse, Crete, the leader of the Ibius family, emerged with an air of majesty and coldness. As one of the rulers of the demonic realm, his gaze was sharp enough to silence everyone under his command. Without needing to say a word, Crete's presence completely dominated the atmosphere. Crete, the head of the Ibius family, entered the room, the red glow of the setting sun casting upon his icy face. He murmured softly, his eyes as if weighing something significant. "Lately, it's been quite lively, probably because my daughter is about to attack the hidden middle area." His tone was light, but beneath it lay the expectations and deep calculations of a powerful figure in the demonic realm. Crete furrowed his brow, his deep-set eyes flashing with contemplation. Even as the head of one of the most powerful families in the demonic realm, he couldn't deny that the current situation was complicated. However, his expression wasn't one of fear, but rather of assessment and calculation, like a seasoned fox planning his next move with calmness. Crete, the leader of the Ibius family in the demonic realm, sat silently in the darkness like a contemplative monarch. In his thoughts, nothing could stop his daughter, a girl who harbored a deep-seated blood vengeance. Only when she entered the Satan Academy would she be qualified to avenge her mother's death on humans, and the demonic red glow rising from her eyes was like a sword already unsheathed. Crete's lips curled slightly, his cold eyes momentarily revealing contempt. A weak thing like her, how can she survive among demons? He exhaled a breath full of doubt. Despite being her biological father, his trust in his daughter was as fragile as smoke. Just as Crete was lost in his doubtful thoughts, a maidservant burst in, her face pale with panic. "My lord, something big has happened." Her trembling voice cut through his cold train of thought like a sharp blade, signaling an impending calamity. Crete's brow furrowed, his golden eyes piercing into the maidservant who had rushed in. His voice was low but authoritative. "What is it that's causing you to make such a commotion?" The simple question was enough to make the air in the room suffocatingly tense. The maidservant trembled, bowing her head in apology, her voice stuttering. "I'm sorry. We've just received news that someone of unknown origin has appeared in the hidden area." She bowed even lower, not daring to look up at Crete, who was radiating cold, killing intent from behind his desk. Crete narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze flashing with suspicion. He repeated in a cold tone, "In the hidden area." The maidservant nodded hastily, reporting nervously, "Why, yes. There are no signs that the portal was opened. Everyone is confused, my lord." The servant bowed tensely, their voice trembling. "They have activated a mechanism that can only be used from the inside, but we still haven't identified who it is." Crete narrowed her eyes, her low, resonant voice rising. "Has the identity of that person been clarified?" She shook her head slightly, helpless in the face of this unprecedented anomaly. Crete tapped lightly on the table, her gaze sinking into contemplation, etched with suspicion. Perhaps that person had been forcibly summoned through a portal created during the demon-human war. Crete coldly issued an order, her disdainful gaze sweeping over the trembling subordinate. "He will die soon enough, no need to worry. Focus on preparing for my daughter's assessment." No one dared to disobey the head of the Ibius family. Crete slightly raised the corner of her mouth behind her glasses, her deep, sinister eyes watching the fiery horizon. If everything went smoothly, perhaps he would acquire a not-so-bad pawn. Of course, if that person survived entering the hidden area. In the intense light of the transmission portal, Rost's body was torn apart by the chaotic energy, his screams shattering the air. He was falling into a place where even death itself didn't want to tread. Rost collapsed to the ground in the cold night, breathing heavily, his forehead drenched in sweat. Before him was a ferocious creature that had just vanished into the darkness. He muttered in horror, still reeling from narrowly escaping death. Rost sat down heavily on the cold stone floor. The light from the barrier that had just disappeared revealed a demonic wolf howling amidst chaotic purple-blue energy. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his forehead sweaty, whispering in despair that even if the barrier disappeared, stepping out now would only be courting death. Rost stared in the direction of the wolf that had appeared through the spatial portal, his mind still in chaos. But then a glimmer of suspicion lit up in his eyes. The monster, wasn't it also made of stone like those statues? Rost clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with determination amidst the energy surrounding his body. He crouched low, his body tensed like an arrow about to be released, whispering with a slight smile. "Let's see." In a moment of desperation, Ren slightly smiled, his cold eyes reflecting the glow of the transfer matrix. He had activated his special skill, Position Transfer I, Designate, turning the immediate danger into an opportunity to counterattack. The giant creature clad in icy armor roared amidst a flash of energy, its yellow eyes glinting through the cold scales. The monster was the first obstacle Ren had to overcome after teleport. Ren smiled in satisfaction as his teleportation skill succeeded, swapping places with the giant ice wolf. A bold yet precise move that helped him switch roles between hunter and prey in an instant. The stone wolf roared in confusion upon realizing its target had vanished, while it found itself teleported elsewhere. A moment of bewilderment that made it feel, for the first time, like it had been pranked. The protagonist smiled coldly as he watched the wolf trapped in the exploding barrier, his entire body sprinting through the darkness, his indifferent gaze remarking, "It will die if it continues like." When everything seemed to have temporarily subsided, Razel immediately rushed forward but suddenly stopped, his sharp eyes scanning the dark corridor. Now he just needed to find the exit. Just as Razel was about to find his way out, a gigantic monster with wings drenched in murderous aura appeared before him. It turned out that to leave this place, he had to overcome layers of bloody trial. Razel swallowed hard, forcing a smile as he faced the newly appeared monster. The creature looked even more dangerous than the stone wolf earlier. But he knew, fear was not something that could help him survive. Razel sprinted forward in the blinding light, the stone wolf still thrashing about in the energy cage behind him. He smiled coldly. Just as predicted, they are just mindless stone. No matter how strong the opponent was, as long as he grasped their essence, everything could be overcome. Razel flashed by like lightning through the minefield of traps, blue light flickering with each teleportation. As long as there's a permissible transfer range, no trap is insurmountable, he thought to himself, his cold eyes seeming to penetrate the rules of this place. Razel maintained his speed, his figure flashing with blue light as he cut through the darkness like a sword slicing through the wind. He didn't hesitate, advancing step by step with absolute determination, his cold gaze as if having already seen through the entire labyrinth before him. Razel stood before the swirling light portal, his coat still bearing the remnants of the previous battle. A low, authoritative voice echoed from the void, cold and powerful, welcoming him to the final destination. But Razel didn't show any surprise, his eyes still cold, ready to step into the next round of this cruel game. Razel raised his head, his expression momentarily stunned upon hearing the strange voice resounding through the air. He furrowed his brow, muttering as if he couldn't believe his ears, welcoming an intruder. Since when did this place accept his existence? Razel narrowed his eyes at the shimmering gate of light ahead, his deep voice filled with caution. He muttered, "It seems this is the boss room. Could it be that someone is waiting inside?" His senses heightened, foreseeing a life-or-death battle not far away. Within the crimson darkness, a demonic armor materialized, its eyes blazing with fire and jagged teeth bared, as if to swallow the soul of the one facing it. The moment Razel stepped into the boss room, he was confronted with an existence that seemed like a living nightmare risen from the abyss. A death knight in armor, waiting to judge the intruder. Razel froze upon entering, his gaze locking onto a white-boned knight clad in black armor, sitting motionless amidst a mist of deathly aura. The giant sword emitted a chilling, murderous intent, and the knight's fiery red eyes gleamed like torches from the underworld. Razel clenched his fist, a corner of his mouth curling up. The Death Knight. The final opponent had appeared. Razel's brow furrowed slightly, sweat trickling down his temples. The pressure emanating from the Bone Knight was no less than that of Feltz, the death row inmate who had nearly cost him his life. He couldn't be careless. This battle, whether he won or lost, would be a fight for his life. Razel clenched his fist as he saw the Death Knight activating the skill, Position Transfer I Designate. The giant bone creature not only spoke, but did so with an unsettling politeness. A sense of unease arose, as if each word was merely a prelude to a cold-blooded massacre about to unfold. The Death Knight slowly stepped out of the magical gate, energy flickering around him like a declaration of the presence of a true death god. Razel gripped the sword at his side tightly, his eyes no longer probing, only ready for battle. The life-and-death combat began in this instant. Razel dodged and accelerated, magical light surging around his body. When his eyes caught sight of the treasure chest in the ruined hall, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had reached his destination. But was the reward worth the cost? Razel paused before the black treasure chest. The cold metal surface was engraved with a black dragon, exuding a mysterious aura. He frowned. This was no simple reward. Razel hesitated as he examined the black dragon pattern on the chest. A faint memory surfaced. He had seen this symbol before. But where? His eyes darkened. Black dragon. His breathing became labored, a hunch about a deeper secret emerging. Razel's thoughts were flooded with names. Sloth, lust, gluttony, wrath, envy, greed, the highest-ranking demonic families. His eyes widened. He realized the black dragon symbol was not a mere decoration. It belonged to one of the most ancient demonic bloodlines. Darkness surged, an overbearing aura enveloping the space. Razel saw him, Bears, a member of the Black Dragon clan, representing the seventh sin, pride. Bear's golden eyes blazed, his body embodying absolute power. He didn't need to speak. His presence alone was enough to make all things bow. Razel gritted his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his back as he sensed the murderous intent that seemed to tear his soul apart from behind. He knew that if Bears caught up, his life would end instantly. There was no turning back. Razel had no choice. He immediately opened the treasure chest, his eyes filled with despair, but still holding onto a glimmer of rationality. There must be something to help me escape this wretched place. He gritted his teeth, rummaging through his last hope as darkness closed in. The moment Razel opened the chest, a dark purple energy burst out like a magical spear, blowing away the surrounding air. Before he could understand what was happening, the immense pressure from the energy beam closed in behind him. Something had been unleashed. A cold, black mist erupted from the chest, clinging to Razel's face like a living entity. He recoiled instinctively, but it had already penetrated deep within, attempting to take over his consciousness. A suffocating sensation overwhelmed him, causing his body to convulse violently. Razel writhed in despair as the black mist swirled into his mouth. He struggled, but his throat was constricted as if something was trying to seize his soul. A dry, cold sound escaped his lips. The air around him seemed to freeze with each weak breath he took. Razel collapsed before the treasure chest, his entire body convulsing. He vomited out the black energy that had forcibly entered his body, sweat pouring down like rain. His breathing was ragged, his eyes panicked. The thing inside the chest was absolutely not something an ordinary person could handle. Razel screamed in utmost pain. His blood vessels seemed about to burst, his hair changed color, and his eyes shone with a purple demonic aura. The forbidden power he had just ingested was not just a container, but the seal of an existence that once ruled the deep abyss. Razel screamed in despair, clutching his head as if trying to tear himself apart from the frenzy. The demonic energy from the chest spread like octopus tentacles, with each dark purple energy beam deeply embedding into his soul. The seal of bears was being deeply etched, transforming his body from within. Blood splattered onto the cold stone wall, dyeing the grey stone red. Razel collapsed in agony, his body as if about to explode. The seal of bears was not only taking over his physical form, but was also consuming his will. Razel lay gasping for breath, surrounded by his own blood. The pain had subsided for the moment, but his body felt as though it had been torn apart and reassembled. Though he wasn't entirely sure what had just merged with him, he knew that nothing would ever be the same. Razel awoke with a jolt, his arm trembling as he reflexively gripped the hilt of his dagger. Everything around him was pitch black, with dried blood staining his temple. He muttered softly, his consciousness slowly returning. "How long has it been? My left eye, is it still there?" Razel raised his hand to check, but the reflection in the dagger's blade left him frozen. His left pupil now held a deep, abyssal blackness, like a void that swallowed all light. A black eye, he shuddered inwardly. Whatever had invaded his body had left more than just pain. It had sown the seeds of an irreversible change. Razel stared blankly at the status board before him. His human identity was now only half intact. He was labeled as half demon, with a chaotic alignment, unfamiliar skills, and most notably, the eye of Superbeer listed at the bottom. The dark liquid clinging to him wasn't poison, but the legacy of a condemned soul. Pride had seeped into his very veins. The eye of Superbeer skill, the arrogant eye that Razel had just acquired, granted him vision that surpassed normal limits, but only after he had slain an enemy. From now on, every time he saw more clearly, it would be accompanied by the shedding of blood. Razel's lips curled into a satisfied smile. With the newfound power of the arrogant eye, he was certain that he would never again be outmatched by those weaker than him. In his heart, he silently confirmed that stepping into the demon realm had been the best decision he had ever made. Razel clenched his fists, his breathing ragged, but his eyes had regained their steadiness. Everything he needed was now within his grasp: power, skills, and a new eye. It was time to leave this place behind and enter the real game. Razel stood before a door adorned with twin dragons, mist swirling at his feet. He silently reproached himself for being so focused on the treasure chest that he hadn't noticed the exit behind him. But now, after the recent commotion, he was certain that soldiers were waiting outside. One wrong step, and everything would be over. Razel knew that stepping out now was tantamount to suicide. He smiled wryly, sweat beading on his forehead, wondering if he needed to kneel down faster than light to preserve his life. In his mind, there was only one choice left: survival at any cost. Razel gripped his collar tightly, his eyes heavy with concern. The mark of the arson family was still clearly visible on his skin. He understood that if his identity was exposed, even begging for mercy wouldn't save him from death. Without hesitation, he concealed the blood seal. Survival was now his top priority. Beyond the door, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, accompanied by a furious roar. Dazram, the demon guard commander of the Black Tower, had sensed something amiss. His eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed, "Open the door now." No one dared to delay in the face of his wrath. As the thunderous roar echoed through the room, Iris immediately turned around. His breath caught in his throat, and his survival instincts urged him to react to the impending danger. The screams from beyond the door left Iris stunned. A burst of magical light revealed the figure of a skeleton clad in black armor, shouting, "His Highness is arriving." A single word made Iris's forehead break out in cold sweat. Highness! Who in this accursed place deserved such a title? Iris couldn't help but sweat coldly. The seemingly casual remark about dried meat and a stone bed had turned out to be a hidden message. This trial was constructed by noble families, a place where people like him were nothing more than pawns in their survival game. Iris quickly jotted down some notes, a calculating glint in his eye. He knew that the treasure he had seized belonged to someone powerful. If he didn't investigate the owner before, he would be no different from delivering himself to the slaughterhouse. Iris gritted his teeth as he stared at the floating text. The answer he sought wasn't free. To discover who was closest to him, whether enemy or savior, he had to pay a steep price. Either a sacred artifact or a large sum of gold. There were no easy choices here. Iris panicked, his mind racing with warnings. The cost was too high, and he had nothing of value to offer. No gold, no sacred objects, just a life hanging by a thread. Under the flickering light, Lucius stood silently behind Crete, his eyes watchfully following the movements of the head of the bear's family, his heart filled with a mix of doubt and anxiety. Lucius stealthily slipped into the bear's library under the fiery glow of sunset, where the dusty bookshelves might be hiding the clues he needed, or another, more sophisticated trap. Crete sat motionless on the throne, the sunset casting a long shadow across the empty desk behind him. In the silence, he pondered his own profound calculation. Iris made a resolute decision, his teeth clenched. Between imminent death and a chance at survival, he chose to sacrifice 100 points of his maximum magical energy. As long as he made it through this ordeal, he was confident he could regain everything. The moment the cost was accepted, Iris's magical energy was drained like a raging flood, leaving him kneeling and trembling. Amidst this, a cold, measured step echoed through the mist, followed by a verdict. "The one closest to you is." Iris looked up, his eyes narrowing as he saw a figure emerging through the thick smoke and dust. A female demon with an intimidating aura, cold eyes, and sharp horns. There was no doubt that the person closest to him was her. Iris was frozen in place, his entire body stiff. Although he had just acquired a new ability, he knew that in front of that creature everything was meaningless. A cold thought flashed through his mind. He was about to die. Iris was shocked when he realized the truth. This was a training ground created by bears to train his youngest daughter, and Eye of Superbear was just a reward meant for her. He had taken something that didn't belong to him, right in front of the true owner. Iris looked ahead in despair as Renee, the princess with the royal blood of bears, tore through the guardians like they were paper, stepping closer to him with eyes burning with killing intent. Renee didn't hesitate. A flash of her sword, and the giant monster's head flew off its neck. Black blood splattered through the air as the massive body crashed to the cold stone ground. Renee stood coldly amidst the smoke of the battle, her blood-stained sword still reeking of demonic energy. Without a word or a change in expression, her icy gaze swept over the giant corpse at her feet, as if it was just a trivial matter. Under the pressure of Renee's sword pressed against his neck, the purple-haired young man gritted his teeth and turned his head, cold sweat trickling down his temples. His name was Arson, and now he had no other choice. Arson stepped forward, towards the sword pointed at him, a resigned smile on his lips. His eyes no longer held fear, only determination, and the acceptance of a man who had bet his life on a gamble with no way out. Renee's cold eyes flashed with caution as she stared at the man who had just stepped past her sword. In the midst of the devastated battlefield, she spoke in a low, heavy voice, each word piercing straight to the heart of the person in front of her. In response to Renee's powerful question, Arson didn't reply with words, but with actions. He knelt on one knee on the cold stone floor, the sound dry and crisp, like a surrender that was both genuine and calculated. Arson bowed deeply, his hand placed on his chest, his voice full of respect but still hiding a hint of cunning. He congratulated Renee on passing the test and praised her as worthy, a clever way to gain favor and preserve his life. Renee radiated an aura of killing intent, her cold gaze piercing through the man in front of her. She didn't need many words, just one, sharp as a blade. "Explain." The air seemed to thicken, immobilizing Arson as if bound by demonic power. Arson lowered his head, his voice cautious. "The clan leader ordered me to guard the young lady." In his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Renee hadn't noticed the Superbear's demon mark. A slim chance of survival had just appeared. Renee paused, her sharp eyes flickering with a momentary tremble. In that instant, she recognized the familiar face, the one that shouldn't be here. Her voice dropped, filled with suspicion and killing intent. "You." Rayon smiled slightly, feigning humility in front of Renee, but his mind was already racing with calculations. He knew this girl was his only chance to survive and escape this deadly place. "Despite appearances, I'm quite capable," he said, thinking to himself. "I must use her to get out of here." Renee laughed softly, her eyes filled with disdain and scrutiny. Under her gaze, Rayon felt a momentary pang of unease. "Doesn't she believe me?" he thought. "If so, then..." Rayon's mind quickly adjusted his plan, ready to continue this dangerous game. As soon as Rayon noticed Renee's suspicious gaze, he acted. Without warning, he launched himself forward, his body bursting with magical aura, targeting the glowing sword in midair. All his calculations were clear. He had to gain the upper hand before suspicion grew. Renee was taken aback as Rayon suddenly darted past her. In that moment, it wasn't just speed, but also the determination and cunning hidden behind his enigmatic smile. Before she could react, his figure had already faded into the intense, flickering light. Rayon gently grasped Renee's wrist, his voice confident but not arrogant. "What do you think? I believe I'll make a useful guardian, Lady Renee." He wasn't just asking permission, but making a declaration, subtly yet undeniably. As soon as Rayon finished speaking, Renee's face darkened, her eyes narrowing as killing intent surged like red flames, causing Rayon to reflexively swallow hard. Wait, is she really angry? Renee snorted coldly and turned away, her gaze as indifferent as if she had never been angry, while Rayon breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, she had let the matter slide. Rayon led the way out of the room, his voice calm as usual, while Renee followed silently, her heart filled with doubts about the upcoming meeting with the clan leader. Rayon maintained a smiling facade as he skillfully retreated, his hand touching the door as if to confirm the escape route was open, but in his mind he was screaming. He had to get out of there as soon as possible. Rayon squeezed through the narrow gap between the massive gates, turning back to bid a hypocritical farewell. I will make sure not to be late. In his heart, there was only one thought: escape from this place as quickly as possible. Rayon slipped through the closing door, his heart racing as the gap was just large enough for a gasp of air. In that brief moment, he didn't dare look back, instead launching himself into the darkness with a single-minded determination to escape. Renee was taken aback as Rayon suddenly collapsed into her, his hand still grasping her armor as if it were the last lifeline in a turbulent sea. With a bewildered gaze, she couldn't understand why he had appeared here at this moment. Before them stood an imposing army, with the leader exuding an aura that commanded respect. The blood-red sunset cast its light upon him, highlighting his cold stance. The man Renee called out in surprise. "Father!" The air seemed to freeze in that moment, as the truth was revealed by the presence of the head of the bear's family. The setting sun dyed the sky red as the head of the bear's family, Renee's father, stepped out quietly, his eyes cold, a sinister smile on his face. "Oh!" Just that soft laughter made the air thick with tension. Renee stood still, while the guard beside her felt the weight of a deadly pressure surrounding him. The guard froze upon hearing Renee address the newcomer as father. His mind was as if strangled by an unacceptable truth. "Father!" The word echoed in his mind like a curse that shattered all his calculation. The guard's face turned pale as he saw Crete emerge amidst the red glow of the setting sun, accompanied by a team of black-clad warriors. He gritted his teeth, a mix of anger and fear surging within him, silently cursing. "Damn it! Why is Crete here?" All his escape plans now seemed like a joke. The guard clenched his fist, his heart pounding. He knew that if Crete saw the mark of the Eye of Superbeer on him, death was inevitable. Yet Crete showed no reaction. A wave of doubt and anxiety rose within him. Why doesn't he react? Crete gazed at Renee with eyes that were half interested and half probing, his low voice ringing out in the tense air. "You have passed through the trial area, haven't you?" Meanwhile, the guard standing beside her forced a smile, sweat trickling down his back, trying to hide the rising panic. Renee nodded slightly, her voice small but firm. "Yes." Despite the cold sweat on her cheek, she remained calm under Crete's piercing gaze. The air between the three seemed frozen, with only the sound of racing heartbeats echoing in the guard's mind, who was hiding a secret. Crete nodded slightly, his deep voice resonating under the blood-red sky. "I understand. Follow me." No one dared to disobey. In that moment, his figure seemed to absorb all the light, exuding an aura of power and danger. Cain forced a smile as Crete's gaze swept past him. Inside, his mind was deeply troubled by a concern. Follow him. What is that old man plotting? A sense of unease rose in waves, but Cain knew there was no turning back now. The sound of steady footsteps echoed through the red-tinged night. Kane walking silently behind Crete, each step like a gong striking in his mind. A tension-filled beat, a warning bell for the unpredictable. Kane gritted his teeth silently, maintaining a forced smile on his face. Surrounded by Crete's subordinates, he understood that escape was impossible, and his trump card, the contract, was now useless since he had nothing left to offer. Kane looked up at the mansion looming before him, the red sunset reflecting off the domed roof adorned with ominous designs. He clenched his fist inwardly, understanding that this place, the Bear's mansion, was the center of power and potentially his grave. Crete stopped in front of the large door, his hands still clasped behind his back, exuding an air of confidence as if he had anticipated every move. The flickering flames behind him only served to enhance the imposing figure of a ruler, full of authority and danger. Upon Crete's cold command, all members immediately retreated without hesitation, except for Lucius, who turned back, a complex feeling rising within him as he saw Renee standing there silent. Crete stopped abruptly, turned his head to give a brief order. His deep, unfathomable gaze swept over Lucius with an air of mystery, his low, cold voice like a veiled warning. "Wait here, I'll call you later." Lucius forced a smile in the dim twilight, sweat beading on his forehead. He was torn between whether Crete's departure was a godsend or just another trap waiting to snap shut. Lucius smiled faintly in the dark forest, but his smile quickly froze as a series of cold gazes flashed from the shadows. He realized immediately that this was not an opportunity, but a trap set from the start. Abisha walked without a word, the black sword on her back quivering like a shadow. Each step echoed on the red earth, like blood, leading to an irreversible fate. Crete raised his head, his low, hoarse voice ringing out like a command etched into the mind. "You have completed your final task for me." His gaze was as cold as a blade, making the air in the room oppressive and suffocating. Yua stood silently in the dimly lit corridor, her eyes shining with worry. She spoke softly, as if trying to hold onto something about to be lost. "Do you really have to go to the training grounds?" Her voice was gentle, but couldn't hide the anxiety in her heart. Crete sat behind his desk, the sunset shining through the window highlighted the sternness on his face. Without hesitation, he replied to Yua with a brief word. "Yes." His voice was calm and resolute, like an unchangeable declaration. Crete leaned back in his throne, his cold gaze looking into the distance. He didn't answer immediately, remaining silent for a moment. But it was this very silence that made the atmosphere heavier than any words. For someone like him, no explanation was needed, as his decision was a command. Urena hesitated for a moment before speaking, her eyes betraying a hint of indecision. Despite trying to maintain a calm demeanor, she couldn't hide the concern in her question. "That aside, how is he?" The question wasn't just for the person in front of her, but also a silent worry she had always kept hidden. Urena didn't respond immediately. For a moment, her gaze quietly drifted to the familiar image gradually emerging in her memory, the bright smile of the boy that hadn't faded. She bit her lip, her fingers clenched slightly, leaving only a silent sigh. Urena stood in the dimly lit hall, her hands clasped in front of her waist, her gaze calm but with underlying caution, facing Crete who sat on the majestic throne. She said coldly, "He is very strong." Crete nodded slightly, the corner of his mouth curled into a half-smile full of implication, his fingers tapping lightly on his collar as if contemplating his prey, his eyes flashing with cold interest. "So it is. How intriguing." Crete turned his back, his hands clasped behind him like a judging deity. The fiery sunset pouring through the window made his back even more solemn. His low voice rang out, each word like a nail driven into the air. "You have proven your worth. Now you can go to Satan, just as you desired." Below, the girl shivered slightly, her eyes wide with surprise. Yuria couldn't hide her joy, her eyes shining brightly, as if a myriad of stars sparkled within, the corners of her mouth curled up radiantly, her hands clenched tightly in front of her chest, as if suppressing a triumphant cry in her heart. Finally, she had the opportunity to enter Satan, the sole goal throughout her cultivation journey. Bears slightly raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing a rare glimmer of interest. He thought to himself. He had expected that person to die as soon as they stepped into the forbidden land, but not only did they survive, they even obtained the eye of Superbear, a development that far exceeded his predictions. Moreover, even Renee had a positive assessment of him, while Bears silently confirmed, "This guy is worth exploiting." On the other side, in the dimly lit confined space, the young man with a distorted face sighed softly, his heart filled with discontent. "How much longer do I have to wait?" As the sun set, the afterglow cast a reddish hue across the sky of Satan, and the sanctuary stood imposingly like a silent warning. This was not just a place of worship, but also where the fate of those who dared to enter was decided. No character's name appeared, but a sense of tension had already enveloped the scene, as if a new chapter had quietly begun. Under the dim light of the chandeliers in the cold stone corridor, Laster followed the instructions of a guard. The echo of his footsteps on the red carpet seemed to prolong the tense atmosphere weighing heavily on his mind. Without explanation or warning, it was clear. The place ahead would determine his fate. The heavy door creaked as it was pushed open, signaling an unavoidable audience. The guard bowed and reported in a respectful tone, "I have brought him, Patriarch." The air behind the door seemed to weigh heavily on Laster's heartbeat. This was a decisive moment, and he had stepped onto the grand stage of a game of power. Laster entered the room bathed in the red glow of sunset, where Patriarch Helken sat motionless behind a heavy wooden desk. Helken's cold gaze swept over him, as if examining a new piece placed on the board of fate. There was no greeting, no nod, only a heavy silence and a sharp assessment about to begin. Helken's gaze was as sharp as a blade, carrying an indescribable cold pressure. Without a word, just one glance, he made the person opposite feel as if standing at the edge of a deep abyss, and just a nod from him would cause the abyss to swallow everything. Helken did not examine. He judged. Under Helken's pressurizing gaze, the young man, Imus, could only force a smile. Outwardly calm but inwardly tangled, what was he thinking? Was it a test, a threat, or another turning point? In this room, every passing second carried the risk of life and death. Standing in the dimly lit grand hall, Imus raised his head and asked directly a question that had been gnawing at him for a long time. "Why did you spare my life?" Before him, Helken remained seated on the dark iron throne, his back like a bottomless abyss, dark, unpredictable, and more dangerous than any response. Helken burst into laughter, his low, husky voice echoing like a curse in the enclosed room, his eyes gleaming under the surge of dark energy. The perverse pleasure in his gaze made Imus shiver. With a smile that was half mocking, half contemptuous, Helken uttered just one word: "Bastard." Not an insult, but a declaration. A verdict without a trial. Seated on the throne tinted with the afterglow, Helken sat motionless, darkness enveloping his figure as if he were the center of demonic energy. Under his gaze, which burned with a poisonous purple light, he spoke words that pierced like a dagger into the heart of the person opposite. "You indeed deceived my daughter very well." Amidst the black pressure wave filling the room, the anger of the Demon King was no longer hidden. It was a declaration of war. Under Helken's furious wrath, the young man's body could not withstand the demonic pressure, his entire being trembling as if torn apart from within. The purple-black light squeezed his every breath, and in pain he could not help but let out a faint groan, a warning that the cost of lying to the Demon King was never cheap. Frey's body was thrown down like a discarded object, Helken's demonic gravitational force causing his joints to crack. Blood choked in his throat, but he still struggled to prop himself up, his eyes not yet losing their will, though it was but an ember under the Demon King's wrath. Frey gritted his teeth and spat out a question amidst the malicious demonic energy crushing his body. He understood. Helken had not killed him, at least not yet. It was not forgiveness, but a prolonged punishment. A prey kept alive, only to be tormented. Helken did not answer immediately, merely resting his chin on his hand, his golden eyes glancing over Frey as if evaluating a new toy. The demonic energy around him receded, not out of kindness, but because the game was not yet over. Frey collapsed to the floor, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. His entire body trembled under the after-effects of Helken's demonic energy, a pressure so terrifying it seemed to crush even his will. Yet, in his panicked eyes, a spark of resilience still flickered. Helken's lips curled slightly, his gaze as sharp as a knife never leaving the figure kneeling before him. While Frey was still dazed from being suppressed by the demonic energy, Helken's low, husky voice rang out, not angry but full of interest. "You react quickly. What's your name?" The question was not out of courtesy, but a sign that the game was only just beginning. Despite having just endured the tremendous demonic energy from Helken, the red-haired young man struggled to stand on one knee, raising his head to respond in a low, hoarse, but resolute voice. "I am Adele." Gone was the look of panic or flattery. All that remained was a name, the first weapon Adele used to face authority. Helken repeated the name that had just been uttered, his hands slightly raised amidst the swirling dark energy, the corner of his mouth curling up with great interest. The name, Adele, seemed to have stirred something deep within his mind, not anger, but anticipation. Adele was shocked to realize that his body was being lifted off the ground by a dark force. A sensation, both chilling and familiar, was flooding through him, as if his fate had been decided from the moment he stepped into that room. The patriarch called out Adele's name, his hand clenched tightly within the dark demonic energy, as if determining the fate of the person before him. In an instant, Adele was drawn closer, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura of demonic power and a secret about to be revealed. The ring fell through the air like an irreversible sign of fate. In pain and panic, Adele struggled against the dark demonic energy that was tightening around his body, crying out in desperation. But he knew that the man before him was not one to answer easily. Before Adele could react, a stream of demonic energy took the form of a snake and shot out from the Demon King's hand, slithering straight into Adele's mouth on a cold command. "Open your mouth." With no way out, Adele could only stare in horror, completely forced into a strange ritual he could not resist. The Demon King smiled coldly, his golden eyes piercing deep into Adele's fear. He spoke as if giving an order, but his tone was softly menacing. "You just need to continue what you said to my daughter." Meanwhile, the demonic energy in the form of a snake continued to constrict Adele's body, rendering him unable to utter a word. The Demon King emphasized the final condition in a low, husky voice. "If you so much as think differently, that poison will tear your heart apart." His icy smile contrasted with Adele's anguished cries as he writhed in pain, a prey completely within the predator's grasp. Adele was thrown to the cold floor like a discarded item. The Demon King turned his back, his voice nonchalant, as if what had just happened was merely a formality. "I will prepare a place for you to stay. Wait until you are called." The contrast between his casual authority and Adele's pain only deepened the divide between the controller and the puppet. With a look of disdain and a cold smile, the Demon King uttered his final words like a command. "Leave." Behind him, Adele struggled to get up, still in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but a spark of defiance ignited in his eyes. The game between the prey and the hunter had clearly just begun. Adele collapsed, cold sweat pouring down, his breathing ragged, the poison still gnawing away inside him. In his dizziness, he muttered in anger and confusion. Everything had happened too quickly, too irrationally. In just one meeting, his fate had been crushed in the palm of the one called the Demon King. Under the deep purple sky and the hazy moonlight, an ancient wooden mansion lay still amidst the forest. The light emanating from the windows seemed to swallow the darkness whole. This was where Adele was being held, not a prison, but not much different from being shackled. The servant led Adele into a small room, the stone walls cold and the light dim, then uttered a dry warning. From this moment on, this was Adele's new cage, a cage that didn't need a lock, yet no one could escape. Adele stood silently in the unfamiliar room, the faint yellow light unable to dispel the feeling of confinement. Because of Crete's will, he had now become a dependent, no more than a pawn in the hands of the demon. Adele looked up at the dark wooden ceiling, his lips curling into a bitter smile. Being alive was a blessing, but the price was his freedom and will, the things that no longer belonged to him. Adele sat quietly on the bed, his eyes gazing into the void. Though he knew he was being used, he tried to find some meaning in the absurd situation. Being acknowledged by Crete, even partially, was still a chance to survive. Adele hated the poisonous snake clinging to his heart. In the darkness, he tried to muster his energy, hoping that his magic could break it. but the dark entity emitted a fierce red glow, showing no signs of weakening. He knew that if he couldn't free himself, his life would hang by a thread. Under the dazzling light of the Dharma realm, the object that had once been deeply embedded in Adele's chest had transformed into a motionless green snake lying neatly in his hand. Just as predicted, it was merely a type of unconscious seal. The first step was successful, but Adele knew well that this was only the beginning of the resistance. Adele gazed intently at the small creature sleeping soundly on his palm. Cold sweat still lingered on his temples, and the thought of failure made his heart tighten. Although he had managed to separate the seal, he was well aware that destroying it would immediately alert the other party. One more misstep, and everything would collapse. Now, Adele had to devise a perfect plan, silent, meticulous, and leaving no trace. The creature stirred, its red eyes faintly opening in the darkness. What Adele had thought was harmless was actually alive. Adele immediately realized that the creature was awakening because its source of magic had been cut off. With no time to hesitate, he gritted his teeth, pulled out a strange black object, and gave a cold command. "Eat this." The dark creature opened its eyes, its red gaze flashing with danger. But before it could act, Adele had already inserted the piece of corrupted energy into its mouth. He calmed himself, whispering, "There's no other way, eat it. Then continue sleeping." Adele let out a sigh, lying down on the bed, feeling at ease for the first time after days of tension. His gaze drifted toward the snake sleeping soundly, quietly wondering how much of the poison trap in its throat had been neutralized. Exhausted from all the calculations and life-or-death struggles, Adele finally relaxed his body. In the faint sunlight streaming through the window, he moved his lips slightly, slowly falling into a deep sleep, as if he had just shed an unnamed burden from his chest. Adele opened his eyes to look at the status board appearing before him. Although still tired, he carefully reviewed each line of information: race, semi-demon, innate ability, spatial displacement, attributes, malice, darkness, and the arrogant eye. He thought to himself, "I must double-check everything." In a world where carelessness could mean death, vigilance was the last remaining instinct for survival. Adele lay silently on the bed, his eyes half closed, but his mind was still drifting through a series of calculations. Spatial displacement had reached level 2, but the amount of magic was too little, making this skill hardly different from a triviality. Compared to the protagonists in this world, he was like a drop of water in an endless ocean. And then, in a fleeting moment between wakefulness and sleep, a spark flashed through Adele's mind. The question still haunted him: how to increase his magic. Amidst the jumbled thoughts, a memory of a method he had once overlooked suddenly surfaced. That's right, there was still that way. She appeared in his mind like an auditory illusion. The blue eyes gazed directly at Adele, and her cold voice echoed without any emotion. "I don't like that." It seemed that his subconscious had recalled an unfinished memory or a warning. He stood frozen, forcing a stiff smile as if trying to hide the unease within. It had been 3 days since he was assigned to protect Renee, yet that sudden declaration made him pause. "Pardon?" The question slipped out naturally, but in Adele's mind, a series of questions began to line up waiting for answers. The girl always maintained a cold expression, as if the world around her was of no concern. Even after 3 days of accompanying her, he still couldn't find a crack in the ice named Renee. She was once a radiant child, but since the day her mother was killed by humans, Renee seemed to have closed off all her emotions. He understood this, not from his role as a guardian, but from the remaining memories of the original author. A sudden call broke the silence. A young man rushed over, his face filled with worry, calling out their names loudly as if he had urgent news. Just as they were about to continue walking, they were called back. The messenger, out of breath, delivered the patriarch's urgent command. The red-haired young man slightly tilted his head, his eyes narrowing with caution, while the girl simply turned around silently, without a word. As soon as they entered the grand hall, the atmosphere became heavy. The patriarch's gaze lingered on Renee, clearly indicating that this gathering revolved around her request to enter Satan. Despite her previous merits in raiding the territory, the final decision was still not hers to make. Crete had rejected her request. Crete looked straight at Renee, his voice cold but unable to hide a hint of compassion. He didn't deny the thirst for revenge in her eyes, but he wouldn't allow her to recklessly risk her life. With her current abilities, stepping into Satan was tantamount to suicide, and that death would bring no justice to her deceased mother. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the entire room. A ghostly blue flame erupted around Renee, as if it was a manifestation of her suppressed rage reaching its peak. Standing beside her, Adele was sweating profusely, his mind consumed by a single thought. He shouldn't be here. Yet, he knew that this was only the beginning. In response to the patriarch's unexpected declaration, Renee's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Adele, the newly arrived bodyguard, had become a condition for her to enter Satan. The room fell silent for a moment, and a fateful decision began to take shape within her. Adele froze in place. The brief, icy words made him wonder, did she really hate him that much? Meanwhile, the patriarch's gaze continued to scrutinize their reactions, as if everything was unfolding according to his plan. Satan, the school of the demon realm, where the most exceptional children of the demon clan gathered. However, beneath its prestigious reputation lay a disguised battleground, where conflicts with the Imperial Academy persisted. It was here that many students had lost their lives, including Renee in the original story. For ordinary people, this was not a place for learning, but a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. Though Adele couldn't understand why she wanted to enter such a terrifying place, if he were in her shoes, would he have the courage to step into a path filled with blood and fire? Indeed, Satan was not just a dangerous place. It was the largest chessboard. And he, the one who controlled the future move, had chosen the most difficult path to gather his forces and change his fate. Under the patriarch's stern gaze, Adele nodded without hesitation. Though he was aware of the dangers ahead, he had a condition, a request that would shape the upcoming game. The patriarch looked at the young man before him with a serious expression. A hint of doubt flickered in his eyes, but it couldn't mask his curiosity. He wanted to know what request this young man would make. Despite the sweat trickling down his neck, Adele maintained a calm tone. He knew that if he was already caught up in this flow, he had to demand something in return to survive. Adele smiled faintly, his low, husky voice full of hidden meaning. It was clear that he had anticipated Adele's request, but the answer still managed to pique his interest. Adele kept his face composed, but inside he was trembling. Fortunately, the man hadn't discovered that the parasitic poison had already been eliminated from his body. The old man sneered, his voice laced with disdain and curiosity. Despite his harsh words, he nodded in agreement. The request wasn't difficult in his eye. Under the old man's stern gaze, Renee bowed her head and retreated without a word of complaint. She merely replied, "Yes," her voice as silent as a shadow, but her eyes hinted at something unspoken. Adele stood still, forcing a smile to hide his confusion, but his mind was filled with doubts. Behind him, Renee's gaze swept past, cold, deep, and unfathomable. The unspoken question echoed in his mind. Did she really hate being accompanied by him that much? Adele swallowed hard, his eyes filled with anticipation, though he couldn't hide his tension. Various hypotheses swirled in his mind. What would the patriarch give him? A vial of elixir to restore demonic energy, or a rare magical artifact? Anything would be welcome if it gave him an edge before entering the dangerous territory. Upon hearing about the family treasure, Adele's expression changed. He couldn't maintain his initial calm demeanor. Was what he was about to receive worth the price he had to pay? He placed his hand on the table, and a deep purple demonic energy spread through the air, causing the atmosphere to freeze. "You will die in place of my daughter. At the very least, this is what I can give you." His voice was low and chilling, like a vow and a death sentence. A brilliant purple light burst from his palm, swirling into a dark energy sphere. His eyes gleamed with intense power, and his voice resonated with magical energy. "Come closer." He raised his hand, his smile cold. "I will impart to you the secret method of cultivating demonic power from the Bear's clan." The air vibrated. The inheritance had begun. The allure surged, and the ritual of inheritance began. Amidst the whirlpool of frenzied energy, Adele trembled as he received the tremendous power flooding into his body. In his ears resounded the thunderous oath, "Oh, demon god, grant your servant the clarity amidst chaos." He gritted his teeth, enduring as his soul felt torn apart by the ancient demonic energy. This was not just an inheritance, it was a trial by death. Adele collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath amidst the undissipated demonic aura. The inheritance had ended, but its aftermath still churned within his veins. His eyes, blurred with sweat, glanced at the imposing back of the clan leader, the one who had just imparted to him both the power and the responsibility to carry the family's legacy. Silence enveloped the scene, with only the murmurs of demonic energy lingering like the reverberations of a beginning that could not be turned back. Clan leader Bears slightly curved his lips, his piercing gaze hiding behind a smile full of implications. Before him, the youth, still reeling, managed to maintain his consciousness after the demonic ritual, a feat rare enough to be unbelievable. In the eyes of the clan's leader, interest gradually replaced caution. An intriguing piece had appeared on the chaotic chessboard, and he had begun to wonder how far its limits could be pushed. The young man stood frozen, sweat trickling down his temples as he listened to clan leader Bear's words. This cultivation technique not only opened a path to increasing his power, but was a direct pact with the demon god. Doubt and unease surged within him. One wrong step, and the price would not just be his life, but possibly his soul. Clan leader Bears smiled meaningfully, uttering words that left the youth stunned. Your family seems to have a connection with the 7 deadly sins. Before the young man's surprised eyes, a wave of suspicion silently rose in the room. Was his past even darker than he had imagined? Clan leader Bears smiled coldly, his eyes gleaming brightly in the darkness. Now that I've implanted the poison parasite in you, even if you're a spy, it doesn't matter. His words hung in the air like a verdict of fate, revealing his absolute confidence in the control he wielded. Adrian was stunned into silence in the dimly lit great hall. Upon hearing clan leader Bears mention the 7 deadly sins in connection with the Adele family, he was left speechless. This was not the storyline he had written. The situation was spiraling out of his control. Adrian responded quietly and turned to leave the great hall. After receiving the cultivation technique from the demonic clan, he knew the game had shifted to a different board, where every decision came at the cost of either his soul or buried truth. The man shouted triumphantly as his agility points surged to 3, his eyes gleaming with joy. But behind him, the orange-haired woman tightened her grip, decisively initiating a more intense struggle. Adrian sat motionless deep in the forest, the faint light filtering through the leaves casting a serene glow on his face. Now, with the Bears clan's cultivation method in his hands, he took his first step on the path of cultivating demonic energy granted by the demon god. Adrian began to breathe deeply, absorbing the dark purple demonic energy swirling around him. The eerie light seeping under his skin signaled the commencement of a perilous cultivation ritual. A small bird unexpectedly landed on a branch near Adrian's house, chirping alertly. Beneath its innocent appearance, it seemed to be observing, as if Adrian's entire journey had already fallen under the scrutiny of some force lurking in the shadow. Renee sipped her drink leisurely like a true lady, while Adrian stood silently by with a water basket beside him. Though he maintained a smile on the surface, in his heart, he wondered when this act of a high-class servant would finally end. Adrian smiled confidently, his eyes gleaming with determination. Though aware that the demonic energy within him could spiral out of control, he chose to practice in the heart of the forest, where the silence was sufficient to absorb the new power without endangering others. Adrian immersed himself in the dark energy, chanting with a gentle yet resolute smile. He knew well that once he accepted the demon god's power, the path back to humanity would be irrevocably closed. But to survive, he was willing to discard his limit. Adrian looked up at the void with a resigned gaze. The demon god's dark energy engulfed his body, but deep down, he had long given up his choices. Life or death, everything now depended on the gamble he had just made. As Adrian's soul touched the depths of the ritual, a terrifying entity emerged from the darkness of the demonic aura. Eyes blazing like fire seemed to pierce through his will. The demon god's voice resounded, coldly judging. "You are a hybrid." The words struck Adrian's mind like a thunderbolt, leaving behind a horrified question. Why did the demon god react this way? Adrian was stunned. In a moment that seemed as if he was about to be blessed with strength from the demon god, he was instead called a hybrid. Hazy memories flooded back, and he exclaimed in horror, Don't tell me that." A deep-seated fear seemed to be rising from the very bloodline he had once refused to face. Pierced by the demon god's penetrating gaze, Adrian was frozen as he heard the accusation. He did not carry the bloodline of the chosen one, but rather the tainted bloodline of a traitor. The verdict was like a fateful judgment, followed by a suffocating aura from the entity before him, plunging the entire space into a terrifying pressure that signaled he had unknowingly touched upon the forbidden depths of the demonic path. Adrian, drenched in sweat amidst the raging dark energy, held his breath as he faced the colossal entity engulfed in darkness. Though fear strangled his heart, he stammered, "Are you the demon god?" A question that carried both desperation and hope, as if clinging to the meaning behind the dark ritual he had undertaken. The darkness swirled, and the eyes burned like a soul-consuming fire. The entity before him did not deny it. With a voice that echoed with arrogance, it acknowledged itself. "The world calls me the prideful god." This confirmation was like a seal stamped deeply into Adrian's new fate, forcing him to cross a boundary from which there was no return. Under the crushing pressure of the demonic aura, Adrian raised his head to meet the fiery red eyes of the prideful god, asking in despair, yet maintaining a calm demeanor, "Do you intend to kill me?" This was not a plea for mercy, but a confirmation of whether the gamble of his fate had ended the moment it began. Under the prideful god's fierce gaze, Adrian felt as though he had stepped into the realm of death. Yet, instead of being torn apart by the destructive demonic power, he heard something unbelievable. The god, for some reason, did not wish to kill him. In that brief moment, a glimmer of doubt emerged from the abyss. Who exactly was Adrian in the god's game of chess? Adrian stood motionless amidst the surging dark energy as the prideful god declared something unexpected. He sensed a similarity, a shared sin burning within both their souls. Not only did the god not destroy him, but it also granted Adrian the mark of companionship on the path of sin. In the dark abyss, fate had bound a human and a proud god together. The mark seared onto Adrian's arm like a sacred blade, etching deeply into his soul. The prideful god granted him power, accompanied by a chilling warning. "Proud traitor, maintain your sanity, lest arrogance consumes you." The power was given, but the path ahead was only just beginning, and every step would be a test of his very self. Adrian stared at the dark, burning mark on his hand, forcing a bitter smile. Though labeled a traitor, he had just bartered his soul for power from the prideful god. With no turning back, he accepted his new fate, a man who borrowed strength from a malevolent deity, walking the thin line between destruction and survival. Adrian smiled wryly as he felt the mark spreading. As he sighed, anticipating his body would soon be covered in strange markings, a dark figure silently appeared behind him among the trees, signaling a new upheaval was about to occur, even before he could stabilize the power he had just received. The moment Adrian turned around, he was met with an unfamiliar killing intent. His belated vigilance was not just a reaction, but a harbinger of the next calamity closing in, leaving him, perhaps, with no time to prepare. Adrian froze upon encountering a strange girl with horns on her head and a look of astonishment. This seemingly harmless encounter was the starting point for a chain of uncontrollable events. Adrian shuddered slightly upon realizing the sudden appearance of the black-horned girl. His eyes darted quickly, filled with suspicion. If she had overheard his conversation with the prideful god, the consequences would be unpredictable. The black-horned girl exclaimed in shock, "Dark priest!" Her astonished gaze pierced through Adrian, the one who had just completed the summoning ritual. The forbidden title was invoked, like a silent accusation deep in the forest. Adrian paused, a forced smile on his face as he heard the unexpected words, "Dark priest." His mind was filled with questions, but on the surface he maintained a calm demeanor, though his inner self was screaming, "What?" Just a month after receiving the seal of the demon god, Adrian became a semi-demon, his mana surging to an unreasonable level. A series of dangerous traits, such as dark intent and the eye of pride, appeared in his status, signaling an irreversible turning point for the protagonist, transforming him into the main character of his own tragedy. Adrian didn't expect that just a short time after receiving the seal from the prideful god, his mana would triple. Despite trying to rationalize it with traits like focus and enthusiasm, the truth was that he was stepping faster into a path beyond his control. Adrian smiled faintly as the forest light filtered through the leaves. He was confident that with his current state, even the forbidden zone was no longer out of reach. The seal of the prideful god was not just power, but also the belief that he would surpass even the descendants of the 6 great clans of the human world. Before he could enjoy the fruits of his cultivation, Adrian was faced with a laughable and tearful situation. The black-horned demon girl was passionately wielding her sword right in front of his door, abandoning the training area. As she swung her sword fiercely, he could only sweat, wondering why his peace was always disrupted in such strange way. Interrupted during her training, the black-horned demon girl named Riene turned around sharply at the sound of Adrian's voice. Her eyes were full of caution, as if every word from Adrian could be the spark that ignited an unexpected battle. In the silent forest, 2 seemingly unrelated fates had just collided in an unforeseen way. Riene nodded politely, her hand still gripping the sword that still held the breath of battle. Facing her, Adrian couldn't help but sigh, not because of the demon girl in front of him, but because he didn't know how to start a conversation in such a strange situation. Adrian forced a smile as he realized that the demon girl no longer avoided him like before. Instead, she looked at him with a respectful gaze full of misinterpretation, as if he were truly an orthodox priest. The young demon girl awkwardly bowed her head, inwardly confirming that Adrian was indeed a true dark priest. The reasoning made sense, as only those who bore the title of dark priest could communicate with the demon god in this world. Adrian breathed a sigh of relief when he knew that Renee hadn't heard the entire conversation with the demon god. However, her beginning to treat him with reverence made him anxious, as if the news spread within the clan, things would become even more complicated. Renee responded hastily when called by Adrian, her tense expression revealing the pressure she felt in front of the man she believed to be a dark priest capable of communicating with the demon god. Admiration and wariness were intertwined in the eyes of the girl with small horns. Adrian gently placed his hand on his chest, smiling courteously as he asked Renee to continue treating him as before. Despite being misunderstood as a dark priest, he tried to maintain a distance and calmly extinguish all unwanted admiration. Renee hesitated at Adrian's unexpected request. Although she admired and feared him in her heart, she couldn't shake off the feeling of difference when facing a man who was said to be able to communicate with the demon god. Renee bowed her head slightly, using her duty as an excuse to hide her true feelings. She was just following the orders of her clan leader to protect Adrian, but her heart fluttered when facing him. Adrian, with a gentle smile, only hoped that she would treat him as before, without barriers or distance. Adrian smiled gently, his warm eyes as if wanting to erase all distance. Although he understood that Renee was just following orders, he chose to treat her sincerely, regardless of status or title. Renee stroked her hair, giving orders calmly but naturally. Although she was just fulfilling her duty to protect him, she took the opportunity to check the boundaries between her role and the relationship she had just established with Adrian. Adrian was taken aback by Renee's unexpected request and burst out laughing. Just as he had affirmed that he wanted to be treated normally, now he was being given orders. Not knowing whether to be angry or amused, he could only smile awkwardly. Renee was not polite at all, immediately taking advantage of Adrian's words to give him orders. As she kicked her leg to stretch, she gave commands as if she had been used to giving orders for a long time. Adrian could only remain silent, sighing inwardly at the comfort of the proud young lady. Adrian reluctantly nodded when Renee gave orders coldly. Although he complained inwardly, he accepted his role as an unwilling attendant, because revealing his true identity would make things even more complicated. Adrian looked towards the depths of the forest with impatience, feeling restless like a burning fire when thinking about the unexplored, secret realm. However, Renee was still calmly enjoying her tea, as if she didn't notice the suppressed gaze fixed on her from behind. The ancient chest emitted a cold blue light, containing a life-or-death power for Adrian in the land of Satan. With time running out, he had to act before the protagonist entered the demon realm and seized the treasure that would decide his fate. Renee slightly raised her head, her eyes flashing with caution as she heard Adrian's call. She still held the teacup tightly in her hand, but her expression had changed from relaxed to serious in an instant. A small gesture, but enough to signal that the temporary silence was about to be broken. Adrian's sudden change of topic, directly asking about enrollment at Satan, put Renee on guard. She furrowed her brow, unable to hide the suspicion in her eyes, as if her intuition was warning her that there was more to this simple question than met the eye. Renee coldly unsheathed her sword, her eyes resolute as she responded to Adrian. Despite his expressed concerns about the dangers of Satan Academy, she remained calm. For Renee, being fully prepared was enough. The harshness of the people around her wouldn't make her back down. Adrian still maintained a gentle expression as he suggested Renee check her luggage again, but his intentions were clear. Beneath his polite facade, he was trying to temporarily separate her from him to seize the opportunity to carry out his secret plan related to the treasure and the land of Satan. Adrian continued to feign concern, citing his worry for Renee's safety, but her eyes soon became suspicious. While his words seemed reasonable, Renee's silence revealed that she was beginning to sense something unusual behind his calm demeanor. Renee finally lost her patience. With a cold gaze and a firm stance, she pointed her sword straight at the ground, bluntly asking Adrian to stop beating around the bush. Every word she spoke revealed her decisive and sharp nature, not easily manipulated by sweet lies. Adrian turned around calmly, his voice steady as if every word he spoke came from genuine concern. But behind his composed appearance lay cunning, as he continued to play the role of a guardian to conceal his true objective. With a subtle smile, he manipulated the conversation step by step without arousing Renee's suspicion. Renee stared directly into Adrian's eyes, her gaze cold and unwavering. A single word, liar, was enough to expose all his clever disguises. Though her voice was not loud, it carried a weight that left him unable to refute. In that moment, she was no longer an obedient girl, but a person with sharp intuition and a strong sense of self-respect that couldn't be easily overlooked. Adrian forced a smile, trying to maintain his composure as Renee confronted him directly. Her sharp question left him no room to evade further. In his mind, he cursed her sharpness. Clearly, his attempt to distract her had completely failed. Renee emitted a chilling aura, her eyes hidden behind the shadows, as if trying to pierce through the heart of the person opposite her. The straightforward question, "Have you had enough of me?" left Adrian stunned, his heart pounding. In his mind, only one word echoed, "Damn it." Adrian was forced to admit part of the truth, that he had planned to secretly conquer a nearby territory. Under Renee's oppressive glare, he hastily justified his actions by citing his concern for her safety. However, the cold gaze of the black-horned girl indicated that she wasn't easily going to let his initial lie slide. Renee silently stared at Adrian, her mind filled with doubt, but she hadn't reacted yet. Meanwhile, Adrian was silently praying that his justification would be convincing enough not to anger her further. Adrian thought he had escaped the circle of suspicion, but Renee suddenly spoke up with a cold expression, saying she had just remembered something important she had forgotten. While Adrian was still forcing a smile and hadn't reacted yet, the atmosphere became suspiciously tense once again. Renee coldly uttered a single word full of hidden meaning. "Initiate." The word left Adrian bewildered, still wearing a foolish smile on his face. But the audience knew better. It wasn't just a simple warning, but a prelude to a storm of fury about to descend. Renee coldly drew her weapon out of its sheath, the steel flashing with a sharp edge, much like the cold intent in her eyes. When Adrian still naively asked for clarification, she calmly replied, "I'm not done initiating yet." There was no need to shout or explain further. A single action was enough to show that a frenzy was about to unleash. Renee coldly declared that she would accompany Adrian into the dangerous territory, her eyes as sharp as a blade, not allowing any opposition. She was no longer a young lady in need of protection. She was asserting herself as a partner, not someone to be hidden behind. Adrian was still in a daze as Renee resolutely urged them to set off. Not giving him a chance to refuse, the black-horned girl took the lead, pushing the journey into a proactive state. This time, she was the one leading the way. The scenery turned bleak and deathly, revealing a massive cemetery shrouded in black mist. When Renee asked about their destination, Adrian sighed. They were standing in front of the land of the undying, a treacherous land where nothing truly rested in peace under the grass.
Adrian explained about the territory once ruled by the lion spirit mages, now a death-ridden land haunted by undead soldiers after the war between humanity and demons. Renee simply replied that she knew the place well, causing Adrian to feel a flicker of unease. She wasn't as simple as she appeared. Seeing the rare, pensive expression on Renee's face, Adrian quickly realized the true level of this territory was far from ordinary, at least a mid to high-tier threat zone. If a place could make a proud noblewoman like Renee hesitate, the potential danger was certainly not to be underestimated. Adrian sighed inwardly, realizing the number of undead soldiers in the territory must have increased over time. Though he initially wanted to act alone, he couldn't deny having Renee along might not be a bad choice. Renee insisted on joining him in the domain, forcing the protagonist, who had been secretly planning to escape the mansion, to reconsider his entire strategy. Her presence not only brought trouble, but also made it easier for Crete to uncover their actions. Yet, at the same time, Renee's strength was an undeniable advantage in their breakthrough into the land once controlled by the necromancer. The protagonist forced a smile and suggested Renee stay behind if it was too troublesome, trying to hide his awkwardness and plans for a quiet retreat. However, Renee's resolute attitude and her knowledge of the history of the upcoming territory made his plans more difficult than ever. Two individuals, each with their own motives, were now forced to work together, though their reasons were far from aligned. Renee, with her usual calm demeanor, unexpectedly revealed she knew a secret exit from the mansion. This short but loaded statement not only dispelled her escort's anxiety but also confirmed. She was no naive, sheltered girl, but someone with her own schemes and initiative. Despite being closely watched, Renee held the upper hand in this game. Renee tilted her head slightly, her soft voice ringing out, "I know a secret exit." Without any fanfare or pretense, this demon-blooded girl once again proved her sharpness and initiative. Her brief statement left her companion speechless, realizing he was the one being led. A towering section of the wall silently emerged amidst the shadowy forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the wall as if signaling an imminent escape. Without dialogue or characters, this scene confirmed Renee's earlier words. The secret exit truly existed. Renee led the way without hesitation, revealing a moss-covered wall to point out a hidden passage concealed by time. Sunlight pierced through the canopy, shining on the hidden gate, while her escort stood stunned, realizing the meticulous preparation of the girl he had thought was inexperienced. A firm here fully demonstrated Renee's initiative and decisiveness. She needed no one to protect her. The escort looked at Renee with a forced smile, probing lightly but with hidden meaning. "You seem quite familiar with this place." Though pretending to be casual, his eyes betrayed his suspicion. Just when he thought he had the upper hand, he realized he was following a girl who knew every nook and cranny of this death zone, a place he himself had never set foot in. Renee crossed her arms silently in response to the comment, her indifferent gaze neither confirming nor denying. The other immediately realized this wasn't her first time sneaking out of the mansion. Someone so familiar with every brick and hidden path in the forest was certainly no ordinary noblewoman. Without further explanation, Renee and her escort moved silently. Holding an untouched tea basket, the young man nodded at her urging, "Let's go before we're discovered." Amidst the quiet underbrush, the two blended into the shadows, beginning their dangerous raid ahead. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the dusty, stone-covered ground, signaling the arrival of a group of strangers. The blue sky and white clouds contrasted sharply with the tense atmosphere below. The enemy was drawing near. Renee took the lead, striding through the treacherous, frost-bitten mountain passes, followed by her loyal escort. Before them lay a precarious and obscure path, but it was also the place where the necromancer's former domain would test their strength and trust. There was no turning back, only moving forward. In the biting cold and misty air, Arjun tried to keep his voice calm as he asked his companion how much farther they had to go. Sweat beaded on his temples, but his eyes still shone with determination. This journey wasn't just about distance. It was a test of trust between him and Renee. Arjun accidentally blurted out the question, forgetting that Renee had never left her home. The brief look of confusion on the black-horned girl's face made the atmosphere between them awkward, but it also brought them slightly closer in this precarious journey. Renee quickly changed the subject when she noticed her own awkwardness. She pointed toward the mountain ahead, asserting that their destination was now within sight. Arjun swallowed a forced laugh and followed behind, his heart churning with unease. The lone stone lay isolated in the icy expanse, signaling an impending event. Renee halted, her gaze falling upon the strange object. This silence wasn't mere tranquility, it was the prelude to the next upheaval. An accidental kick sent the stone tumbling down the shattered steps, marking the start of a trap or a long-dormant ruin. Even the smallest action was enough to awaken the lurking dangers ahead. Renee and her companion finally arrived at the mist-shrouded ruins, once a formidable fortress but now reduced to crumbling walls. Their eyes lingered on the pile of broken stones, hinting at the abnormality hidden behind this deathly stillness. The air itself seemed to freeze, as if everything was waiting for something to rise. Renee stood before the shattered ruins, her cold gaze sweeping over the desolate scene. She muttered an incomprehensible curse, causing her companion to blush but not dare to question her. Inside, a simmering rage grew, hinting at the enemy about to emerge in this land once ruled by necromancers. Beneath his naive appearance and forced smile, Duravan was hiding a life-or-death secret. The arson bloodline flowing through his veins could be the spark of disaster if Renee discovered it. While she harbored hatred for anything related to Cerberus, Duravan had no choice but to conceal his identity, treading carefully on this fog-covered path. Only Duravan knew how to infiltrate the Forbidden Zone, and he made no effort to hide his confidence. Amid the cold and mysterious ruins, Renee's soft words were a silent confirmation. She trusted his intuition and guiding abilities. This was the moment the two characters placed their bets on each other, stepping together into a land no one dared to tread. Duravan stopped before the massive ancient stone circle, firmly declaring, this was the entrance. Ancient records confirmed his intuition. This place was guarded by putrid sentinels, warriors who once served the ancient necromancers. A moment of calm before the storm, as the deadly past prepared to rise from the earth. Renee didn't hesitate to take the lead, her determined gaze fixed on the dark entrance. When Duravan offered to guide, she coldly replied that she would go first. She wasn't merely a guide, she was the keyholder, carrying her purpose and untold past. The torch blazed in the darkness, its first flame igniting in the cold heart of the earth. Deep within the burial depths, Renee's footsteps illuminated the path to sealed memories, where the secrets of the Necromancer clan and the ancient war awaited discovery. Duran followed Renee into the ancient cave, surprised by the sudden, radiant light illuminating the space. Contrary to its dark exterior, this place seemed prepared in advance. Doubts about the true purpose of this journey began to stir within him. Renee paused, her sharp gaze piercing into the depths of the darkness. Her finger pointed forward where the torchlight couldn't yet reach. Duran followed her gaze, forcing a smile, clearly feeling the oppressive aura emanating from where she indicated. This wasn't just a cave, it was the boundary of something far greater. Renee stopped before the crumbling yet eerie structure, her eyes gleaming with certainty. We've arrived at the right place. Duran stood behind, glancing up slightly, sensing the cold air that wasn't just from the mist but something ancient slumbering within. Duran silently compared this place to Bear's domain he had visited before. His face was tense, but he kept his composure, his eyes scanning the shattered tombstones scattered in the mist. There must be over 100 graves here alone, he thought, feeling the killing intent here far surpassing anywhere he'd ever known. Renee drew her sword and stepped into the darkness without hesitation, her cold gaze sweeping the tunnel ahead. Duran followed, his ever-present smile still on his face but his hand tightening on his dagger's hilt. The two ventured deeper into the stone labyrinth, where the flickering torchlight couldn't hide the killing intent waiting for them. The deep darkness suddenly stirred as skeletal claws burst through the ground, dragging with them dust and the stench of death. The guardians of this domain had awakened, signaling to Renee and Duran that the true challenge had only just begun. Awakened by the light, the undead sentinels rose en masse from the earth. Ghost fire blazed from their eye sockets, their armor decayed but their killing intent overwhelming. Renee and Durin now faced not just darkness, but a nightmare guarded by 100 walking corpses. Surrounded by the undead horde, Renee and Durin immediately drew their swords. Standing back to back, their cold gazes fixed on the looming threat before them. In the pitch-black space, only the relentless clatter of bony footsteps echoed. Fighting was their only option. Amid the circle of undead, Durin stepped back to give Renee the stage. Without hesitation, the black-horned demoness coldly accepted the responsibility, her sword-like gaze revealing a rising killing intent. The real battle had just begun. Renee tightened her grip on the sword, a fierce azure aura erupting around her body like a malevolent spirit awakening. No warning was needed, just a single breath, and the enemies could sense the murderous intent condensing before the storm of blood. Renee lunged forward like a dark blue lightning bolt, the flames from her blade merging with the surging killing intent. Each strike not only tore through the undead, but also shattered the silence of the darkness. She wasn't just the leader, she was the nightmare descending upon the dead. Guardsman Devon felt a quiet relief fighting alongside Renee, who had just displayed overwhelming power. As she carved through the undead, he correctly deduced that a summoner-sorcerer was controlling the horde from behind, preparing the next move in their gambit. While Renee broke through the encirclement and charged toward the center, Devon struggled to hold back the advancing undead. Drenched in sweat and overwhelmed, he shouted to steel himself, vowing to catch up, though deep down, he knew the gap between them wasn't just physical. After Renee's lightning-fast attack, the dry bones were shattered into pieces, scattering under the cold glare of ghost fire. Without a word, her sheer power annihilated the entire undead horde in an instant. Before Renee could catch her breath from the last strike, a new wave of undead rose from the funeral shroud mist. Her eyes flashed, her sword still raised and ready to meet the challenge, the remnants of the horde unaware they were about to face the cold fury of death itself. Renee froze for a moment. The undead she had just destroyed had unexpectedly revived. Her gaze turned icy, her sword never faltering. Someone was pulling the strings from behind, and she would find them. The figure behind the darkness finally revealed itself, a Lick overlord with a crimson hellfire gaze and a sepulchral rasp echoing from the depths of hell. It mocked Renee's courage, but in those fiery eyes, a hint of wariness flickered. The true battle had only just begun. The skeletal sorcerer, the manipulator of the undead horde, finally showed himself. With crimson eyes and a death sphere in hand, he commanded the destruction of all intruders. Before Renee now stood not just the undead, but the very source of hell itself. Renee and her companion found themselves on the defensive as the undead continuously resurrected without end. In the chaos, the young man quickly realized the source. The summoner-sorcerer was the one keeping this endless cycle of resurrection alive. The battle was no longer about destroying the undead. It was about hunting down the mastermind behind it all. As the undead encirclement tightened, the young man shouted decisively to Renee, "Don't stop, keep pushing forward." Startled by the command, Renee could only utter a quick move. But in her eyes, a spark of realization flashed. The way out wasn't about holding the enemy back, but about destroying the brain behind it all. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man barely had time to turn before an undead lunged at him from behind. In an instant, his eyes widened, his hand tightening on the sword hilt, but it was too late to react. The situation reversed in a flash, leaving a choked gasp in the cold air. In the blink of an eye, the young man thrust his sword backward, the blade piercing the skull of the enemy with precision. The sharp counter sent the undead flying, its body crumbling to the ground. Despite the surprise, he maintained his composure and battle-tested poise. As the undead fell at his feet, the young man looked up and declared with a confident smile, "I'll clear a path." The black-horned demoness, her face cold as ice but her eyes flashing, didn't doubt him, simply replying, "Understood." The two, one rational and one action-driven, moved in wordless synchronicity, ready to face the final wave. In an instant, the demoness launched herself straight toward the dark sorcerer amidst the swirling necrotic maelstrom. Her ghost-fire blade tongue flashed like lightning tearing through the night, her cold gaze locking onto the enemy. From behind, the young man could only watch, knowing that now, all hope rested on a single strike. The skeletal summoner finally made his move. He roared commands amidst the chaotic wave of souls, his crimson eye sockets blazing like hellfire. In his hand, the Black Handred arcane core pulsed with deathly energy, spiraling into the void as it prepared to summon dark power to halt the advance of the two arrogant intruders. The real battle had just begun. The red-haired boy shouted amidst the whirlwind of undead, his eyes ablaze with determination. "Just get close to him, and it's over." His voice cut through the oppressive air like a blade. Defying the danger, he charged toward the skeletal summoner, fueled by the unwavering belief that taking down the controller would cause the undead army to crumble like dust. In the moment of utmost tension, the male protagonist, the red-haired boy still unnamed, saw his true target, the arcane core in the summoner's hand. "Destroy the core and everything ends," he muttered, his cold gaze flashing with resolve. Amidst the storm of undead, he prepared to activate the new ability of Position Transfer 2 *, a breakthrough movement that would decide the life-or-death outcome. Just before delivering the finishing blow, the black-horned warrior faced a towering undead with glowing red eyes and a cracked axe. The oppressive pressure from this brutal foe seemed to freeze the air, but her gaze remained unshaken. This was no longer just a fight for survival. It was a test of whether she could carve a path straight to the summoner. Jiwoo gritted his teeth, breathing heavily as he realized the enemy wasn't as easy to subdue as he'd initially calculated. He immediately called out to Han Yujin, his eyes filled with worry as he saw her about to face danger without timely support. Han Yujin let out a powerful roar, her eyes glowing and her aura exploding with energy. Rage surged within her, abyssal cobalt energy crackling around her body like impending lightning, signaling an unstoppable counterattack. Han Yujin shot forward like a bolt of lightning, her sword cleaving through the undead, blocking her path. The energy erupting from her body tore through space, shattering the undead into pieces and opening a direct path to the mastermind. Jiwoo dashed through the shattered remains of the undead, his eyes lighting up as he saw the opportunity. With Han Yujin clearing the way to the summoner, he immediately accelerated, wasting no time. Not missing the chance, Jiwoo activated Position Transfer 2, Designate, his eyes locking onto the target, the summoner's arcane core. He prepared for the ultimate game-changing move. Seizing the decisive moment, Jiwoo lunged straight toward the undead summoner and the arcane core. Space fractured beneath his leap. A finishing strike was underway. Jiwoo finally activated the new ability of Position Transfer 2 *, Spatial Transposition. In that critical moment, he planned to turn the tide of the entire battle with a single swap. In an instant, Jiwoo shouted the activation command, ******, execute, Position Transfer 2, transpose, *****, unlocking the first transposition skill. Space twisted around him as if the world itself was preparing for the reversal of fate. The skeletal summoner barely had time to react before his body began to disintegrate in the intense arcane overflux. His crimson eyes flashed with shock, but it was too late to realize Jiwoo's new technique had already been unleashed. Jiwoo grinned brightly as he caught the arcane core swapped by Position Transfer 2 *. In that brief moment, he reversed the entire situation, from being surrounded to holding the power of life and death. The moment Jiwoo seized the arcane core, the skeletal summoner let out a desperate scream. Though fleshless, panic was evident on his face. He knew the game had been turned against him. In the blink of an eye after losing control of the arcane core, the skeletal summoner's entire body exploded under the pressure of backflow corruption. The amaranthan backlash crushed him mercilessly, the price of his arrogance. Under the fatting duskfire afterglow of the magic, Jiwoo and Han Yujin stood silently, watching the aftermath. The undead crumbled into ash, and the summoner's essence managed only a final cry of despair. The battle ended not with overwhelming force, but with a strategy beyond expectation. Jiwoo beamed with excitement, raising his hand as he turned to Han Yujin. After those breathless moments, they had finally overcome the brutal fight. Han Yujin simply replied, "Clean," but her eyes were filled with relief and admiration. In the quiet moment after victory, Jiwoo closed his eyes and whispered his gratitude. No embellishments or grandiosity, just a simple thank you, carrying the weight of emotion, a tribute to their unwavering companionship and trust. Jiwoo stood silently amidst the ravaged battlefield, his calm gaze concealing profound remorse. He understood clearly. The tragedy here stemmed from what he himself had written. And now, with sincere heart, he bowed his head slightly, offering a final requiem to the entrapped souls caught in the self-authored tragedy he had initiated. Jiwoo softly called out, "Adele," with a solemn expression, as if communicating with a distant soul he had buried deep within his heart. In that moment, all remnants of the battlefield seemed to fall silent before the elegiac regret of a writer, one who had just concluded a blood-stained chapter inadvertently opened by his own hand. When the devil girl questioned him with skeptical eyes, Jiwoo simply smiled serenely, his hand extended as if scripting new codices. He hadn't forgotten his original narrative imperative. It was time to claim his narrative dues after this life-and-death battle. The oblivion-wrought casket finally appeared before Jiwoo, pulsing with rhyme-fair luminescence in the frost-laced air. His eyes gleamed with barely contained triumph. After countless battles, he was finally about to receive the item he truly needed. Inside the chest were two treasures, the dagger Fang of Darkness and the ring Eternal Full Moon. A weapon from the demon realm, it grew sharper in the dark and converted darkness energy into demonic power. As for the ring, a rare find, it absorbed moonlight and heightened magical sensitivity. For Jiwoo, this wasn't just a reward. It was a springboard for a new leap forward. Jiwoo lifted the Fang of Darkness before his eyes, the eerie blue glow shimmering along the curved blade. In that quiet moment, he couldn't hide his astonishment. A weapon perfectly attuned to him, as if it had been crafted solely to belong in Jiwoo's hands. A wide smile spread across Jiwoo's face as he realized. The Fang of Darkness wasn't just a weapon, but the perfect complement to his innate darkness affinity. With this treasure in hand, his power would be amplified to its utmost limit, and he knew this was only the beginning. As the eternal full moon ring glowed softly in his palm, Jiwoo muttered indifferently. Though he recognized its value in amplifying magic sensitivity, he wasn't particularly concerned, for Jiwoo's true strength had never come from extraneous enhancements. Jiwoo didn't hesitate. He held out the ring with a breezy smile and said, "You take the ring, Renee, I'll keep the dagger." It wasn't out of generosity, but because Jiwoo always knew exactly what he needed and what could make others stronger. Renee stepped forward, accepting the ring Jiwoo offered, her gaze softening imperceptibly. She didn't say thank you, but her slow, deliberate nod was acknowledgement enough. In that moment, a silent accord formed between them, quiet yet steadfast. Jiwoo gently took Renee's hand, a tender smile on his lips as he said, "Let me." His eyes held not just appreciation, but a silent vow that in the darkness he would always be the one to bring her light. The ring emitted a faint glimmer as Jiwoo quietly slipped it onto Renee's finger. In that moment, no words were needed, only trust and an unspoken promise conveyed through the gentle clasp of their hands. Renee's eyes widened in surprise, her cheeks flushing crimson as she felt the ring slide onto her finger. In that unexpected moment, she was speechless, her heart pounding wildly against her ribs. Renee froze, her face burning red, her flustered gaze avoiding his as her small hand instinctively tightened around her sword hilt, a reflexive attempt to hide her inner turmoil. Faced with the male lead's oblivious expression, she didn't know how to respond to such a suggestive gesture. The protagonist, Adele, continued chatting casually as if nothing had happened, completely unaware that the act of putting on the ring had left Renee, a demon tribe girl, blushing and too flustered to respond. With a blank expression and naive thoughts, he began to wonder if, in demon culture, exchanging rings held some special meaning. Renee stood frozen amidst the magical light radiating from the ring, her gaze a mix of bewilderment, panic, and shame. She hadn't yet recovered from the moment Adele personally slipped the ring onto her finger, an unintentional act that carried profound implications in demon culture. Her heart, always cold and guarded, seemed to have been stirred. Renee stood motionless within the magical aura, feeling the pure power emanating from the ring now on her finger. She couldn't hide her astonishment, while Adele simply smiled softly below, content that the gift had gone to the right person, not just an item, but a quiet trust between two different worlds. Adele didn't forget his greatest reward. After defeating the boss, he beamed with joy, his arms full of glittering gold under the magical light, not hiding the natural glee of someone who had just triumphed and struck it rich. Just as Adele was about to claim all the gold and silver spoils, a cold blade suddenly blocked his path, freezing the smile on his face. Though he didn't yet know the reason, the atmosphere had abruptly become unusually tense. As soon as Adele finished his claim about keeping all the gold since he defeated the boss, Renee's cold blade silently rested on his shoulder. With an emotionless yet deadly gaze, she didn't need to say more. A single glance was enough to make Adele force a laugh, immediately correct himself, and generously declare he'd split it evenly, down to the last coin. After clearing the cursed area, Adele and Renee returned to the mansion before dinner. In the days that followed, Adele settled into a quiet rhythm, doing menial tasks for Renee while diligently hunting his magical abilities, a simple life that hinted at the next steps in their journey. A month passed quietly, and Adele, a half-demon with a chaotic inclination, gradually honed his abilities. He awakened deadly traits like killing intent, darkness, and a refined control over demonic power. With a mana level surpassing 1,000, Adele was no longer a weakling pushed around by fate, but a true seed of chaos that had just begun to rise. Adele smiled faintly in the sun-dappled forest, satisfied with the results of a month of grueling training. With nearly 1,300 mana coursing through him, he had reached the intermediate threshold in the demon realm, a milestone no small feat for someone of mixed blood. Yet his eyes remained calm, for Adele knew the road ahead was only just beginning. A few days later, Adele and Renee were summoned to the Grand Hall. Standing before them was Crete, the imposing leader of the demon tribe. The atmosphere was heavy yet solemn, hinting at a new command about to be issued, and perhaps a major turning point awaiting them both. Crete issued his command coldly, his sharp gaze leaving no room for defiance. "It's time for you to enter Satan." This order not only marked the start of a new challenge, but also the end of the brief period of peace Adele and Renee had enjoyed. The real battle was about to begin. After receiving Crete's orders, Adele and Renee prepared to leave the territory, officially stepping into the next phase, enrollment at the capital's academy. Renee's eyes showed surprise, while Adele merely broke into a light sweat, knowing things would no longer be simple from here on. The moment of destiny had arrived. Adele and Renee answered in unison when asked about their readiness. Both were prepared to leave their safe zone, carrying their strength, secrets, and expectations, marching into Satan, where the academy awaited, and fate would begin a new, challenging chapter. Crete turned his back to the light streaming through the window, his calm voice echoing like an emotionless farewell. Without embellishment or sentiment, he simply ordered Adele and Renee to depart, as if the path ahead was an inevitability. Renee bowed her head slightly, her gaze deep and unspoken. Though she didn't voice it, her expression said it all, a mix of regret, respect, and an inability to fully let go of the past she was about to leave behind. Renee bowed deeply before Crete, a wordless bow that spoke volumes. In that silence there was gratitude, reverence, and a quiet determination, as if she was silently vowing not to disappoint the one who sent her off. Rael bowed politely before Crete, his voice still carrying its usual gentleness, but his eyes shone with an unusual resolve. He wasn't merely an escort. He was the only one who could accompany Renee on the journey ahead, amidst the rising undercurrents of power. The head of the clan, Crete, remained with his back turned, but his steady voice made Adele pause. His name wasn't called as a command, but as a signal for a new chapter. Adele's expression grew serious, for he knew, behind that indifference lay an unspoken responsibility. Crete wasn't one for expressing emotions, but his brief farewell to Adele carried deep trust. Though he didn't turn around, his silhouette spoke volumes, cold on the outside but warm at heart. Adele smiled in response to Crete's farewell, giving a firm nod. No flowery words were needed. Just a simple yes was enough to convey his determination and quiet faith in the path ahead. The luxurious carriage was ready to depart. In the sunlight filtering through the trees, Adele and Renee stepped out amidst the solemnly bowing servants, a quiet but weighty beginning to their journey to the Satan Academy. The carriage at the estate gate prepared to roll forward in the light streaming through the towering glass windows. The servants respectfully announced the time of departure, officially sending Adele and Renee away from their sanctuary and into a new chapter at the Satan Academy. Crete stood silently by the window, his emotions hidden beneath the long shadows. Though his smile appeared calm, the light couldn't conceal the hint of pensiveness in the heart of one who had quietly watched the growth of both Adele and Renee. Adele stood quietly by the carriage door, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the window where Crete had just disappeared. Though he had said no farewell was needed, that look, silent yet profound, made the young man's heart soften. It turned out even demons could care. Adele smiled, masking the unease rising within him. Though the future ahead remained uncertain and fraught with danger, now, as everything had begun, there was no turning back. The carriage raced swiftly down the tree-lined road, carrying Adele and the demon girl toward the Satan Academy. In the dazzling light and burning determination, Adele silently vowed, no matter how perilous the path ahead, he would undoubtedly achieve his goal there. The wheels ground heavily into the dirt, kicking up a cloud of dust, signaling that the journey of Adele and the demon girl had officially begun. The road to the Satan Academy would not be smooth, but the wheels of fate had already started rolling, and there was no stopping them. Adele forced a smile while his body still trembled slightly from the jolting of the carriage. Though he had resolved himself, deep down, he couldn't hide the rising anxiety about the future ahead. Renee sat silently by the window, her distant gaze making the atmosphere in the carriage heavy. Adele glanced at her nervously. He didn't know if he had misspoken or accidentally upset her, only feeling that the distance between them had suddenly grown vast. Renee remained silent, but in her deep blue eyes a flicker of complex emotions appeared. She wasn't angry or sad, just lost in thought. Crete's words, Adele's gaze, and the road ahead, all of it stirred her heart. Renee glanced at Adele with a slightly changed expression. At first, she had disliked him for his suspicious demeanor, but now, upon closer inspection, he didn't seem so bad. Meanwhile, Adele remained clueless, only sensing something unpredictable about his companion. Adele tried to break the silence with small talk. "Haha, the weather's great today, isn't it?" But in Renee's mind, a cold assessment unfolded. Though he seemed kind and approachable, his lack of weight and real strength made him unremarkable. Inside the swaying carriage, Renee's gaze lingered with suspicion toward her companion, Adele. Though introduced as a priest, this guy with his goofy smile made her doubt him. As for Adele, under her scrutinizing gaze, he could only wonder, why does she keep looking at me like that? Two opposing thoughts quietly collided in the prolonged silence. Renee scolded herself for her unreasonable doubts. She had seen Adele converse with the demon god herself, yet she still let vague caution override her rationality. In the quiet moment on the carriage, she began to realize she was the one who had been wrong. Meanwhile, Adele sat there, confused about why the atmosphere felt so stifling. Renee snapped out of her thoughts, her flustered gaze flickering toward Adele as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Hesitant as she was beginning to waver, her cold exterior cracking to reveal the conflict and curiosity she felt for this strange companion. Renee bowed her head slightly, her face flushed as she couldn't hide the emotions surging within her. The girl who had always maintained a cold demeanor suddenly softened in Adele's presence. The very person she had doubted now made her heart flutter faintly. The ring rested quietly on Renee's finger, but in her heart it echoed like an eternal vow. According to the laws of the demon realm, it was a symbol of an unbreakable covenant between two genders, a profound commitment that went beyond ordinary feelings. She had unwittingly entered a sacred pact by Adele's hand. Renee stared at the ring on her hand, her heart in turmoil. Adele had slipped it onto her finger without a word, no embellishments, no promises. Yet that very silence left her more confused than ever. In the demon realm, a ring was a sacred covenant. She began to wonder, what exactly had Adele vowed? Renee's gaze quietly followed the ring-adorned hand, but her heart stirred with an unanswered question. She couldn't stop thinking about Adele, the mysterious man who had silently given her an eternal covenant. Her heart began to waver, and for the first time, curiosity overcame caution. Adele spoke up, breaking the silence and announcing that they had only an hour left to their destination. Though his words were simple, they startled Renee, pulling her out of the chaotic thoughts in her heart, where a ring and an invisible vow still rippled endlessly. Renee quietly looked up at Adele, her gaze both bewildered and complex. Her heart still hadn't settled after the whirlwind of emotions, while Adele maintained his calm smile as if unaware of anything. One look, two moods, the invisible distance between them seemed to have shortened just a little. Renee turned her face away, pretending to be indifferent in response to Adele's reminder, but her red ears betrayed her true feelings. Adele, still clueless, didn't understand why she reacted that way. To him, everything remained a mystery. A HMPH, a nod, that was all Renee dared to show in the moment her heart was racing. On the road to Satan, Adele was confused by Renee's complex emotions, while she avoided him by claiming she needed to sleep. A gentle refusal, but enough to return the atmosphere between them to silence, like a calm breeze before the storm awaiting them ahead. The carriage came to a gentle stop before the city gates, the sound of wheels and luggage hitting the ground marking the end of a long journey. Adele spoke up simply but decisively. "We're here," signaling that they had officially arrived in Satan, the place where all promises and transformations were about to begin. Adele looked up at the majestic city before him, the light casting down on the ancient walls making it both solemn and magnificent. Satan, a land of power, intrigue, and opportunity, had finally appeared, ready to open a new chapter for both him and the demon girl by his side. In that moment, all hesitation seemed to melt away, replaced by a quiet determination burning within. Adele stood frozen in the stone-paved square, gazing up at the capital of the demon realm with a mix of awe and caution. Beside him, the demon girl maintained her usual composure, but her eyes scanned the surroundings as if scrutinizing every layer of power hidden behind the city's grandeur. Two travelers, one carrying an unconscious vow, the other a vague suspicion, had finally stepped into the heart of all schemes. Adele squinted at the ancient scenery stretching before him. Though it was the capital of the demon realm, the pointed roofs, cobblestone streets, and architectural style reminded him of a medieval town from the human world. A sense of both familiarity and strangeness stirred within him. This was a foreign land, yet it didn't feel distant. Adele quickly noticed some differences in the demon realm, horns protruding from the foreheads of the citizens, darker skin tones, and other unusual features. Despite their physical differences, their daily lives, speech, and expressions felt oddly familiar, making this world both mysterious and relatable. As he stepped into the demon realm's capital, Adele began to recognize the layers of hierarchy in demon society. It wasn't just the horns or distinct appearances. The clearest markers of status were the strange tattoos. A figure with a tattoo identical to his appeared, leaving Adele speechless. Was this a sign of connection, or the beginning of an inevitable confrontation? Adele was still dazed by what he had just witnessed when his demon companion, Yuria, urged him on. She maintained her usual cold demeanor, but her eyes flickered with an unnamed emotion. Adele quickly complied, not daring to fall behind, for their journey in the demon realm had only just begun. Adele walked and asked, still unclear about the next step in this strange journey. Yuria didn't turn around, answering briefly but firmly. They had to register before the Academy's entrance exam in 2 days. The destination was no longer vague, but the challenges had only just started. Adele eagerly suggested exploring the capital to pass the time, his bright eyes betraying his curiosity. But Yuria remained as aloof as ever, bluntly refusing without even turning back. In the heart of the demon realm's capital, the differences between them became increasingly apparent. Adele stood bewildered before a sign that meant nothing to him. While Yuria walked on as if she were completely familiar with the place, Adele could only stare at the blue fish and bird symbols, his mind spinning. Though both were in the capital, it was clear that only one of them was lost. Adele began to suspect what readers had long understood. Yuria didn't know her way around the capital either. But before he could voice that truth, she coldly cut him off, masking her confusion with determination. Two fools lost in the capital, only one pretended not to be. Adele sighed inwardly as he recalled Yuria's past, a young lady who hadn't stepped out of her home since her mother's death. Yet now she led the way, pretending to know every step. No matter how hard he tried to figure her out, he still couldn't understand this strange, horned girl. The towering spire loomed ahead as a majestic symbol of the demon realm's capital. The faint light on the ancient bricks highlighted its grandeur tinged with melancholy, a scene ready to welcome those destined to change the world. As they stepped into the Satan Academy, Han couldn't help but marvel at its massive scale, far beyond his imagination. Behind him was the cold and composed Layla, walking decisively while Han remained dazed amidst the overwhelming architecture. This wasn't just an academy, it was the beginning of an entirely different world. At the Satan Academy registration desk, Han and Layla quickly completed the formalities thanks to the cold yet efficient guidance of the peculiar clerk. The bald, one-eyed man with a decisive voice urged them to leave immediately after enrollment, not a word wasted. This was where the seriousness and order of the demon world began to show. Han awkwardly began the enrollment process while Layla remained silent behind him. The demon clerk looked at him with a dull, skeptical gaze, as if he had never seen anyone so clueless. This simple moment clearly highlighted the difference in demeanor between the two main characters. One was Han, clumsy and sincere, while the other was Layla, cold and sharp. As soon as the registration was completed, Han immediately caught the attention of another demon candidate. The blunt question, "What are you?" accompanied by a suspicious stare, made the atmosphere tense. Unlike Layla, whose appearance fit the demon world, Han clearly stood out, and that difference began to draw attention. This marked the beginning of doubts about his true identity. The situation quickly escalated when the registration clerk suddenly flew into a rage. He shouted in fury upon discovering Han was a half-demon, a status looked down upon in the demon realm. The disdainful gaze and oppressive tone revealed just how deep the prejudice against half-demons ran here. This was the moment that marked Han's first shock as he faced discrimination and began his struggle for his place in this world. Han sighed helplessly at the blatant discrimination in what was supposed to be a prestigious academy. Though the war had ended, the stigma against half-demons remained deeply ingrained in the minds of the demon realm's people. In Han's tired eyes and bitter voice, readers could clearly sense the arduous future awaiting him, a path not just for survival, but for proving his own worth. The official's furious words silenced the entire scene. Simply because of his half-demon status, Han instantly became a thorn in the eyes of the demon world's authorities. The hatred needed no reason, allowed no justification. Everything was summed up in a single accusation. Every gaze turned toward him, and outsiders began to whisper, "What's going on here?" marking the beginning of a turbulent new chapter that Han was forced to face. Roxy's icy gaze pierced through the tense atmosphere as she stood protectively in front of Han without hesitation. The official hadn't yet realized he had just insulted the wrong person. As for Han, sweat dripped down his neck, knowing full well that his companion wasn't about to let things end with mere words. Without needing to say more, Roxy's overwhelming aura was enough to make the man across from her acutely aware. Disaster was imminent. Just as he was about to hurl another insult, the official froze when he noticed the familiar horns on Roxy's head. His expression shifted, and his voice stammered with newfound respect. Before him was not just a girl, she was the direct descendant of one of the 7 deadly sins, a powerful family that even the demon world feared. In that moment, Roxy didn't need to speak a word. Her identity alone was enough to make the authority figure bow his head. Without hesitation, Roxy raised her head high, her icy gaze meeting every scrutinizing stare. "House bears, Renee," her voice rang out decisively, carrying an aura that could not be ignored. As the direct descendant of the 7 deadly sins, the name Renee immediately brought the atmosphere to a halt. No longer a suspect, she became the center of respect and wariness. Without allowing any objections to interject, Renee coldly declared, "And this is my guardian who will enroll alongside me." In a scene already upended by prejudice and class, her statement was nothing short of a forceful blow to the old rules, concise, decisive, and full of authority. When the official mocked the guardian's heritage, a half-demon, and insulted the reputation of the House of 7 Sins, Renee's gaze turned icy. A single word, "enough," was spoken, but the power in her voice froze the air. She didn't need to shout. Her innate authority was enough to silence others. Renee's glowing eyes and surging killing intent seemed to freeze the entire room. When the honor of House Bears was insulted, she didn't hesitate to fully suppress her opponent with her overwhelming power. A single warning was enough to make the arrogant man tremble, realizing he had just provoked someone he shouldn't have. After being completely suppressed by Renee's chilling aura, the official immediately changed his attitude, feigning fairness and brushing aside the insults he had just uttered. At this moment, the young man Adele quickly spoke up, announcing his identity, a member of House Pixie. The tense atmosphere temporarily subsided, but everyone's gaze now focused on the two who had just disrupted the order deeply ingrained in the nobility. Adele completed the registration process, but his heart remained heavy. Though accepted, he knew the looks of disdain wouldn't easily disappear. In the war between humans and demons years ago, half-demons like him had sided with humanity. Now the price of that loyalty was hatred, and the path ahead, already difficult, was now more uncertain than ever. Though still seething from the humiliation, Renee knew this wasn't the time to lose her temper. She maintained her noble demeanor, turning to leave with Adele. Ignoring the mocking glances behind them, the two stepped into the unfamiliar city to find a place to rest. beginning a new chapter in the challenge called the entrance exam. Adele and Renee stopped in front of a small inn. Seeing its simple yet clean appearance, Adele seemed satisfied. After the tense events at the registration site, a quiet place to rest was what they both needed most. Renee complained about the outdated inns in the area, but Adele remained as calm as ever, gently reminding her that they had no better options with their empty wallets. Despite the difficult circumstances, the two tried to stay optimistic and support each other. Adele silently calculated living expenses with the meager amount of gold Crete had given him. After the war, house bears had fallen into decline, leaving him unable to ask for more. Though fully aware of the hardships, Adele's eyes remained calm, a quiet resilience that showed his readiness to face the harsh reality. Adele turned back with a gentle smile, asking Renee with an optimistic tone despite their dire situation. Renee remained silent, her eyes revealing a mix of reluctance and resignation. Before the simple door of an old inn, the two prepared to step into a new chapter, not just a temporary shelter, but the beginning of a journey to rise above prejudice and adversity. The creaky wooden door opened, revealing a modest interior. A greeting rang out, simple yet warm. For Adele and Renee, this wasn't just a temporary refuge, but the first step in adapting to a world full of challenges and judgmental gazes. Adele quickly inquired about renting a room for the two of them, his tone as polite as ever. Renee, standing with her arms crossed behind him, remained silent but vigilant. The two stepped into their temporary lodging in a foreign city, a place where their identities and pasts could become burdens at any moment. The unexpected question made Renee blush, her gaze shifting awkwardly in an uncharacteristic moment of fluster. As a lady of house bears, she had never faced such a delicate situation. Her flustered expression revealed a rare glimpse of vulnerability, a fleeting moment beneath her usual cold exterior. Though her face was red enough to steam, Renee still tried to maintain her noble lady image by immediately requesting separate rooms. Adele simply smiled softly, as if he had anticipated this reaction. It was a humorous yet subtle moment, highlighting the awkward but genuine connection between the two. The cost for 2 days' stay with meals was 2 gold coins, a reasonable amount in Adele's eyes, equivalent to about 200,000 won in human currency. While Renee was still blushing over the room situation, Adele quickly handled everything, showing his calmness and practical resourcefulness in their dire circumstances. Renee coldly headed upstairs first, hiding her discomfort at having to share lodging with Adele. Meanwhile, Adele remained composed, holding the keys and chatting with the innkeeper. This brief moment continued to highlight the endearing contrast between Renee's seriousness and Adele's easygoing adaptability. Adele maintained his gentle smile, softly reminding Renee to rest while he took care of carrying the luggage upstairs. Calm and attentive, he always quietly shouldered everything for his lady, showing both his loyalty and composed nature, a steady anchor amidst the prejudices and challenges ahead. Renee glanced back, her gaze softening for a moment, replying to Adele in a voice as light as a breeze. Though she always maintained a tough exterior, she couldn't hide her gratitude for his quiet thoughtfulness, a master-servant relationship increasingly intertwined with unnamed emotions. Adele silently watched Renee's back as she walked upstairs, understanding the discomfort of a noble lady now living in temporary conditions. Though unspoken, his eyes were full of gentleness and empathy, perhaps because he knew that from now on, both of them would have to adapt to a completely different life. Night gradually fell over the modest inn, bringing an end to a long, tense day. In that rare moment of peace, Adele reminded himself that he too needed to rest, preparing for the upcoming exam. A new dawn would bring unforeseen upheavals. The towering structure bathed in the morning sunlight hinted at a new chapter awaiting them. The light shining through the windows signaled that the crucial moment had arrived. This was the academy, the place that would determine the fate of those with ambitions. The academy's main gate officially opened under the strict supervision of soldiers. One by one, the candidates entered, carrying hopes, anxieties, and a desire to prove themselves. The selection had begun, uncompromising and impartial. Adele and Renee quietly stepped into the bustling crowd, their eyes alert and serious. Before them were over 100 candidates with the same goals and ambitions. The Academy's gate wasn't just testing their abilities, but also sifting through the will of those who sought to change their fate. Adele observed the crowd with tension, realizing that most candidates harbored intentions against humanity. As someone hiding his identity in a battlefield full of hatred, he had to be absolutely cautious. Beside him, Renee kept her sharp gaze, ready to respond at any moment. The crowd of candidates pushed their way into the hall under strict supervision. Adele was bewildered upon hearing the command to board the train, wondering what awaited them. The atmosphere was both eager and suffocating, heralding the start of a journey with no turning back. A massive train appeared before the candidates amidst thick smoke and the echoing sound of engines. The light from the glass roof illuminated the scene, signaling that the gate to a new world had opened, a place where challenges, schemes, and opportunities awaited each person who stepped aboard. Adele stared in awe at the colossal train before him, a mode of transportation he had never imagined. Beside him were Renee and numerous other candidates, all equally stunned by this unprecedented modern method of travel. The journey had officially begun, bringing with it secrets and challenges no one could predict. The train sped through dense spatial gates like a labyrinth, an invisible layer of defense protecting Satan from all intruders. No one could reach this land without boarding the train, and now Adele and Renee had officially stepped into their fated journey. Adele was stunned to realize that the colossal fortress they had seen earlier was only a small part of Satan. The grandeur and mystery of this place made him wonder, just how vast was the place they were about to enter? Beside him, Renee remained silent, her vigilant gaze never leaving the surroundings. The train began to slow down. Adele and Renee tightened their grip on the handrails as the announcement rang out, signaling their imminent arrival at Satan. Though it was only the final stretch of the journey, the pressure from the chaotic space around them made it impossible to relax. The real battle had only just begun. Adele opened his eyes after the sudden stop, the strange light piercing through the train windows making him hold his breath. Before him, a completely different scene unfolded, the land of Satan, which no rumor could fully describe. The train stopped in front of a majestic architectural complex resembling a palace. Adele and Renee stepped off, their eyes filled with awe. Satan, the place that selected the strongest, had finally appeared before them. This was only the beginning. The train that had traversed the spatial maze finally came to a halt at Satan Station. The screeching of the wheels signaled the start of a new journey, a place where challenges, schemes, and strength would determine everything. As Renee and her companion stepped onto the platform, they received their next instructions. All candidates were to quickly proceed to the auditorium to begin the examination. The real journey was now officially underway. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as hundreds of candidates began to move according to the command. The heavy atmosphere was filled with anticipation and pressure, as if each step brought them closer to their predetermined fate. Groups of candidates filed into the vast auditorium. Every face showed determination, tension, and a desire to overcome the brutal exam ahead. There was no turning back. Everyone had now entered the battle that would determine their destiny. The auditorium where the exam was held left everyone in awe. While newcomers like Alan couldn't hide their amazement at its grandeur, the tense atmosphere silently loomed, a sign that a ruthless screening was about to begin. Amid the auditorium packed with young demons, Alan quietly observed. A doubt arose in his mind. Were there others of the 7 deadly sins lineage also hiding here? The competition wasn't just about numbers, but also bloodlines. As he entered the auditorium, Alan's gaze immediately stopped on a group of people with a distinct aura. Unlike the other candidates, they exuded authority and experience. Clearly, they were examiners or trainers. This exam wasn't just strict. It was being closely monitored from start to finish. Alan smiled faintly, his eyes glinting as if calculating something. Amid the tense atmosphere in the auditorium, he remained calm. If I can make a good impression on them, life here might be easier. A cautious yet calculated move from someone hiding a secret that couldn't be revealed. Renee's commanding voice cut through Alan's wandering thoughts. A short but weighty statement brought the group back to reality. The countdown had ended, and the real challenge was about to begin. The doors of the grand hall slammed shut without warning, shaking the entire auditorium. Alan and the others couldn't react, only exchanging silent glances in the moment of extreme tension. The exam had truly begun, and there was no way back. Inside the dimly lit hall, Alan and Renee looked up at the ceiling, where a sudden flash of light appeared. No one understood what was happening, but both sensed it. An unusual welcome was about to descend upon everyone. Alan raised his head to look at the gloomy ceiling, the daylight now just a memory. The atmosphere inside was abruptly altered by an unpredictable type of magic. As hundreds of anxious eyes turned forward, the biggest question in Alan's mind remained unanswered. Just how terrifying would this exam be? The warning silence echoed through the dark space, instantly silencing the entire hall. Alan and Renee stood quietly among the crowd, their eyes serious and guarded. The tension in the air was a clear signal that the game of survival had truly begun. The lights flickered, and from the podium, the mysterious figure Amura stepped out in gleaming black armor. Everyone fell silent as the first examiner appeared, signaling the start of a life-and-death journey. Amura, with her crimson eyes and dark marks spreading across her neck, appeared with an aura of cold-blooded authority. No introduction was needed, just her gaze was enough to make the entire hall hold its breath under the pressure. A perfect start to the perilous exam about to unfold. Amura stepped into the light like a nightmare personified. Not only did she possess an overwhelming presence, but she also opened with a venomous greeting. "Welcome to Satan, you bunch of brainless, idiotic fools." That statement wasn't just cold, it immediately established her position. This was no place for the weak or the dreamers. Amura's voice rang out like a cold blade cutting through the air, instantly silencing the crowded hall. A single sarcastic remark, "So many of you are eager to die this year, huh?" was enough to send cold sweat dripping down Ruin's forehead. Her presence wasn't just authoritative, it was absolute suppression. Under the dark halo, Amura revealed her true nature. Without waving her hand or displaying magic, just a smirk was enough to make the space tremble. The pressure she exuded seemed to envelop the entire auditorium. Her cold declaration, "Well, enough small talk," was the opening to the nightmare the candidates were about to face. Amura gave no one time to breathe. Her cold announcement, "Let's begin the entrance exam immediately," rang out like the starting shot of a magical storm. A bright gate opened, swallowing all the candidates in a chaotic surge of energy. From this moment on, the exam was no longer a test, it was a battle for survival. As soon as Renee appeared, the entire auditorium trembled under intense pressure. A panicked candidate called out her name, but Renee coldly ordered everyone to focus on the exam. Her aura was enough to make even the strongest wary. This wasn't an ordinary test, it was a survival screening, and Renee was the first trial. The overwhelming pressure from Renee caused many candidates to collapse. Some fell to the ground, trembling in fear. The gap between those truly qualified and those merely testing their luck became clearer by the second. This wasn't just an exam, it was a purge. The two examiners standing behind simply observed in silence. One crossed their arms coldly, while the other smiled with hidden meaning. Meanwhile, another candidate had collapsed, completely losing control under the terrifying pressure radiating from the exam hall. Without lifting a finger, their mere presence was enough to separate the weak from the worthy. Though the head of Satan Academy had a unique taste, the silver-haired examiner's comment was chillingly accurate. No matter how talented, if one's mind was weak, they were useless. The two of them stood outside the storm, clearly observing rather than intervening, true to the nature of those who had survived far more brutal purges than this exam. Lucien, the head of Satan Academy, personally oversaw the first round, a test of mental endurance. It wasn't to categorize students by strength, but to ensure that, if captured, they could remain composed enough to keep secrets from humanity. The twisted smile on Lucien's face couldn't hide the cruelty of a test disguised as something else, yet it was what defined the survival boundaries of the demon world. After just 5 minutes, the hall was nearly cleared. Under the mental pressure created by Lucien, most candidates had collapsed, unable to recover. Behind them, the purple-haired examiner coldly observed, showing no sympathy. In Satan, those who couldn't withstand the first test didn't deserve to proceed. While most candidates had collapsed under the mental strain, only a few remained standing. Among them, the black-horned girl stood out with her cold gaze, her composure unaffected. When Lucien signaled to stop, the suffocating atmosphere finally eased. The exam had only just begun, but the battlefield had clearly separated the weak from those worth remembering. Amid the devastation after the first test, the gray-haired female examiner sighed softly. She glanced over the battlefield, where only 8 people remained standing. Despite the unprecedented number of applicants, the result left her disappointed. The ruthless screening had begun, and only those with unwavering resolve could advance in the demon academy known as Satan. Though most candidates had collapsed, the purple-haired examiner remained composed. In a calm, steady voice, he noted that 40% of the candidates had lasted more than 5 minutes, a number far exceeding previous enrollments. Beneath his cold exterior was a hint of quiet satisfaction. In his eyes, the first wave had sifted out the gravel, leaving behind the truly promising seeds. In the lingering magical mist after the exam, whispers spread that the 8 who remained standing were descendants of the 7 deadly sins. The surrounding gazes turned wary and cautious. The rumors turned out to be true. Those carrying the blood of the strongest forces had gathered here, ready to write the next turbulent chapter at Satan. As the conversation among the examiners continued, one suddenly paused. The truth seemed hidden behind the fog of the entrance exam. The ambiguous remark, "But wait," hinted that even among those who passed, something didn't add up. A piece that didn't belong to the familiar picture was slowly emerging. Amid the heavy breathing and intense pressure of the exam, one candidate remained standing. No one knew who he was, but one thing was certain: he wasn't a descendant of the 7 deadly sins. The examiners' gazes focused on him, and a question began to creep into everyone's mind. Just who is he? Under the suspicious gazes of the 2 examiners, the nameless young man endured the mental pressure for nearly 10 minutes. Without status or noble lineage, his composure left even seasoned veterans like Garm and Lyria silently pondering. A vague premonition began to form in their minds. Perhaps this kid wasn't as simple as he seemed. Though he had endured for nearly 10 minutes, the protagonist's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The overwhelming mental pressure from Lucian's test caused his knees to buckle. Observers thought his time was up. A conclusion seemed imminent, but in his eyes, his will hadn't completely extinguished. The cold gaze of the examiner suddenly wavered. A strange sensation pierced through the familiar pressure, as if something beyond control was awakening amidst the mental storm. "Wait, something!" Off. He froze, the intuition of a seasoned veteran signaling. That kid wasn't just the last one standing. Just as the boy seemed about to collapse, a surge of pitch-black energy erupted from his body. No one expected it. Within his fractured mind, a chaotic and terrifying power lay hidden. The examiner reflexively stepped back, his astonished gaze sweeping over the dark energy devouring the space. He wasn't just surviving, he was awakening. The strange outburst from the young candidate made both examiners, Lucian and Irene, visibly pale. No one expected a nameless individual to withstand nearly 10 minutes of mental pressure, and even undergo a mutation. In their eyes, this was no longer an ordinary candidate but a dangerous variable rising to the surface. Even Headmaster Lucian, known for her cold and ruthless demeanor, couldn't hide her surprise. Her icy purple eyes gleamed with curiosity, an emotion she hadn't felt for any candidate in a long time. This was no longer just a test, but a moment marking the emergence of someone beyond expectations. The swirling vortex of black and red energy erupted from the nameless candidate's body, shaking the entire hall. To others, he had reached his limit. But no, what had just been unleashed was an entirely different kind of power, one with a primal destructive nature. The stunned expressions of examiners like Lucian and her assistant spoke volumes. The person before them was anything but ordinary. Lucian tightened her grip on her sword's hilt, her sharp gaze cutting into the figure, unleashing the dark energy. There was no doubt that candidate wasn't just dangerous. He was a threat beyond all rules. In a decisive moment, Lucian made her decision. He had to die here before what lay dormant within him fully awakened. Under the disdainful gazes of the strong, the purple-haired teenager staggered amidst a mental storm that seemed insurmountable. Without noble bloodline, without prestigious status, and with no one placing any expectations on him. Yet, it was this unremarkable individual who was approaching the final boundary where only true anomalies could reach. But then no one could have anticipated the sudden change in the atmosphere around the boy. Under the cold, sharp gaze of Instructor Glenn, a wave of emotionless, murderous aura erupted violently, as if poured from the depths of instinct. It wasn't anger nor hatred, it was pure annihilation. Glenn's gaze froze. The pressure wasn't the instinct of a beast, but a cold, emotionless killing intent, as if destroying a life was no different from plucking a withered flower or crushing an insect. This was the kind of killing intent that only existed in the most ruthless killers, born not from emotion but from absolute emptiness. The moment the murderous aura erupted from the seemingly nameless boy, all the judge's eyes immediately turned toward him. Glenn didn't have time to think. His body reacted instinctively, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword as if his intuition was warning him. This wasn't an ordinary candidate, but a genuine threat. Lucien, the cold and enigmatic dean, finally revealed a rare look of astonishment. The pitch-black murderous aura not only put the judges on alert, but also made the head of the examination wary. This was no longer an entrance test. It was the moment an anomaly was being established. The frenzied murderous aura from the nameless boy shook the entire hall. Lucien, who always seemed in control, immediately looked toward the mysterious female judge on the podium where the challenge had originated. A silent exclamation mark formed, signaling the arrival of a fateful moment. Lucien, one of the most seasoned judges of the academy, suddenly felt his heart pound. An unusual tension crept in as he faced a new student of unknown identity. The killer instinct within him activated involuntarily, a reaction that only appeared when facing true death. Elena, the coldest judge on the panel, merely curled her lips slightly at Lucien's shock. Her gaze showed no surprise, as if she had known from the start that the boy wasn't just an ordinary new student. A look, a smile, was enough to say it all. The real game had just begun. Amidst the chilling mist of magic, another candidate collapsed. His body couldn't withstand the mental pressure Lucien exerted, and his mind completely shattered. No matter how talented one was, if their will faltered, their end would be no different from the weakest. While many candidates had already lost consciousness, the unidentified purple-haired boy still struggled to breathe amidst the suffocating pressure. Though his spirit was nearly broken, the fire in his eyes hadn't extinguished. Without noble origins or backing, he understood. If he could overcome this trial, fate could be reversed. Amidst the mental crisis, the nameless boy's gaze suddenly flashed with rare clarity. A thought crossed his mind like lightning. If he used his own killing intent to counter the oppressive aura of that girl, perhaps that was the only way to turn the tide. Among a pack of superior monsters, the weak had to bite back to survive. With no way out, the purple-haired boy clenched his teeth, roaring in desperation and determination. Under the crushing pressure on his will, he chose the only solution, to unleash his killing intent from the depths of his soul. No longer evading, but confronting. If he had to die, he would make the world remember his murderous aura. Under the blood-red light, the boy screamed in agony and released all his latent murderous aura. His eyes blazed, his body distorted by the intense energy. His killing intent was no longer defensive but a declaration of war, a desperate counterattack against the world crushing him. Under the ever-increasing icy pressure from the mysterious girl, the red-haired boy still managed to stand firm. But her cold challenge, "Not bad, shall I increase it a bit more?" pierced his crumbling will like a dagger. This was no longer a test, but a battle for survival between killing intent and the instinct to live. Pain twisted his body, but Ash's gaze only grew more frenzied. Just as everyone thought he would collapse, he instead revealed a blood-red, twisted smile. "Just a little more," a voice in his head screamed, as if Ash's ego was being swallowed by darkness. This was no longer a simple confrontation, but the moment the true nature of the monster awakened. In the moment of violent collision between the blood-red murderous aura and the icy blue pressure, Ash was torn between two storms of will. His body trembled, blood flowing as if challenging all limits. Despite enduring the terrifying suppression from the blue-cloaked girl, Ash's eyes still blazed, showing no sign of surrender. This wasn't just a contest of strength, but a battle to see whose will would break first. The black-cloaked girl, whose gaze had always been calm, suddenly froze, her eyes shaken. Before her, Ash not only stood firm but began to counterattack with his own murderous aura. In that moment, the oppressor found herself shaken not by strength, but by a will so unyielding it was terrifying. Ash gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his face, distorted by pain and tension. The murderous aura intertwined with the pressure enveloped his entire body, but his legs hadn't buckled yet. No words were needed. His will screamed for him. Ash finally stood firm amidst the dense pressure, surrounded by the crimson glow of his killing intent. The corner of his lips curled as he realized his mad theory had succeeded. his murderous aura was strong enough to counter the oppressive force. A decisive turning point had just begun. As Ash caught his breath, he remembered Renee, his companion still struggling amidst the terrifying murderous aura. In that rare moment of calm, Ash's gaze once again turned toward his teammate, filled with worry and determination. Under the terrifying pressure of the overwhelming murderous aura, Renee still stood firm, her sharp eyes unwavering. Ash looked at her and nodded silently. With her inherent resilience, she always knew how to assert herself in adversity. In the overwhelming pressure that enveloped the entire arena, Baltan, the heir of the sin of envy, maintained his cold gaze. Though his body stiffened under the pressure, the murderous aura hidden deep within him showed no sign of weakening. Someone like him would never be easily subdued. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere thick with murderous aura, prone, the heir of the sin of lust, stood firm with an icy gaze and majestic demeanor. Beneath her alluring beauty lay a will of steel and strength that made others wary. She didn't need to speak. Her presence alone was enough to assert her position as someone not to be underestimated. Under the invisible pressure, Samuel, the heir of the sin of gluttony, maintained a cold and eerily calm gaze. His glowing blue pupils in the darkness resembled a predator. But instead of panicking, he merely observed and waited. Neither hurried nor shaken, Samuel demonstrated the hunting instinct of one born to devour everything. Under the terrifying pressure of the murderous aura, the last two heirs stood firm in their own ways. Aaron, the heir of the sin of sloth, stood silently in the shadows, his demeanor lazy but his eyes quietly observing, missing nothing. Meanwhile, Gewar, the heir of the sin of greed with his mountain-like physique, simply stood still, knowing that true strength sometimes needed no words. Neither screamed nor trembled, but they were absolutely not to be underestimated. Though bearing demonic blood and strength no one dared to underestimate, Renee was portrayed as a character of depth and emotion. She wasn't cold and emotionless, but a warrior carrying both loneliness and pride. Yet this very tragedy made her fate even more cruel. Despite being written with heartfelt dedication, she ultimately remained a pawn destined to fall at the hands of the main characters. A beautiful but ruthless tragedy. At the center of this storm of fate was the protagonist, the only one who fully understood the outcome of each character, including Renee. His gaze was no longer just exhaustion or resilience, but the burden of one who held the secrets of the future. 6 individuals, including her, those he couldn't save, could only face their fates. In this moment of silence, his calmness wasn't indifference, but the engraving of a pain that couldn't alter destiny. The moment of awakening struck like lightning. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror. Though he had known everything beforehand, emotions couldn't be deceived. Something beyond anticipation had appeared, shattering the false calm he had tried to maintain. This was no longer the old story being repeated, but a variable beginning to rewrite fate. That figure emerged from the cold mist, long white hair cutting through the darkness. The protagonist froze as old memories flashed through his mind like a blade. There was no mistaking it. That person shouldn't be here. With crimson eyes and a crown of thorns forged from resentment, she stepped out of the shadows. Renee, the one the protagonist thought he would never see again. The truth struck like a blow to the mind. She wasn't just alive, but had changed, becoming what he had feared most to face. Stunned, the protagonist Eugen couldn't deny the truth before his eyes. The person standing opposite him, with crimson eyes and an overwhelming aura, was none other than the ultimate demon of the future. Every memory in his mind rang like a warning bell. That creature was none other than Renee. The one identified as the Lord of the Demon Realm was Diana, the heir of wrath. With her long white hair, crimson eyes, and a crown of thorns on her forehead, she not only made Eugen realize her true identity, but also awakened the deepest fear in his memories of the brutal future awaiting him. The bell rang, ending the intense mental torture. The first trial had concluded, but for Eugen it wasn't just a test. It was the first time he faced the cruel fate. The girl known as the Lord of the Demon Realm, Diana, was one of the candidates. Eugen was shocked to uncover the truth. Traditionally, the Demon King always came from the lineage of wrath, and Diana was the heir to that bloodline. But what couldn't be explained was why she appeared here, amidst the trial for the descendants of the 7 sins. An unusual paradox was gradually revealing a greater truth in the predetermined fate. A successor to the Demon King appearing at Satan as a candidate. Eugen couldn't comprehend Diana's presence in this trial. Something beyond his understanding had occurred, and it seemed everything was beginning to deviate from the old script that had been set. A failed candidate screamed in rage at the unbelievable result. Though his identity was unclear, his reaction only highlighted the harshness and brutality of the trial at Satan Academy, where only the truly strong could move forward. Rail sighed in relief while the surrounding candidates were still reeling from the grueling test. Though he hadn't had time to celebrate, his gaze remained wary, because the real storm might have just begun. Amidst the chaotic shouts and the arrogance of the failures, the burly judge stood still, arms crossed like a steel statue. His silence was enough to crush all complaints, for in Satan, strength was the only voice that mattered. When the arrogant one demanded to see the dean to vent his anger, the judge's response was a ruthless slap to his face. No explanation was needed. The action alone declared, "In Satan, no one is above the rules, no matter who your father is." Without hesitation, the judge crushed the arrogance of the one who relied on his family's influence with cold eyes and a voice sharp as a blade. "I don't care who your father is." Strength in Satan didn't come from lineage but from true power, and he had just learned that lesson in the most painful way. No need for a second reminder. Just one look and a decisive word from the judge was enough to silence the entire hall. While those who had once been smug now trembled and sat on the ground, the atmosphere at Satan officially entered a new chapter, where power no longer came from names but from fear. Under the stern gaze and decisive voice of Judge Zeke, all protests became meaningless. In just a few sentences, he clearly defined the boundary between the weak and those qualified to continue at Satan Academy, leaving no room for leniency. The gates of Satan Academy closed after Zeke's decisive command, marking the end for the weak and the beginning of the survival journey for those qualified to move forward. There was no room for hesitation. Only strength would determine who could stay. Amidst the brutality of the first trial, Lonan was fortunate to stand firm. Though he smiled in relief, he understood deep down that this was only the beginning of the bloody challenges at Satan Academy, where mercy was a luxury. Lonan froze when he realized the true identity of the masked girl, the headmaster of Satan Academy. The familiarity in her gaze wasn't coincidental, but a harbinger of the secrets about to be revealed. Lugian, the headmaster of Satan, not only possessed a deceivingly cute appearance, but was also one of the most powerful beings in the demon realm. Her majesty made even the most arrogant individuals wary. After barely passing the first trial, the protagonist didn't let his guard down. He knew full well that even a moment of carelessness would lead to immediate failure, especially since the number of survivors after the second round would undoubtedly be even fewer. The red-haired protagonist suddenly realized that the person standing before him was Renee, the combat genius from the renowned Bears family. Though her gaze remained gentle, his voice carried a hidden wariness for an opponent who couldn't be underestimated. Appearing amidst the crowd with a cold demeanor and striking presence, Renee, the genius of the Bears family, quickly became the center of attention. Though unintentional, she drew all eyes toward her, a silent affirmation of her reputation and inherent strength. The orange-haired boy raised his head proudly in the arena, smiling in admiration when mentioning the heirs of the seven sins. Under the relentless murderous aura from Lugian, one of the strongest in the demon realm, they stood firm without faltering, a strength worthy of their legendary titles. Though he also withstood Lugian's terrifying murderous aura, no one's gaze turned toward him, the unrecognized protagonist. A sense of disappointment rose in Renee's heart, but he knew well, glory doesn't come early, but it will surely come. Amidst the noisy discussions surrounding Renee, the girl with black horns, known as the combat genius of the Bears family, stepped forward. While everyone was captivated by her fame, Renee simply smiled humbly and replied, "You've also passed." A brief encounter, but one that left a deep impression on two individuals destined for greatness. Though he didn't receive the attention Renee did, Adele maintained his smile. With unwavering determination, he reminded himself that making an impression on the judges and the headmaster was enough. In a place where bloodline and reputation ruled, Adele chose to assert himself through strength and uniqueness. The command, "Attention," echoed from the instructor with an oppressive aura, drawing all eyes toward him. Amidst the turning heads, Adele remained calm, as if ready to face any challenge ahead. No unnecessary movements, no signs of panic, just focus, precision, and a chilling composure. Aries, the instructor in charge of the new recruits, officially introduced himself with a decisive voice, sharp gaze, and an unmatched domineering presence. Beneath his muscular build and messy purple hair, he exuded an authority that instantly silenced the hall. This was not someone who would show mercy, and the candidates understood that from the very first moment. Though Adele had managed to stay calm during his self-introduction, he couldn't hide his tension when facing Aries. A humorous thought flashed through his mind. He looks like he's always hiding a sashimi knife in his coat. A light-hearted moment amidst the intense training atmosphere. Under Aries' stern gaze, the candidates received rare congratulations for passing the first trial through mental strength. It wasn't just a test of physical ability. Satan also laid its foundation by filtering out those who couldn't withstand adversity. Renee, the combat genius of the Bears family, coldly explained the true nature of the first trial, a mental test simulating the pain of human torture. Beside her, Adele remained silent, his gaze slightly wavering. Satan didn't just train warriors, but those who could remain sane in hell. A female judge with an arrogant demeanor announced, the 8 most resilient candidates would receive bonus points. Not only that, the opportunity to enter the armory, the ultimate reward, would be given to those who continued to excel in the second round. The real screening at Satan had just begun. Adele couldn't hide his joy upon learning that the reward was the chance to enter the exclusive armory reserved for the most resilient. With a bright smile, he silently thanked his decision not to give up. In a place like Satan, perseverance could sometimes be the turning point of fate. Amidst the envious gazes of other candidates, Adele smiled confidently. He didn't need to boast. His achievements spoke for themselves. In a harsh battlefield like Satan, being envied was also a form of victory. Aries, the cold and strict instructor, officially announced the next step. There was no room for hesitation. The second trial would be the final screening gate, only allowing those truly worthy to remain at Satan. Renee, with her icy gaze and overwhelming presence, announced the content of the second trial. Candidates must demonstrate all their abilities and weapons to face humanity. This wasn't just a test of strength, but a declaration of war. The blue-haired boy with a cold gaze silently absorbed the information. The results of the second trial would determine their class placement. Without a word, his gaze showed he was ready to enter the life-or-death ranking. Adele quietly speculated about the class placement criteria. Abilities and weapons would determine each person's position. But what concerned him more was, who exactly were they about to face? Aries, the strict instructor, officially announced the content of the second trial and the opponents the candidates would face. The declaration was like a thunderclap, drawing all eyes to the challenge about to unfold. With a snap of his fingers, Aries unleashed an ability that lit up the entire hall, signaling the start of the brutal combat trial ahead. No one doubted the true strength of this instructor. A massive surge of energy swirled in the air, released by Aries, carrying shimmering light and a shocking pressure. All the candidates fell silent, witnessing the overwhelming power that marked the beginning of the next challenge. A massive creature with a muscular build and tiger-like fur emerged amidst the swirling light. This was the human the candidates would face in the second trial, an opponent with a human form but the murderous aura of a monster. In the dazzling vortex of energy, a cold, sharp longsword was slowly drawn, its blade surrounded by a mysterious blue light, hesitating before its violent release. The weapon had appeared, signaling the start of the battle in the second trial where strength and survival would be judged by the blade. Horror was evident on the candidates' faces as they realized the identity of their opponent in the second trial, the strongest hero among the leaders of the 6 great clans, an unexpected opponent far beyond the scope of a typical test. The atmosphere grew suffocating. This wasn't just a trial but a life-or-death battle disguised as training. Ninicel, the name alone silenced the entire hall. The legendary figure, the head of one of the 6 great clans, now appeared not as a judge but as a direct opponent in the second trial. With a towering, murderous aura and overwhelming pressure, Nini was the living, brutal test that no candidate dared to underestimate. Adele, with cold eyes and an unshaken heart, shot forward like a blazing red arrow. His body glided through space at maximum speed, without a hint of hesitation, as if he had cast aside all the fears and insecurities that once weighed heavily on his shoulders. Adele's sudden appearance caught the purple-haired man, who seemed to be one of the higher-ranking figures, so off guard that he couldn't react in time. A silent escaped him, his sharp gaze locked onto the figure tearing through the wind toward him. Renee's blue eyes widened, her face unable to hide her astonishment. Beside her, another teammate was stunned, speechless. No one expected Adele, who had always remained silent, living under the shadow of discrimination, to act so decisively. Adele's fist pierced through the air, striking his opponent's chest with explosive force. Crimson demonic energy condensed like a blazing solar eclipse, amplifying the punch to its destructive peak. This was no longer the strike of an underdog. It was the first declaration of a true leader. Adele's entire body spun in perfect form, his movements fluid as if honed through hundreds of repetitions. His demonic energy-infused fist sank deep into his armored opponent, staggering him from the impact. The magic arrays beneath the floor seemed to tremble under the weight of the blow, a testament to Adele's breakthrough, the half-demon and leader of Group 33. Drops of blood splattered across the floor, leaving clear marks of a fatal strike. A pained grunt escaped, confirming that the opponent couldn't withstand Adele's recent attack. Adele gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He panted heavily, but his eyes burned with determination. Only one thought remained in his mind. I have to hold on one more time, even though the opponent before him was far stronger than he had imagined. At that very moment, the darkness within Adele awakened. A fiery purple night enveloped the two struggling bodies. Dark demonic energy surged around him, a cursed power that now became his last hope for resistance. The vortex of darkness erupted violently, swallowing the entire arena in a black-purple whirlwind. No longer could one distinguish friend from foe, only one thought remained in the chaos: survive at all costs. Adele gasped for breath amidst the chaotic storm. Thanks to Chris's shield, he wasn't torn apart by the overflowing demonic energy. Though the teleportation spell failed, at least, Adele had trapped the enemy within his own space. A dangerous gamble, but the only chance he had. The enemy froze in the ink-black space, where light could not reach. He cautiously looked around, but in this absolute darkness, even his battle-trained eyes were rendered useless. While the opponent remained blind and fumbling, Adele tightened his grip on his weapon. Fang of Darkness *, the Fang of the Abyss, vibrated in harmony with this space, becoming a deadlier blade than any other weapon here. Adele took a deep breath, channeling all his remaining will and strength. Only one goal remained in his mind: to defeat him with everything he had right here in this world of darkness, where he held the advantage. The opponent instinctively turned his head, as if sensing the killing intent tightening around him. Each wisp of black energy seemed sentient, stretching the silence with an invisible pressure that suffocated. Adele suddenly froze. In the swirling black-purple mist, an unfamiliar figure appeared, eyes gleaming in the night, sending a shiver down his spine. This wasn't the enemy from before, but a completely different presence. From within the darkness, the enemy suddenly launched a devastating punch, his cold, glowing eyes piercing through the blackness. Adele barely had time to react, feeling the dense killing intent slam into him, a complete overwhelming in both speed and intent. Adele stepped back, lips pressed tight, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. In this moment of despair, he bitterly admitted to himself, he is a true monster. Though this darkness was his domain, the other showed no fear. Despite the obvious disparity, Adele charged forward, diving in like a moth to flame. This was no longer a fair fight. It was a gamble with his life, clinging to the faint hope that he could turn the tables from this dire situation. One of Adele's eyes glowed crimson, a sign that his demonic nature was fully awakening. His lips twisted into a crooked smile, a mix of pain and battle madness. Even if he died, he would drag his opponent down with him. Fang of Darkness materialized within the shadows, more radiant and sharper than ever. The blade curved like a beast's fang, emitting an eerie aura. This was no longer just a weapon. It was the instinct of a creature pushed to its limits. The one known as the Sword Saint smiled confidently, raising his hand to control the darkness. But amidst the swirling demonic energy, Fang of Darkness had appeared, not alone but replicated throughout the space, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Adele smirked mockingly, blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes shone brightly. This time it was the Sword Saint who had fallen into the trap. In a voice laced with mockery, he declared firmly, "You're the one who was lured here, Sword Saint." Demonic energy surged violently. Countless dark blades gleamed in the shadows like predatory spirits. They circled, awaiting the final signal from their master to unleash a rain of death, the finishing move of Asterisk Fang of Darkness Asterisk. Adele clenched his fist. The activation command rang out. In that moment, all the darkness was mobilized into weapons. The ultimate skill was unleashed, its name, Black Blade Rain. There was no escape for the target. The rain of blades descended fiercely. Each strike was a burst of energy, tearing through the space around the enemy. The Sword Saint, once invincible, now couldn't withstand the fury he had carelessly provoked. As the dark whirlwind raged violently in the arena, two students standing outside could only stare at the distorted energy field. They couldn't fathom the life-and-death battle unfolding within, only feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from it. In the distance, the main audience couldn't hide their confusion. The platinum-haired boy exclaimed anxiously, his gaze fixed on the swirling column of demonic energy. "What the hell is happening in there?" Beside him, the other students were equally uneasy, none daring to make a prediction. In contrast, the red-haired man with a seasoned appearance remained eerily calm. Looking at the chaotic energy field, he remarked softly, "It seems it's about to end." His voice showed no fluctuation, as if he had known the outcome all along. A steady footstep landed on the ground, accompanied by twisting black-purple energy tendrils. The pressure from that presence nearly froze the space, a sign that someone had emerged from the whirlwind of despair. And then he appeared, the survivor of the black storm, his hair disheveled, body bleeding, but his eyes colder and steadier than ever. The black aura still lingered around him, an inseparable part of his instincts. The battle might have ended, but the outcome was only beginning to take shape. The Sword Saint's body collapsed onto the floor, riddled with wounds left by the dark demonic energy. Standing silently beside him was the red-haired boy, the one who had delivered the finishing blow with the skilled Black Blade Rain, his gaze unwavering, as if he had foreseen this outcome. The crowd of students who witnessed the battle was left speechless. Their stunned expressions, mixed with fear and awe, reflected the truth they had just seen. One of the strongest had been defeated by someone they once looked down upon. Under the sunlight streaming through the glass windows, the red-haired boy stood tall in the now silent room. Around him, those who had once been arrogant could only bow their heads, silently acknowledging the superiority of the one they had deemed weak. In that moment of silence, a faint smile appeared on his face. No accolades, no applause, the silence of the entire room was the clearest confirmation. He had done it. A boy with orange hair who had watched from the beginning uttered a light but meaningful remark. "Interesting." In those sharp eyes, it wasn't just simple curiosity, it was an evaluation. Clearly, he had found a formidable opponent. As soon as the battle ended, Adele's two close friends rushed over with radiant faces. Unable to contain their joy, they called his name in excitement, as if they had just witnessed an unimaginable miracle. The silver-haired friend couldn't hold back his curiosity and excitement, grabbing Adele's hand and bombarding him with questions. Amid the praise, Adele simply smiled humbly, attributing the victory to teamwork rather than his own efforts. The blonde girl approached and asked about Sanchez's condition. Her face still showed concern, but she quickly reassured that the instructors had promptly assisted Sanchez in recovering from the shock of the brutal battle. Adele nodded in relief, a weight lifted from his heart. He calmly but meaningfully drew the black dagger, as if the most important part was still ahead, the true conclusion of this event. Standing beside the fallen enemy, Adele turned his head, his gaze firm and his voice steady. "Then, let's end this." Those words didn't just close a battle, they opened a new chapter shaping the future ahead. Both friends froze when Adele said the battle wasn't over yet. Their bewildered faces clearly showed confusion, as for them the enemy had fallen. What else was there to finish? But then, in the seemingly peaceful atmosphere, the Sword Saint's foot suddenly trembled, an unexpected sign that left everyone around stunned. The one thought to be defeated was showing signs of movement. Adele stepped forward without hesitation, ignoring his companion's confusion. In response to the silver-haired friend's panicked question, he maintained his smile, his eyes glinting with a cold light. He tilted his head, a faint, sinister smile on his lips, and calmly uttered a chilling statement. "We need to make sure he's really dead, don't we?" A decisive, murderous remark that made the atmosphere tense. From afar, the instructor observed everything without a word. His face was calm, but his eyes were stern. Though he didn't intervene, it was clear he was closely watching Adele's every move. She smirked slightly, the light glinting at the corner of her mouth, as if she had just witnessed an entertaining spectacle about to reach its climax. Sitting arrogantly in the room, the horned demoness taunted mockingly. For her, a half-breed like Adele achieving this result was an unexpected surprise. However, the praise was quickly negated. A man in the group immediately made a scornful remark, comparing Adele to Fran as if they were worlds apart. She didn't hesitate to agree with a mocking laugh. She turned, her sharp gaze fixed on Adele. With a cold demeanor, she asserted that the inferior nature of someone born lesser would never change, no matter what he achieved. She concluded the act with a soft but venomous voice, ending with words full of disdain. To her, Adele was nothing more than a crude fool, something that would soon be revealed to the world. As the faint light could no longer hide the violent aura, a mysterious figure emerged from the shadows. Her entire body radiated a cold, killing intent that seemed to devour everything, silencing the entire room. Under the sudden pressure, the white-horned demoness looked up in astonishment. Her eyes were filled with doubt and wariness, completely unprepared for this appearance. When she saw the black horns, the demoness was momentarily stunned. The name, Bears, immediately flashed in her mind. Someone she thought was no longer relevant, now glaring at her with murderous intent. Bear's presence made it impossible for her to maintain her initial arrogant confidence. Fear surged, causing her face to pale, an instinctive reaction when faced with overwhelming power. The surrounding crowd began to whisper, realizing this was no ordinary encounter but a pressure-filled confrontation between the heirs of sin. They eagerly watched, curious about who would gain the upper hand. As people discussed the two heirs of sin, Fran's group immediately joined in, praising him and claiming his opponent was unworthy of comparison. Yet Fran himself began to hesitate, sensing the hidden power of his opponent, which made him unable to remain entirely optimistic. Inside the hall, Adele turned around, sensing something unusual. Meanwhile, Renee, enveloped in a cold aura, was slowly approaching the door, drawing the attention of the surrounding crowd. Adele was bewildered to confirm that the one radiating such intense killing intent was none other than Renee. Her demeanor was completely different, as if driven by some unknown force, making him uneasy. Adele made up his mind, calling out his name to the crowd in a calm yet weighty tone, "Pixie Adele." The atmosphere immediately became solemn, as everyone realized this was no trivial matter. Meanwhile, a powerful figure observed everything from behind. His sharp eyes and stern expression indicated that what was coming next would be more than just a simple contest. Adele, maintaining his usual polite and composed demeanor, smiled and asked the man standing before him with a serious expression. Though accustomed to scrutiny, he showed no sign of tension. "Yes, is there something wrong?" The tall, muscular man frowned, staring intently at Adele. He didn't buy the innocence, coldly retorting as if challenging him. "Are you really asking because you don't know, or are you pretending?" His words cut through the air like a blade, weighing heavily on the atmosphere. Adele tilted his head with an innocent yet sharp expression. He didn't back down from the questioning gaze, calmly replying, "Yes, I really don't know." His smile remained, but inwardly Adele was beginning to feel wary. Without another word, the man turned and walked away, leaving behind a cold statement that no one could take lightly. "I'll be keeping an eye on you from now on." Though unsure of the reason, Adele understood this wasn't mere concern, but a veiled warning. Adele stood still, watching the figure disappear, sighing inwardly. He had thought he was about to receive praise, but the reality was the opposite. In his slight disappointment, Adele told himself, "It seems I'll have to keep a closer eye on Renee," a sign that things were about to spiral beyond his initial expectations. A tense atmosphere filled the hall as Renee and Laurel Franz stood face to face, their contrasting demonic energies, one cold, one blazing, clashing violently in the space. Though no words were spoken, their eyes alone were enough to ignite an impending battle. Adele stood amidst the crowd, his eyes fixed on the confrontation, both curious and helpless. Around him, the other students cheered excitedly, but Adele's heart was filled with worry. This clash might exceed the limits of a mere intimidation. Adele's gaze followed the girl facing Renee. An unfamiliar name, an unfamiliar face. She was no ordinary student, that much was clear from the killing intent she radiated and the way the crowd around her treaded carefully. With long silver hair, cold blue eyes, and distinctive oni horns, the identity of the mysterious girl was quickly confirmed. Laurel Fran, the heir of the Desire clan. Her appearance made the entire hall hold its breath, waiting for the first eruption. Adele was troubled by the scene. He didn't understand why Laurel was provoking Renee here in such a public setting. This thought made him realize he had been too engrossed in the human world, forgetting that this place, the demon world, was just as complex and dangerous as the battlefield. Laurel Fran, the heir of the Desire clan, furrowed her brows when she caught Adele's gaze. It seemed a bold idea had just flashed through her mind, her eyes gleaming with calculation. The moment Laurel turned around, the group of students opposite her was stunned. Her sudden appearance and overwhelming aura made the atmosphere unbearably tense. Without warning, Laurel pointed directly at Adele and shouted, "Hey, half-breed!" Her insulting words immediately drawing all eyes toward him, while Renee froze, suspicious. Adele's eyes widened in confusion, not understanding why Laurel was targeting him at this moment. He was completely unprepared for this sudden turn of events. Without giving anyone time to react, Laurel pointed downward and declared with a triumphant expression, "Become my slave," a command full of arrogance and authority from a superior. Renee, upon hearing the insult, her eyes immediately flared with anger. She called out Adele's name in fury, her aura surging like a tidal wave. In an instant, Renee leaped into the air, her sword raised high. Her eyes shone like lightning, locked onto Laurel, the one who had dared to insult the person she cared about. Renee's lightning-fast lunge caught Laurel Fran off guard. Her blue eyes widened, reflecting the figure that had just closed in. Renee's sword touched Laurel's scabbard within inches, ready to deliver a finishing blow if necessary. Laurel screamed in panic, unable to believe she was forced into a defensive stance in front of so many people. The arrogance of a Fran family descendant now became a burden, making her even more furious and losing control. The tense atmosphere was interrupted by a thunderous shout. The purple-haired instructor, who had been observing Adele, stepped forward, arms crossed, and his authoritative voice made both of them stop immediately. Renee sheathed her sword, but her gaze remained sharp as a blade. She coldly reminded them of the supreme rule at Satan Academy, where any unjust personal provocation was strictly forbidden. Laurel gritted her teeth, reluctantly speaking up to save face. Despite her lingering anger, she understood clearly. If she continued, she would be the one punished. Her eyes still flashed with arrogance as she stepped back, but the seed of hatred had already been sown. Adele breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ares had intervened in time to prevent the conflict. In his heart, he was secretly glad that the enrollment ceremony hadn't been ruined by a dispute between the families of the 7 deadly sins. Renee coldly sheathed her sword after uttering a scornful remark. Meanwhile, Laurel Fran was still trembling with anger and confusion, unable to believe she had been outmatched by someone she considered inferior. Adele approached with the intention of checking on her, his worried gaze fixed on Renee. Contrary to her strong demeanor earlier, the black-haired girl now seemed pensive, leaving the person in front of her feeling uneasy. Renee coldly brushed off Adele's concern, reminding him that his group was up next. She didn't want to prolong a meaningless conversation, nor did she want to appear weak in front of anyone. Adele was flustered by Renee's indifferent attitude. He didn't understand why he was being ignored after speaking so politely. Still, his gaze followed her, unable to hide his silent concern. Just as Ares turned to leave, the mysterious demon girl suddenly approached, grabbing the red-haired boy's collar in his confusion. Unable to react, he could only close his eyes and brace himself. Though her action was sudden instead of attacking, she gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. With a softened gaze, she simply said, "You did well." The scene left the white-horned demon girl stunned. Unable to believe her eyes, she shouted, "What? What exactly is your relationship? Don't tell me you're dating a half-demon." Ignoring the teasing, the red-haired boy smiled. With the towel in his hand, he silently felt the change in how others viewed him. At least now I'm treated better. The demon girl lowered her voice, her sharp gaze piercing through his disguise. You deliberately hid your strength, she said, just to appear weaker. While still talking to the black-horned girl, Adele was suddenly called. A loud voice rang out from afar, summoning the 34th group forward, making him realize it was his turn. The girl said nothing more, leaving only a brief remark before turning to walk away. She promised not to tell anyone about what she had seen, keeping the secret she had guessed from the recent battle. Standing among the crowd in the hall, Adele silently pondered. He had given his all to succeed, yet he was misunderstood as weak simply because he was too reserved. In his heart, a sense of unease arose as he thought about how others perceived him. As soon as he stepped forward, a shout from the judge demanded Adele to introduce himself. The examiner's stern gaze made the atmosphere tense, and all eyes turned toward him. Adele turned to respond, slightly flustered but still composed. When he introduced his name, the long-horned girl standing there smiled with hidden meaning, as if expecting something from the boy who had just spoken. Upon hearing Adele introduce himself, the demoness laughed with delight, complimenting his name as not bad. But despite her friendliness, Adele remained cautious, immediately asking why he had been called up. Her eyes darkened and her smile turned sinister. With a sarcastic tone, she brought up how Adele had interrupted her earlier, using it as the perfect excuse to initiate what came next. Without hesitation, she shamelessly uttered a wicked demand, forcing Adele to abandon his companion and become her subordinate. Dark purple demonic flames swirled behind her, as if proving this command could not be refused. Confident in her charm, the demoness arrogantly declared she would make Adele submit completely. In her eyes flashed a sinister light as she vowed to claim him and crush his pride in front of everyone. But contrary to expectations, Adele gently refused and turned to leave, citing that "my lady is up next." His calm response left the demoness stunned, her confident allure completely ineffective. Adele stood pensively in the arena, his mind drifting away from the girl's invitation. While she angrily shouted at being ignored, he simply smiled softly, thinking about the prospect of witnessing Renee's full power. Renee appeared among her group, exuding an overwhelming aura that made the others pale in comparison. In Adele's cold gaze was a fierce expectation of the power of the 7 great sins descendant, and Renee was the one he watched most closely. Facing Renee was a swordsman with a terrifying aura like a descending storm. Waves of energy surged fiercely, and the entire space seemed to freeze in the moment of extreme tension between the two opponents. From afar, Adele held his breath as he watched. His eyes widened, clearly feeling the pressure from the confrontation. His companion beside him was sweating, but Adele only thought, "She's even stronger than I imagined." In silence, Renee took a step forward. The sound of her shoe hitting the ground echoed decisively, marking the beginning of the battle everyone had been holding their breath for, the moment when true power would be revealed. Renee advanced in heavy silence, a ghostly blue aura gradually spreading around her body. Her gaze was cold and resolute, leading her teammates who watched her in tension. Without a single unnecessary word, she prepared to face the greatest challenge since the start of the battle. In the stands, a silver-haired figure wearing a black thorn crown couldn't hide her surprise. She silently observed, her sharp gaze as if measuring every breath Renee took, while the person beside her was too astonished to speak. In another corner, an orange-haired young man burst into laughter, showing his fascination with Renee's unusual aura. Though his words were light and teasing, his eyes flashed with caution, as if sensing something extraordinary was coming. Adele froze when he saw Renee calmly approach the Sword Saint, a fearsome existence no one dared to underestimate. Countless questions flooded his mind. What is she doing? Is she really going to confront him directly? Amid the dense blue aura, the two stood face to face, Renee's sword reflecting icy light. The Sword Saint said nothing, silently looking down at the young girl challenging him, preparing for an unexpected duel. The Sword Saint's gaze was as cold as ice, emitting a majestic killing intent that seemed to freeze the air. He had no intention of yielding, silently observing the girl before him as if evaluating a true opponent. In contrast, Renee remained calm under his gaze. Her eyes glowed with a cold blue light, and dark purple demonic flames surged around her body, signaling her serious awakening in battle. The two stood facing each other in the hall, like two pillars of energy waiting to explode. No one spoke, but the tension was so thick it made the observers hold their breath. Both simultaneously unleashed their auras. Renee tightened her grip on her sword, her eyes shining directly at her opponent. The Sword Saint's eyes glowed fiercely, a rare seriousness emanating from every feature of his face. A brilliant sword light tore through the air. The Sword Saint struck first with a slash that shook the heavens, but Renee stood firm, her blade bracing against the force of the great sword descending upon her. The entire hall was stunned, all eyes fixed on the clash that had just occurred. The shocked expressions on Adele's face and the other spectators clearly reflected the level of surprise. No one had expected the outcome to unfold so quickly. On the arena floor, as the smoke cleared, Renee calmly walked away, leaving her defeated opponent behind. His sword fell from his hand, the sound of metal hitting the ground echoing coldly, marking the end of a one-sided battle. The atmosphere erupted. The surrounding crowd rose to their feet, cheering for Renee's overwhelming victory. It wasn't just because she won, but how she did it, decisively, coldly, and with immense power. In the stands, the man with purple hair stood with his arms crossed, his expression calm but his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Amid the cheers, he simply said, "Not bad." Renee's name echoed from both sides as a well-deserved acknowledgement. Adele was still in shock. His mind was spinning with the question, did I see that correctly? But his eyes didn't lie. Renee had won, and she had won too easily. That fact made all the rumors about her even more credible. Realizing the truth after the battle, the young man was stunned to understand that Cell hadn't attacked Renee out of carelessness, but because he had already sensed her strength, a pressure too clear to ignore. Though she seemed regretful for not witnessing Renee being subdued by the Sword Saint, the silver-horned demoness still acknowledged that the girl's strength was enough to face him alone. That cold gaze, though disdainful, couldn't hide a silent recognition. The red-haired boy spoke up, his heart filled with curiosity and worry, proposing a bold hypothesis. What if all the descendants of the 7 great sins were gathered? Could they defeat the true form of the Sword Saint? The demoness didn't hesitate to outright deny it. According to her, no creature could defeat the Sword Saint at this moment, except perhaps the previous Demon King if he were still alive. But if those children could surpass 10% of the Sword Saint's power, things might change. Reacting with indignation, the young man loudly refuted, claiming that it was obvious the fake entity they had just faced didn't even reach a tenth of the true power. His words immediately silenced the atmosphere, as if a truth had been torn open. After the intense confrontation, he watched the projection of the Sword Saint dissipate into smoke. A sense of unease rose as he realized that the entity he had just fought didn't even reach a tenth of the Sword Saint's true power. As the creator of this world, he understood that he was still completely ignorant of the power and rules of the demon realm. Though he recognized the vast gap in strength, a different emotion stirred in his heart, a pulse of anticipation. It wasn't fear, but excitement for what was to come. He decided he would simply watch and wait to see how things unfolded. The echoing voice in the grand hall called the next group, Group 35. By now, only those bearing the name of the 7 great sins remained, the strongest among this batch of applicants. The atmosphere grew tense with anticipation. Perhaps Renee's unexpectedly impressive performance had shifted the tide. The subsequent groups seemed to gain courage, each defeating the Sword Saint spectacularly. Group 40 had just completed the test and passed with ease, wearing triumphant smiles. Amid the chaos, a girl stepped onto the arena. Her strong figure and the sword in her hand drew everyone's attention. The observer in the shadows had recognized her. She was one of the 2 strongest. With that confidence, he knew there was no need to worry further. With an authoritative voice, the head instructor declared the end of the entrance exam. All candidates were ordered to gather before the stage, where the results of the second round would be announced. As everyone gathered, the judge clearly stated the selection criteria. Anyone who bravely participated in the battle would be considered to have passed, regardless of victory or defeat. Those who gave up midway would naturally be eliminated, just as the protagonist had initially guessed. Before the still-dazed crowd of candidates, the judge announced that those who had passed the trial were now official members of the Satan organization. and recognized as apprentice trainees. However, the joy didn't last long. The instructor coldly warned that the road ahead would not be easy. What awaited them was a true hell, so brutal that it would make people want to give up. The final order was issued. All successful candidates must be present on time for the enrollment ceremony in 2 days. There was no room for hesitation, as the arduous journey had only just begun. After the exam ended, the female judge signaled for the 8 who had defeated the sword saint to stay. It was an unexpected command amidst everyone's preparations to leave, immediately making the small group the center of attention. Renee wondered about the reason for being held back, while the quick-witted red-haired boy guessed that it might be a reward related to the armory mentioned in the first test. Shortly after, the pink-haired judge confirmed his guess was correct. He declared that since the group had excelled, they would be given the opportunity to enter the armory as promised. The 8 chosen, including Renee and other standout candidates, stood in a line, their gazes fixed on the grand steps where a new fate awaited them. Before the atmosphere could settle, an orange-haired candidate raised his hand high, loudly requesting to speak. Under the judge's stern gaze, he was allowed to ask a question with his new title, Recruit Bolton. As Bolton eagerly raised his hand to speak, he quickly asked a question that left everyone stunned. Could they take as many weapons as they wanted from Satan's armory? In his eyes, this was a rare opportunity to increase their strength. The protagonist silently noted that this was exactly what he expected from Lycan Bolton, the son of greed. His ambitious and curious nature seemed limitless, a trait that had made this character appear frequently in the original novel. The instructor, with a stern expression, quickly dashed Bolton's hopes. He declared that each person could only choose one weapon, as carrying more would make it difficult to focus and be ineffective in combat. Without wasting more time, he promptly ended the Q and A session. In a firm voice, he ordered everyone to follow him to the armory, allowing no further questions. Under the dim light in the vast hallway, the instructor placed his hand on the massive door. A moment of silence followed before the door to Satan's mysterious armory opened, signaling the start of a new chapter. As the manager placed his hand on the glowing magic circle, a burst of radiant energy erupted, awakening the ancient seal that guarded the armory door. The magical force spread like ripples, enveloping the area in a mystical light. The colossal door of the armory slowly opened, surrounded by ethereal blue light. The trainees below could only stare in awe at the majestic and solemn sight, an unseen power gradually revealing itself. Before the eager gazes of the recruits, the manager clearly declared, this was the reward Satan bestowed upon them. But the choice was a double-edged sword. They could choose correctly to unlock their potential or make a wrong turn leading to ruin. It all depended on them. Adele forced a smile as he looked at the door before him. What they had been told was Satan's armory. However, the door exuded an aura no different from the entrance to a dungeon. In his mind, doubt arose, unsure whether it truly contained weapons or something entirely different. The proctor stood sternly before the door and announced the rules for entry. The candidates would be allowed into the armory in the reverse order of their performance in the second trial. Additionally, to prevent cheating, each person would be thoroughly inspected upon exiting. Hearing that he would have to enter last, Adele silently realized he was at the bottom of the list. He sighed, understanding that everything here was at the proctor's discretion. Meanwhile, Lycan Bolton appeared thrilled to be the first chosen, a stark contrast to Adele's caution. Lycan couldn't hide his excitement, laughing loudly and declaring he would pick the best item. His excessive enthusiasm tested Adele's patience, prompting a sharp, sarcastic remark. The proctor simply crossed his arms, silently observing the 2 students with a calm yet meaningful gaze. While waiting, Renee turned to ask Adele about his choice. She planned to select a magical artifact instead of a weapon, as she already had a sword. Adele nodded in agreement, thinking that acquiring a magical artifact would better complement his current abilities than switching weapons. Adele began to feel uneasy when Renee mentioned she would choose a relic instead of a weapon. He immediately wondered, if everyone thought the same way, would there be anything valuable left when his turn came? His anxiety was evident in his tense expression and worried eyes. The large iron door stood silently closed, like a gateway of trials waiting for the next person to enter. A voice echoed through the hall, issuing a brief but commanding order. "Next, step in." Lycan Bolton emerged from the room with a radiant smile, wearing a strange black metal crown on his head. With a bright gaze, he laughed confidently, proudly showing off his spoils as if he had just claimed the greatest treasure. Adele looked around and noticed that those who had gone before him had all chosen ancient magical artifacts instead of weapons. A thought flashed through his mind. Should he choose armor instead of a magical item like everyone else? His hesitation grew as he realized he was the last one. Renee smiled and called Adele's name, reminding him it was his turn. Though still hesitant and confused, Adele had no choice but to step forward and make a decision under the weight of everyone's gaze. After noticing Renee had chosen a bracelet as her item, Adele curiously asked her about its features. However, instead of answering directly, Renee simply smiled softly, seemingly unwilling to reveal too much too soon. Renee explained that all the items in the room had detailed descriptions, and Adele would know more once he stepped inside. Her words surprised him, especially when she mentioned descriptions, something he hadn't been told about before. Renee confirmed that some items would display clear descriptions, but she also revealed an important detail. Not every item came with information. A few, for some reason, had no text describing their functions. Adele paused. He whispered her words back to himself, as if to verify them. The thought of choosing an item with an unknown purpose made him increasingly anxious. A doubt arose in Adele's heart. If there was no description, were those items useless? But he quickly dismissed the thought, as the way they were stored and preserved suggested they were anything but ordinary. Adele stood silently before the strange gate, still troubled by the items without descriptions. Yet he believed those items must hold something special. Just then, the proctor spoke sternly, reminding him that he was the last to enter. The proctor stood with a cold expression, arms crossed, saying nothing. His sharp gaze seemed to scrutinize Adele, making him feel immense pressure from just a single look. Unable to bear the tense silence, Adele tried to speak, but the icy expression seemed to warn him against saying more. He could only sigh inwardly, thinking that face was the clearest threat of all. After some hesitation, Adele cautiously asked about the items without descriptions. The proctor replied succinctly, stating that it simply meant the academy had yet to determine their true nature. Adele pressed further, trying to understand, whether they didn't know who the rightful owner was or what the item's function might be. The proctor nodded in confirmation, his concise answer only adding to Adele's confusion and curiosity. Adele froze for a moment upon hearing the warning. If he was lucky, he might choose an item of incredible power. But if unlucky, what he touched could become a lifelong curse. His unease was clear in his eyes. Without giving Adele more time to hesitate, the overseer signaled that time was running out. The large door loomed before him, swallowing the light, waiting for the last person to enter. Adele forced a faint smile, trying to reassure himself. As the last one, he didn't know if it was good luck or an omen. Every choice now depended on his own decisiveness. The door hinges creaked, and faint light spilled onto the stone floor. Adele stepped into the space, his back straight but his eyes still filled with caution. The interior wasn't the dungeon he had imagined. It was suspiciously clean and bright. But no matter how peaceful it seemed, Adele silently hoped nothing unexpected would leap out to attack him. Adele stood before a gate emitting blinding light, the source of a mysterious energy. His eyes followed the light, sensing that the path ahead would lead to a fateful choice. Stepping through the gate, Adele entered a room shrouded in cold mist. Inside, rows of items were displayed in glowing glass cases, as if waiting for the right person to choose them. Before a greatsword radiating a mysterious purple light, Adele froze. The blade exuded an astonishing aura of arcane energy, making him exclaim in awe, sensing the extraordinary power it held. Going deeper, Adele's gaze stopped at a spear with an unusual shape. He immediately leaned in to read the description, hoping to uncover the true power hidden within this weapon. The spear was called Twin Fang Spear, once belonging to an unnamed demon who hunted snakes. The vengeful spirits of snakes resided within the spear, and with a certain amount of arcane energy, two serpentine forms would immediately appear to attack the enemy. The young man stood thoughtfully before the spear called Twin Fang Spear. Though the description sounded powerful in terms of practical combat ability, it didn't impress him much. Moreover, he was accustomed to using daggers, so he had little interest in this weapon. His gaze then shifted to a glowing spherical object, the starlight crystal. According to the description, it was an artifact once used by an astrologer, capable of emitting starlight when a small amount of mana was infused. However, with his affinity for darkness, he quickly realized the crystal wasn't suitable for him. Though he could use it as a lamp, he decided to pass. As he continued to observe, he suddenly stopped before an empty glass case. He wondered what item had once been displayed there, as there was no sign of why it had disappeared. Then he noticed a plaque with information about the missing item, the Great Circlet of the Victor. The circlet granted its wearer exceptional recovery and endurance, lasting until the owner's final breath. Adele frowned as he read the artifact's description. Once accepted by its owner, the item could not be separated until death. Realizing it was the circlet Balton had worn, he couldn't help but marvel at the man's inherent greed. Before a pale blue light, Adele fell into thought. In the novels he had written, he had removed the binding mechanism of artifacts, considering it too troublesome. Yet now, as part of that world himself, he had inadvertently encountered what he once dismissed. Looking around the room, Adele sensed one thing clearly. The valuable relics had likely already been taken by others. Regret welled up in his heart as he turned to search for a final hope among the remaining cases. The display case labeled Binding of the Giant Serpent was empty. Adele silently noted that yet another relic was gone, perhaps claimed by someone before him, or even vanished from the world. The next two cases clearly bore the names, Banner of the Great Demon General and Emblem of the Fallen Noble. Both were empty, with only labels remaining. A sense of unease rose in Adele's heart. His choices were becoming increasingly limited. Adele cried out in despair as he realized all the display stands were empty. He tore at his hair in the smoke-filled room, feeling as if all remaining hope had just vanished. Calming down after his disappointment, Adele tried to think clearly. He realized most of the valuable items had already been claimed by the 7 deadly sins. Meanwhile, the remaining weapons and armor were nothing remarkable. Amid his confusion, Adele's gaze stopped on a sword encased in crystal. He didn't utter a word, only stared intently at the last possible item he could choose. Knowing there were no other options, Adele reluctantly approached the sword. Though he feared it might be cursed, he reached out to take it, as he couldn't leave empty-handed. A spark of insight flashed in Adele's mind. He suddenly remembered a method to deal with the sword if it truly was cursed. His eyes lit up with determination, more resolute than ever. Adele clenched the magical note in his hand, reminding himself to save as much gold as possible. However, for now, he had no choice but to use it, a hesitant decision between immediate necessity and long-term consequences. Kneeling beside the glass case containing the sword without a description, Adele wrote his request on the enchanted paper. "Tell me about the broken sword without a description in the armory." The response appeared instantly. This information came at a specific price. A prompt appeared, forcing Adele to choose. Either submit a relic of higher grade or pay 100 gold. Faced with such a significant amount, his hand hesitated over the paper, trembling slightly, the exclamation mark betraying his surprise and pressure. Suddenly, Adele's gaze caught a forgotten item in the corner, a damaged scroll without a description. He whispered to himself, "Wait!" A flicker of doubt arose, as if instinct urged him that this might be the key alternative. Adele wrote a new question. "Tell me about the damaged scroll next to this item." The response was another payment request, this time lower, only 50 gold, but even that price made him carefully consider his next move. Adele smiled in relief upon confirming the price was only 50 gold. Though trying to save, he understood this was a time for smart investment. If the system responded with specific values, prioritizing the item with the highest cost was the most efficient way to choose. Standing among the display shelves, Adele quickly counted 7 cases without descriptions. Unwilling to miss any possibilities, he decided to inquire about each one in turn, a logical and cost-effective approach. The first item to catch Adele's attention was a black stone carved into the shape of an eagle. With no description beside it, he immediately wrote his query. The cost to inquire was just 1 gold, much cheaper than expected. Seeing the request was only 1 gold, Adele happily accepted. With a lightened mood, he stepped before the glass case as if he had just found the best deal in this mysterious treasure trove. However, his smile vanished instantly as he read the description. The stone could exchange the owner's fortune with another's misfortune. Sweat beading on his forehead, Adele quickly stepped back, reassuring himself and moving on to the next item, avoiding that vague risk. Adele continued to investigate the remaining artifacts using the inquiry method. The displays showed prices. Some required a minimum of 50 gold, others up to 100. The disparity made him even more hesitant, but he knew the price was the clearest clue to each item's true potential. A sigh of frustration escaped Adele's lips. The situation wasn't promising. The items he had inquired about so far were either too expensive or unremarkable. He began to feel the mounting pressure of both time and finances. Standing before the last 2 display cases, Adele couldn't hide his disappointment. His face was drenched in sweat, his hand still clutching the note. The recent answers had been unimpressive. He prayed the final 2 items wouldn't let him down further. Finally, a small silver bullet appeared in the display case, accompanied by the notice, "Mythical-grade artifact, minimum payment of 300 gold." Adele's eyes lit up. Though the price was exorbitant, the mythical rating confirmed it. He had found a true treasure. Without further hesitation, Adele reached out to touch the glass, declaring firmly, "I choose this." In his heart, he thought this artifact might even surpass what the other groups had taken. This could be a turning point in the perilous journey ahead. Adele suddenly froze mid-step, the tissue on his mouth blown away by the wind. A strange sensation made him instinctively widen his eyes, alert as if he had touched something unexpected. Before him, a crystal box emitted a faint blue light, trembling as if reacting to his presence. The light was so peculiar that Adele couldn't look away, his hand instinctively reaching out to touch it. A vague intuition made Adele look up, clearly sensing an invisible gaze watching him. He stood still, his eyes scanning the surroundings, a feeling of being observed without knowing from where. Just as the sensation peaked, Adele's gaze landed on a box containing a necklace emitting a faint blue light. That's right, there was still one unchecked item, one he had accidentally overlooked in his previous inspections. Adele squinted, thoughtfully examining the necklace, a doubt rising in his heart. He began writing on the paper, activating his ability. The words appeared, "Tell me about this unnamed necklace." Perhaps that strange feeling came from this very item. Adele suddenly felt a strange energy spreading around him. The blue light from the necklace made his eyes glow in response, as if a deep connection had just been awakened. The blue smoke from the artifact enveloped Adele, leaving him no time to react. He staggered back, panicked by the sudden phenomenon while still holding the paper in his hand. "What's happening?" he exclaimed. At that moment, the paper glowed intensely, revealing the cold words, "A god must be sacrificed." Adele stood frozen in the whirlwind of energy, stunned by the words like a bolt from the blue. His whole body trembling from shock, Adele repeated the words in his head. "Sacrifice a god!" A mix of awe and excitement rose in his heart. Could this be a legendary-grade artifact? The moment Ninny Cell opened his eyes, the entire space seemed to freeze under the absolute pressure emanating from his sharp gaze. His calm face concealed a terrifying power, and without uttering a single word, he could make the juniors tremble. This was no longer a simple test. It was a display of dominance from the one standing at the pinnacle, the one hailed as the strongest hero among the 6 great clans. Adele stared ahead in shock, his panicked eyes unable to hide his fear. He couldn't believe that a high-ranking figure like Ninny Cell had appeared in the exam. This situation far exceeded all expectations, too sudden, too irrational, and it made him feel the cruel severity of this trial even more acutely. Under the cold gaze of the girl with mysterious black horns, Adele could only nod reluctantly. Though he tried to appear calm, his confusion was evident on his face. Ninny Cell was not someone an ordinary examinee could face. Even knowing the opponent's identity, what worried Adele more was the true reason behind his appearance. Ninny Cell, the leader of the Ninny clan, was not only a powerful warrior, but also a figure deeply connected to the main storyline of the original plot. The bloodline he carried from birth destined him for an irreplaceable role, someone anyone who understood the situation would be wary of. Though Adele didn't voice it, he knew full well that Ninny Cell's appearance was a sign of an impending storm. Ninicel tightened his grip on the sword hilt, an overwhelming aura radiating from every vein of the steel blade. The tiger-patterned cloak draped around his chest was not just a symbol of power, but also a warning to those before him. They were no longer mere examinees, but warriors about to be crushed by absolute strength. Without a word, this single action reaffirmed why he was the strongest successor of the 6 great clans. Ninicel, the legendary sword saint and the biological father of the protagonist, appeared in a swirl of energy, freezing the entire hall. With his sharp, long sword and armored figure, he was not only a symbol of absolute power, but also the one who had founded the mightiest clan through his innate swordsmanship. No one in the room could deny it. This challenge had far surpassed a mere examination. At the appearance of Sword Saint Ninicel, the training hall descended into chaos. The examinees couldn't hide their fear with some shouting, "It's the Sword Saint!" while others angrily questioned the true purpose of the test. As all eyes turned toward the supreme threat, Adele simply closed his eyes, maintaining an unusually calm demeanor. Though not everyone immediately recognized Ninicel's identity, his fame still left many examinees stunned. Adele quietly closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "After all, he's the one who annihilated countless demon clans." The memory of the title, Sword Saint, was not just a legend. It was a fear deeply ingrained in the blood of every creature that had ever faced him. While the entire school was still reeling from Ninicel's appearance, the examiner quickly reassured everyone that the Sword Saint would only use 10% of his power in the exam. But for a legend who had single-handedly toppled numerous demon clans, that number sounded no different than a death sentence hanging over the examinees' heads. Even Eri, with her calm nature and exceptional strength, admitted that if Ninicel went all out, none of them would stand a chance of survival. A single sentence was enough to illustrate the insurmountable gap in power between a legend and those just stumbling into the battlefield. Though some examinees seemed dismissive of the 10% figure, Eri immediately crushed that illusion with a cold but realistic statement. Even weakened, a monster is still a monster. Her calmness stood in stark contrast to Adele's naivety, highlighting the disparity in awareness between the experienced and those who had yet to taste true danger. Adele stood frozen, cold sweat dripping down his temples as he realized the horrifying truth. Even 10% of the Sword Saint's power was enough to destroy an entire city. With a living legend like Ninicel as the opponent, this exam was nothing short of a life-or-death sentence for all the examinees. Adele silently weighed his options. He knew this test must have clear standards for passing, but with limited resources and a restricted set of questions in the information scroll, every choice needed careful consideration. In a situation of scarce resources, composure became the most important weapon. The head examiner officially announced the format of the competition. The examinees would be divided into groups of 4 to face the Sword Saint. With their current strength, no one could fight alone. To ensure fairness, the top 8 from the previous round would be assigned separately, while the rest would be randomly grouped. The rules were brutal but clear. Adele looked around, quietly reflecting on how he had made it into the top 8 alongside the descendants of the 7 deadly sins. Though he maintained a calm exterior, deep down he couldn't help but feel he was being carried rather than truly deserving. A moment of self-deprecating humor that highlighted his composure and humility. As Adele was still lost in thought, the horned girl silently observed her 3 new teammates, their eyes sparkling with excitement at being paired with her. The contrast between her cold gaze and the ridiculous dreaminess of the boys behind her made the scene both amusing and frustrating. Adele maintained his usual carefree smile as he faced the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. Seen as the lucky one who got the strongest team, he didn't bother to argue. While envious looks filled the room, Adele remained unusually calm, as if, in his eyes, this game had never been fair from the start. Just as Adele was lost in thought under the scrutinizing gazes from all sides, a light tap on his shoulder brought him back to reality. His slightly surprised expression showed he hadn't been on guard in this battlefield of schemes, where even the smallest actions could bring greater changes than he anticipated. Amid the tense atmosphere and jealous glances, the soft whisper from the black-horned girl, his teammate and the only one who genuinely cared, made Adele pause. No cheers, no unnecessary emotions, just a simple, concise message. Pass and return safely. But for Adele, it was a silent promise he vowed to keep at all costs. Adele smiled faintly, his eyes retaining their usual calm. In response to Renee's sincere words, he didn't make grand promises but simply wished her well in return. But deep in his gaze was the determination to protect that promise with his life, because he knew this was no longer just an exam but a battle for survival to protect those who mattered. The examiner stepped onto the podium, his voice echoing through the tense hall. "Now I will call the names." This moment marked the boundary. Those whose names were called would step into the most brutal challenge. Who would be paired with whom, who would face whom? It all began here. The sound reverberated through the solemn space. The glass walls reflected a cold light, mirroring the gaze of the examinees awaiting their fates. Each name called would mark the start of a life-or-death trial where true talent could no longer hide. Adele was officially announced as the leader of Team 33, alongside 3 members, Kina, Chris, and Sanchez. An unexpected but inevitable leadership role, placing Adele in a position with no way out. At that moment, the door behind him seemed to close. The real challenge had only just begun. Adele smiled slightly upon hearing the names of his team members, Kina, Chris, and Sanchez, names completely unfamiliar in his memory of the original story. With hidden caution, he guessed they were just insignificant side characters, but in a changed world, who knew who the hidden ace might be? Adele faced his 3 new members, Kina, radiant, Chris, somewhat naive, and Sanchez, coldly turning his back. Though he didn't know who they were in the original story, he remained calm, an unremarkable group. But sometimes it's the quiet pieces that can turn the tide. Adele smiled faintly, taking the initiative. "I'm Adele, nice to meet you." Though leading a group of unknowns, he maintained his calm and courteous demeanor. In the dangerous world ahead, bonds always began with a simple greeting. Chris introduced himself with a bright smile, his eyes full of enthusiasm. "Hey there, I'm Chris." Beside him, Kina waved gently, her voice soft. "I'm Kina, nice to meet you." Though not prominent names in the original story, the two quickly made a likable impression, setting the stage for a promising team dynamic. In contrast to Chris and Kina, Sanchez appeared cold and arrogant. With a disdainful glance and a displeased HMPH, he clearly had no interest in cooperation. Though he didn't say much, Sanchez's attitude hinted at potential instability within Team 33 under Adele's leadership. From their very first encounter, Sanchez showed blatant disdain upon learning that Adele, a half-demon, was his team leader. With a sharp remark, "What a disgrace to our clan!" he not only looked down on Adele, but also subtly asserted his pride in his lineage. The internal conflict within Team 33 began with this very discrimination. Though looked down upon in the middle of the hall, Adele remained calm. Faced with Sanchez's insult, he simply sighed and quietly mocked himself. "Now even nobodies dare to look down on me." Beneath the surface was dissatisfaction, but also the patience of someone who understood his position and the half-demon identity he carried. Despite Sanchez's disdainful gaze, Adele still demonstrated his leadership qualities. With a light smile and an optimistic spirit, he quickly motivated the team. Chris and Kina responded enthusiastically, while Sanchez remained silent, full of resentment. Team 33 began to form a potential strength under the guidance of a half-demon who was looked down upon. Adele began to show his leadership qualities by quickly proposing role assignments within the group. He maintained a practical and proactive attitude by asking each member to share their abilities. His gentle opening toward Chris showed that Adele was not just a nominal leader, but someone who listened and was willing to cooperate. The group atmosphere gradually became more cohesive, though underlying tensions remained. Chris eagerly presented his ability, mana conversion. His skill to manipulate triangular prisms to transform into swords or armor showed he was a versatile magic fighter. Though his expression was somewhat naive, Chris's ability was clearly a reliable asset in Adele's team. Adele nodded silently as Chris added that his skill, while not high in damage, was highly flexible. With mana prisms that could transform, Chris wasn't the main attacker but clearly a stable support, something any team needed. Adele nodded in approval after Chris's presentation, unable to hide a satisfied smile. Though not a destructive ability, Chris's flexible transformation exceeded expectations. Now, Adele's gaze turned to Kina. It was her turn to prove her worth. Kina gently introduced her ability to Adele, admitting she wasn't good at direct combat but leaned more toward support. Faced with her honest answer, Adele quickly identified her as a buff-type character, a crucial piece to balance the team in the upcoming challenge. Kina activated her support skill, praying to the dark god to increase her teammates' speed. Though not directly involved in combat, the sacred power from her buff played a strategic role, key to turning the tide in critical situations. Before Adele, Kina performed a ritual prayer to the demon god, creating a majestic fiery magic circle. The burst of demonic energy left the group in awe, proving that even as a support, her abilities were not to be underestimated. Kina panted after casting her speed-enhancing skill, trying to maintain a smile as she asked Adele about its effectiveness. Faced with her enthusiasm to the point of exhaustion, Adele could only look at her in silent surprise and a hint of guilt. Despite having just demonstrated an impressive skill, Kina was teased by Adele with a light-hearted remark, making her blush and retort. The everyday moment between the two helped ease the tense atmosphere, revealing the cute side behind the seriousness of the newly formed team. Adele quickly diffused the tension after his slightly careless joke. Though he carried the demeanor of a leader, he didn't hesitate to apologize to Kina to maintain team unity. Adele's flexible attitude gradually showed the qualities of a true leader. Adele, though keeping a smile on his face, secretly thought about Kina's weak ability. He clearly felt that her enhancement power was almost negligible, making him wonder how she had passed the first test. When it was Sanchez's turn, the atmosphere suddenly changed. His cold eyes clearly showed his uncooperative attitude from the start. Adele, though calm, prepared himself for an unfriendly display from this stubborn teammate. Sanchez began demonstrating his ability without lengthy explanations. His body slowly turned to stone, covered in rough armor, leaving everyone unable to look away. The display was both direct and overwhelming, asserting his superior physical strength. Without hesitation, Sanchez shouted "this" to end his demonstration, more like a challenge than an introduction. His body now looked like a warrior forged from stone, his aura intimidating, putting the entire team on notice from the start. Adele observed carefully and nodded in silent evaluation. A perfect physical enhancement ability for the tank role. Though Sanchez was difficult to approach, in actual combat, he was undoubtedly a solid shield for the team. Sanchez, who had always shown defiance, finally couldn't hold back and provoked Adele with a sharp tone. He pointed directly at Adele, forcing him to step up, as if eagerly waiting to see the half-demon fail miserably. As all eyes turned to Adele, he didn't show any tension. Instead, a silent magic circle began to spin on the floor, signaling the preparation of a skill. That silence only made his opponent more impatient. In a flash, a blue light flickered. Adele had instantly teleported right next to Sanchez, leaving him completely unable to react. The sudden collision left the entire hall in stunned silence, while Adele maintained his coldly confident expression. A wide, bewildered look appeared on Sanchez's face. The question he couldn't even voice was suppressed by the shock of the truth. He had been completely defeated in an instant, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Adele whispered in his ear just one word: teleportation. His crimson eyes and cold smile declared that, even if looked down upon, his abilities were never something to be taken lightly. Adele suddenly closed in on Sanchez in an instant, leaving the one who had always belittled him speechless. With a calm but meaningful tone, Adele declared that this was his ability, a preemptive strike that showcased his strength and served as a warning. Faced with this impressive display, Chris and Kina couldn't hide their excitement. They were amazed by Adele's teleportation-like skill and didn't hesitate to praise him. Adele smiled in acceptance but remained humble and calculating. Though praised, Adele remained vigilant. Inwardly, he considered the possibility of unforeseen variables and decided not to reveal the full extent of his abilities. A cautious move from someone experienced and always on guard. Adele quickly arranged the formation for Team 33 based on the abilities he had assessed. Chris and Sanchez, both with strong defensive capabilities, would take the front lines. Adele held the center, while Kina supported from the rear, a logical formation reflecting clear strategic thinking. After assigning roles, Adele asked for everyone's input. Kina happily agreed and Chris didn't object. Only Sanchez let out a cold HMPH, but didn't voice any disagreement. Though still prejudiced, his silent compliance showed he had somewhat accepted Adele's position. Adele silently sighed in relief as the next phase finally began. Though he didn't know what the upcoming challenge would be, he remained calm and confident. All teams were asked to prepare, signaling the start of an intense round. Team 1 was called first, stepping forward with high fighting spirit. Their determined eyes and ready stance clearly showed their resolve to overcome the challenge, even if the opponent was beyond imagination. Observing from the sidelines, Adele felt the burning determination in the examinee's eyes. Even facing the Sword Saint, a terrifying entity, they didn't falter. Their courage surprised and somewhat impressed him. The Sword Saint appeared in the cold radiance of absolute authority. With a massive sword emitting a sharp, cold light, his mere presence seemed to freeze the entire space under overwhelming pressure. With a single swift strike, Team 1 was sent flying like torn dolls before unimaginable power. That display of transcendent swordsmanship was a clear warning. This challenge was unforgiving, and the weak would be crushed without mercy. Kina frankly admitted that she wasn't the combat type. With sincerity, she clarified her role as a supporter, emphasizing the non-direct nature of her combat abilities. Under the group's gaze, Kina explained her ability in more detail. She was a prayer to the demon god, blessing her teammates, particularly by increasing speed, a highly tactical buff ability. Kina began to activate her ability. Mystical flames erupted around her body, showing a clear connection to the demon god's power. The energy emitted was far from weak, proving that this support ability could change the course of battle. A black magic circle burned in the air, ancient symbols appearing. Kina poured all her strength into the prayer, creating a powerful spiritual aura that even Adele couldn't help but marvel at the strength a support mage could bring. Adele was stunned by what he had just witnessed. Though he had initially underestimated the support role, he now couldn't deny that Kina's abilities were fully deserving of a place in the combat team. After finishing her skill demonstration, Kina suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. Though just a support mage, she had poured all her energy into demonstrating her ability to pray to the demon god, but her body clearly couldn't handle the mana drain. Adele and Chris couldn't hide their concern, their eyes following her helplessly. While Adele's team was still recovering, a loud voice called out from the opposite side, summoning Team 4 to prepare for the test. Leading the team was a muscular man with an overwhelming aura, a greatsword on his back, instantly putting the examinees on edge. Two members of Team 4 clearly showed panic. One grimaced, lamenting that they were sure to lose, while the other gritted his teeth but couldn't argue. Faced with the pressure of their opponent, their confidence and fighting spirit were almost shattered before the battle even began. In response to their pessimism, the pink-haired man simply observed in silence. His eyes weren't angry but exuded a pressure that made the two even more flustered. It seemed that with just a look, he had already assessed the true mettle of those before him. Finally, he made a surprising decision, allowing these two to skip the test. The question was this mercy an act of kindness, or simply because the opponents were too weak to be worth testing? At the same time, he called the remaining two to the stage, ready for the real battle. As a group of hesitant examinees stepped forward, Adele was surprised to see them actually agree to take on the challenge. Though their eyes still wavered with tension, they decided to step into the battle. A light flickered in Adele's eyes as he realized something. Perhaps this was the key condition to pass this harsh trial. Adele slowly smiled, as if he had finally grasped the hidden rule behind this test. Deep down, he began to realize, overcoming it didn't lie in absolute strength, but in the willingness to face it. Willpower and courage might be the deciding factors in who was qualified to advance further in this brutal selection. Adele and Chris stood amidst the crowd, while Chris suddenly wondered why some people seemed exempt from the test. Adele smiled calmly, confirming that it was indeed true. Favoritism had long existed in this place. The starting signal rang out, and the group of 4 stepped into the arena. In the tense atmosphere, everyone's eyes followed every move, anticipating a performance from 2 seemingly unprepared contestants. Adele quietly assessed the situation. With only 2 people facing Cell, a seasoned warrior was too much. He didn't rush to judge but continued to observe as if he had already foreseen the outcome. In the blink of an eye, Cell launched an overwhelming strike. His sword traced a fierce arc of light, sending both opponents flying off the ground. The power far exceeded normal standards, leaving the audience in stunned silence. A desperate scream echoed. One contestant lay motionless while the other writhed in pain. Adele sighed silently, If Cell had truly used his sword aura, the two would have been sliced in half. The match ended before it even began. Chris expressed his anxiety about the formidable opponent their group was about to face, his eyes filled with doubt. Beside him, Adele maintained his usual calm smile, while Sanchez tried to appear tough, though fear had already crept into his tone. Beneath his confident facade, Sanchez trembled uncontrollably. Adele, with his sharp perception, easily recognized the fear hidden behind that arrogant demeanor. While everyone's eyes were focused ahead, he simply smiled softly, quietly observing every movement. The names of the groups were called one by one, and in the tense atmosphere, a sudden battle erupted. The warrior's spear technique was as captivating as it was destructive, burning through the very air. The sharp, brutal strikes quickly brought both opposing groups to their knees in an instant. The bodies of the defeated contestants lay scattered across the floor, creating a chilling scene. The perpetrator of this massacre stood calmly, his armor gleaming, his gaze cold. Without a word, his mere presence was enough to silence the entire hall. When Group 10 was called, Adele stepped forward with a hint of hesitation. But before he could react, Sanchez immediately announced their surrender. The suffocating tension grew thicker than ever. The battle hadn't even begun, but fear had already forced one group to bow out. Adele stood in the middle of the room, listening to the announcement of the top 8 strongest individuals, silently calculating in his head. With the presence of a descendant of the 7 deadly sins and himself, he realized his position on that list was merely luck. Despite his high achievements, Adele's eyes and expression showed no arrogance. He simply mocked himself for being carried by the team. While Adele was lost in his own thoughts, Renee, the girl with distinctive devil horns and a cold, sharp gaze, silently watched him. Meanwhile, the other boys around her seemed oddly excited, their eyes shining like stars, revealing both admiration and hidden schemes toward the half-demon girl. Too accustomed to scrutinizing gazes, Adele simply chuckled when he caught the envious faces around him. He wondered if they were silently accusing him of being lucky to have a strong team while they were stuck with useless teammates. That self-awareness left Adele both calm and slightly helpless in the face of the prejudice he always carried due to his half-demon heritage. Amid the bustling atmosphere, Adele suddenly felt a light touch on his shoulder. His gaze shifted, showing curiosity and a hint of surprise. That small but unexpected action signaled a turning point. Someone wanted to break the silence and speak to him amidst his quiet isolation. Renee was the one who touched Adele. The usually reserved girl suddenly uttered a responsible reminder. "Get the travel pass and return safely." This unexpected concern seemed to freeze the air around them, making Adele, who was used to being alone, feel a fleeting warmth. Adele pondered solemnly as he heard the news of making it into the top 8. Deep down, he had no confidence in his own abilities. Instead, he only felt like he was being carried by others. The conflicting feelings between expectations and reality left him both anxious and self-mocking. Under the sparkling, admiring gazes of the other students, Renee, the girl with demon blood, remained silent and observant. The contrast between her aloof demeanor and the enthusiastic expressions of those around her highlighted her unique position in the class. Under the suspicious and probing gazes of others, Adele maintained his familiar forced smile. He was used to being seen as the lucky one, the only one in the team without a reputation or noble lineage. But instead of refuting it, he accepted it as a familiar reality. When Renee gently touched Adele's shoulder, he turned around in surprise. This time, it wasn't mockery or disdainful looks, but a small, warm gesture from a teammate. In that moment, Adele felt a rare sincerity amidst the discriminating gazes. Renee gently reminded Adele before the life-and-death test. No embellishments, no frills, just a simple sentence. "Get the travel pass and return safely." In her eyes, there was a silent concern, something Adele rarely received from others. The group assignment began in a solemn atmosphere. The coordinator's voice rang out, announcing each name to be called by group. This was the start of the challenging test, where every student was waiting to find out who their teammates would be. Adele's name was called in Group 33, the first time he was referred to as leader. Unfamiliar names, Kina, Chris, Sanchez, were also called one by one. Though he had never heard of them in the original story, Adele understood that these would be the unavoidable companions in the challenges ahead. Adele tried to remain natural, smiling politely at his three new teammates. Though he still had doubts inside, he decided not to show his confusion. None of them were familiar protagonists or antagonists. As someone who had crossed into the story, he secretly wondered if this group could change the original fate. Adele stepped forward, politely introducing himself to the group. Beneath his calm exterior, he remained on guard. Ahead, Chris and Kina responded with friendly smiles, while Sanchez maintained a cold, wary demeanor. The initial introductions went smoothly, but Adele knew true harmony was still far off. Chris quickly introduced himself, and Kina also waved in greeting. They appeared open and approachable, a good sign for team cooperation. However, the glance toward Sanchez, who remained silent, made Adele anticipate that leading this group wouldn't be easy. Still, he smiled, maintaining the leader role assigned to him. Adele introduced himself with a sincere smile, beginning to build a relationship with the new members of the team. Though an unwilling leader, he tried to keep the atmosphere friendly and harmonious, laying the foundation for a potentially strong bond within Group 33. Chris quickly spoke up, greeting and introducing Kina, the girl standing beside him with a polite and radiant demeanor. The two showed openness and a willingness to cooperate, in contrast to the remaining teammates standing behind, who remained cold and unpredictable. As expected, the last member, Sanchez, spoke up with clear dissatisfaction. His disdainful gaze and bitter tone revealed his unwillingness to submit to a half-demon like Adele, hinting at the underlying conflict within the newly formed team. Adele sighed helplessly as he became the target of contempt, not just from opponents, but also from his own teammates. His mind was in turmoil, wondering if his status as an outsider to the main plot was causing him to be so underestimated. Despite the disdain, Adele actively encouraged the team's morale. With patience and faith, he pushed everyone toward the common goal. The agreement from Chris and Kina revealed a glimmer of hope, while Sanchez's gaze remained skeptical. Adele quickly got to work organizing the team. As the leader, he asked each member to share their abilities and weapons, starting with Chris, who seemed eager and ready to cooperate. Chris confidently presented his skill, the ability to manipulate demonic energy. He created a triangular prism that could transform into a sword or armor at will, showcasing high versatility despite its lack of destructive power. Chris continued to explain that while his ability wasn't strong in terms of damage, it was extremely versatile in various situations. Adele observed and nodded in satisfaction, confirming that Chris had passed the evaluation. Next was Kina. The gentle girl admitted she wasn't combat-oriented, but rather a supporter. Adele quickly identified her as a buff type, someone who specializes in enhancing teammates' strength in battle. Kina began activating her skill. She prayed to the demon god, summoning a spiritual flame that enveloped her, aimed at increasing her teammates' speed. The light from the magic left Adele amazed at the power a supporter like her could bring. Kina stood in the hall, magical light radiating around her body. The blonde girl gently closed her eyes, crossed her arms over her chest, and chanted a prayer to the demon god. As a pure support, her power didn't come from physical strength but from faith, bringing speed blessings to her teammates. The spiritual flame blazed fiercely as Kina's prayer was answered. A pitch-black magic circle appeared above, glowing with ancient runes. Adele stepped back reflexively, overwhelmed by the amount of energy the seemingly fragile girl had just summoned. The air was suddenly split by a fierce sword aura. The opening attack came from a mysterious enemy, powerful enough to shatter the floor. The entire group was pushed back, Chris raising his hand to block the strike while Adele and the others were startled, unable to react in time. Chris gritted his teeth, his body covered in a solid layer of demonic energy. Though pushed to the point where his blood trembled, he stubbornly held his ground. Adele stood behind him, cheering, his eyes lighting up as he recognized the extraordinary effort of his silver-haired friend. Adele stood still amidst the chaos, his gaze fixed on the enemy ahead. Though he spotted an opening in their technique, his instincts warned him not to charge in. That gap was too obvious, like a trap waiting for the impatient to fall into. Adele quickly detected the danger signal and ordered the group to prepare. Tension rose as he shouted a warning about the second wave of attacks approaching, forcing Chris and Kina to immediately take their battle positions. Chris poured all his strength into deploying his demonic energy shield, enduring the immense pressure from the incoming strike. He gritted his teeth, letting out a curse as he struggled to hold the line. While Chris strained to block the attack, Adele stepped back to assess the situation and quickly realized Chris was nearing exhaustion, and Sanchez's arm was starting to crack. The pressure from the enemy was so intense that even a single strike was enough to expose the team's weaknesses. Adele clenched his teeth, shouting with both worry and determination. A single strike had caused such severe damage, proving that they were facing an enemy not to be underestimated. Still, he encouraged his teammates to hold on a little longer. Before them, the enemy revealed themselves. A warrior clad in dazzling blue armor, long hair flowing, and icy eyes, raising a sword that radiated overwhelming killing intent. The next attack would undoubtedly surpass anything they had endured so far. As the second wave of attacks began, Adele immediately closed his eyes to focus, feeling the pressure of the gathering demonic energy. Once again, the sense of danger struck without warning. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, sweeping away everything in its path. Chris, though prepared, had to use all his strength to block the brutal assault from the trial's magic array. His body violently shaken, Chris gritted his teeth and fought back. The intensity of the demonic energy had clearly increased. The second wave was far stronger than the first. The survival of the entire group now hung by a thread. Amid the storm of energy, panic spread. One member screamed, warning of the risk of death if they hesitated any longer. The team had to brace themselves, hoping to buy a little more time to overcome this. Adele cursed in despair, realizing their group was the only one still standing after the second wave of attacks. Deep down, he wondered if Cell had the courage and recklessness to continue like he did. A silver-haired warrior stepped out of the shadows, his expression stern and cold blue light emanating from the sword in his hand. He said nothing, but his presence alone made the atmosphere heavy. This was no ordinary person. He exuded overwhelming pressure. Under the dazzling light, his figure became clear, lion-like armor, long hair flowing in the swirling mana currents. With just a single preparatory motion, he left the entire hall in stunned silence. The power radiating from his body far exceeded any normal standard. Adele barely felt the overwhelming pressure before a surge of energy slashed past him. His wide eyes in that moment couldn't hide his shock. This was no longer a performance. It was a warning delivered through sheer power. Chris, the one with mana manipulation skills, now lay sprawled on the floor, exhausted after the invisible strike. Kina rushed over in panic, trying to shake him awake. Adele couldn't hide his emotions either. Worry and helplessness swirled in his gaze. Chris groaned in pain, his body still unable to fully recover. Kina frantically checked his condition, while Adele, though trying to stay calm, understood that their group had just faced a force far beyond the initial standards. Chris lay collapsed on the floor, his body trembling but his eyes still shining with determination. Though exhausted, he looked straight at Adele, his hesitant teammate, and uttered a final plea, "Trust me one more time." In that moment, it wasn't strength but faith that kept the group from falling apart. Another teammate's scream echoed in panic, warning of the next wave of attacks. While everyone else was still anxious, Adele, with his back straight, said nothing, silently stepping forward. His gaze didn't waver, as if he had already made a decision in his mind, despite the imminent danger. Chris looked at Adele with eyes full of despair and hope. The question burst out anxiously, "You have a plan, right?" And Adele, without turning his head, simply replied with a firm, short word, "Yes." Amid the storm of doubt and panic, faith in their leader remained the only flickering flame in the group. In the moment when all waiting was pushed to the limit, Adele's expression suddenly changed. Darkness spread across his face, a cold smile and crimson eyes like a demon appearing. He was no longer the calm young man from before, but a nightmare in human form, ready to drive his sword through the enemy's throat without hesitation. Chris and Kina, witnessing Adele's transformation, could only stare in horror. No words, no steps forward, just terror spreading across their faces. Before them was no longer the familiar, gentle Adele, but the embodiment of furious power, terrifying and unpredictable. The enemy appeared with terrifying might, cold energy swirling around the sword in their hand. Their gaze didn't waver, all the pressure focused forward as if signaling a brutal attack was about to strike. As the sudden surge of killing intent approached, a panicked teammate shouted a warning to Chris. The enemy was charging, everything happening in an instant, too fast for a normal reaction. Adele turned to Sanchez with a calm but cold smile. There was no time for defense, so he gave a short command. "This time you'll have to hold without Chris's shield." Before Sanchez could react, he felt the killing intent closing in behind him. The sword light flashed like lightning descending. The enemy charged with speed beyond expectation, their entire body enveloped in blinding light. The attack carried crushing force, splitting the air before them. Sanchez had no time to think or protest. Forced to block the strike, he screamed in desperation, his entire body tensing as the terrifying energy surged toward him, threatening to tear through the last line of defense. Just as the enemy's thunderous attack was about to land, Chris activated his position transfer skill. In an instant, he swapped places with the enemy, sending them high into the air amidst the dazzling energy that left everyone stunned. With the skill Position Transfer 2 move, Chris immediately shifted again, creating a series of unexpected movements, and closing in on the target in an instant. The sudden strike left the enemy unable to react, hurling them down into the arena floor in a whirlwind of bright green energy. Before Chris stood a formidable enemy, already prepared with a swirling sword aura. Without hesitation, Chris looked straight at them, his body still glowing with the aura of teleportation, ready to enter a decisive and unforgiving duel. Chris immediately activated the next branch of his skill, Position Transfer 2 Designate. With absolute precision, he designated the enemy's teleportation location, shifting the situation and closing the distance to prepare for a fatal strike. From above, Chris descended like a shimmering blue blade. The strike carried all the speed and power enhanced by Kina's buff, aimed straight at the enemy's weak point. All eyes were drawn to the decisive move that would determine the outcome of the battle. The enemy, with long silver hair, cold eyes, and overwhelming presence, began chanting an attack. They gritted their teeth, calling out their target's name with burning killing intent. "Die, Ninny Cell!" A fatal strike was being prepared, showing deep hatred for the name Ninny Cell. Adele didn't hesitate, his crimson eyes and violent aura erupting in the moment of life and death. His magical claws slashed like lightning, countering in an instant with equally fierce killing intent. Curses and hatred clashed, and the battle officially entered its brutal climax. Adele stared at the glowing box, his heart filled with joy. He thought he was about to fall into a dangerous situation, but in the end, he had accidentally stumbled upon the most valuable item, a glimmer of hope amidst the dark prison of artifacts. The note about the artifact automatically floated up, emitting a soft light. Adele stood still, his face full of surprise, as if he still couldn't believe his recent stroke of luck. The joy didn't last long before Adele began to feel uneasy. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Sacrifice a god? He sighed, realizing he had never even owned a minor deity, let alone a malevolent one. Adele's gaze turned toward the necklace lying silently in the glass case. He muttered to himself, unable to shake his doubts. What exactly is this thing? Adele reached out his hand, a purple aura of magic power spreading around his fingers. He cautiously channeled the magic into the necklace, hoping to uncover the hidden clues behind this strange artifact. Adele stood silently in front of the glass case containing the necklace, his eyes fixed on the mysterious artifact as if trying to find answers in the silence. Sitting cross-legged, Adele pondered while muttering to himself. His disappointment was evident as he couldn't understand the artifact's function or usage conditions. All he received was a single command: sacrifice a god. Unwilling to give up, Adele decided to try an indirect approach. He picked up the paper and wrote down a new question. Hoping this time he would get a specific answer about the deity related to the necklace deep in the basement. The paper displayed the familiar words, sacrifice a god. Adele sighed softly, his face showing a hint of disappointment. His trick had failed. Adele pressed his hand against the glass, staring intently at the necklace as if trying to read its secrets. He realized that no matter how he rephrased his questions, the result remained the same. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Should he give up? Adele suddenly stood up, his eyes determined as he pressed his hand against the glass case. Despite the ambiguity of the system, he was certain his intuition wasn't wrong. He decisively put the necklace around his neck. The light emitted from the central gem made Adele's heart race. This was no ordinary item, but something far more valuable than any artifact he had ever seen. To confirm his hunch, Adele summoned his status screen. The words appeared clearly: half-demon, chaos-aligned, and a list of increasingly formidable abilities. The screen displayed detailed stats, from arrogant gaze to a magic power level of 1297. Adele nodded slightly. Everything was as he had guessed. His strength had reached a level sufficient to handle an extraordinary item like this. Looking around the quiet and dimly lit room, Adele muttered to himself. No one else was interested in this risky artifact. Though he hadn't uncovered its secrets, he knew he had time to gradually explore it. The pink-haired man frowned, staring intently at the necklace around Adele's neck, his sharp eyes filled with suspicion. Without beating around the bush, he asked directly, "What is that necklace?" Faced with the questioning, Adele remained calm, skillfully replying that it was one of the items without a specific description. But his explanation only deepened the other's suspicion. Choosing an artifact without knowing its function or identity was akin to hiding something. Still wearing a slight smile, Adele denied all suspicions. He insisted that he knew nothing about the item, as if it were completely normal. The other man said nothing more, only staring at Adele with a heavy gaze. In Adele's mind, confusion crept in. This man always seemed to dislike him, though he couldn't figure out why. After a moment of silence, the man finally spoke. He said he would trust Adele. As a trainer of Satan, he needed to trust his students. Adele could only smile lightly, inwardly sighing in relief. The Satan instructor briefed the group of students before leaving, emphasizing the importance of the artifacts they had just chosen. In critical moments, these items could become their second lives. The group responded in unison, showing their seriousness about the advice. Adele looked around, quietly realizing that all the students here, except himself, were individuals with the potential to lead the demon world. They would undoubtedly receive immense investment and support in the future, while he was just an outsider. A hint of longing flashed in Adele's heart. He thought to himself how wonderful it would be to receive even a fraction of that support. But then a question arose in his mind. Could he truly survive and succeed at Satan Academy? The dismissal order rang out, ending the artifact selection session. The instructor scheduled to meet all the students at the opening ceremony. A magic gate immediately appeared, blue light shining down as if marking the transition to a new phase. Adele politely asked Renee if they should head back to the dormitory together. Renee gently nodded in agreement. The two walked side by side out of the hall, beginning their new challenging days at the academy. As Adele turned to leave, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. A voice called out loudly, addressing him as Team 33 Captain, leaving him stunned in surprise. The caller was Bolton, the orange-haired boy with a crown of thorns. With a radiant smile, Bolton apologized for his somewhat rude attitude during their first meeting, leaving Adele quite surprised. Bolton proactively shook hands and introduced himself. He didn't hesitate to express his admiration for Adele's fighting style, an action that lightened and warmed the atmosphere between them. Adele smiled and shook hands in return, introducing himself. Though surprised by the sudden friendliness, he felt a sense of relief that the other had taken the initiative first. But just as he relaxed, a sudden sharp pain made Adele grimace. A look of confusion appeared on his face as he hadn't yet understood what had just happened. Just after shaking hands, Adele was suddenly gripped so tightly by Bolton that it was painful. Bolton's suspiciously glowing eyes and twisted smile made the atmosphere abruptly tense. Adele gritted his teeth, inwardly furious at Bolton's sudden action. Not understanding what Bolton was trying to prove, Adele could only feel annoyed and wary. Adele immediately realized Bolton's true nature, a person who looked down on the weak and only respected strength. His attention didn't come from goodwill, but from envy and ambition hidden behind a friendly facade. In his memories from a past life, Adele clearly remembered Bolton pushing the protagonist to the brink of death in the human world. But upon discovering his opponent's potential, he stepped back, promising a rematch in the future. A battle-crazed lunatic, that was his true nature. Though his hand was squeezed to the point of trembling, Adele maintained a calm exterior, responding to Bolton with a forced smile. Inwardly, he couldn't help but wonder, among all the strong people around, why was Bolton targeting him? While still shaking hands with Adele, Bolton suddenly activated the skill, Position Swap Roman 2, a rare arcane magic that allowed target swapping. A blue light flashed from the hilt of his sword, signaling the impending shift. The moment the magic completed, a stranger with purple hair was suddenly pulled in, placing a hand on Bolton's shoulder. Bolton turned his head, grinning slyly, while Adele could only stare in shock at the unexpected turn of events. The purple-haired boy who had just arrived spoke with goodwill, trying to ease the tension. He suggested ending the stress after the recent test, but his hand trembled, injured by the immense pressure from the earlier handshake, a clear sign that Bolton wasn't just fooling around. Bolton burst into laughter, not hiding his excitement. He hadn't anticipated the swap would happen so perfectly, and was even more thrilled to realize the newcomer wasn't strong enough to resist. Bolton's excitement quickly escalated. His eyes burned with the fire of battle as he stared at Adele and declared madly, "You're strong. Fight me here and now, until one of us dies." Adele glared at Bolton, his heart trembling. He cursed this lunatic inwardly, someone who craved battle as if he lived only to kill. Though pressured, Adele held his ground, loudly reiterating that he had no intention of fighting from the start. Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, a shout came from behind. Renee, with the aura of an uncompromising protector, stepped forward, her fierce gaze sweeping over Bolton. The killing intent from her instantly shook the entire room. Her body ablaze with blue energy, Renee drew her sword with a cold gaze. Her voice was firm as a command. If Bolton dared to touch Adele, he would have to face her first. The declaration of war couldn't be clearer. Without waiting for a response, Renee immediately charged. The sword in her hand tore through the air, its momentum as if to crush the enemy. Adele and his companion were still in shock, only able to stand frozen before the fury of the horned girl. Faced with pressure from both sides, Bolton hesitated. He forced a smile, waving his hand casually, trying to find an honorable exit. Though he craved battle, he admitted that facing both of them now was foolish and not worth getting injured before the school year began. Bolton turned and walked away, but couldn't hide the excitement in his half-smile. He didn't see this as an end, but as the beginning of a future rematch. Before leaving, he deliberately called Adele's name as a promise of battle filled with killing intent. Adele watched Bolton's retreating figure, his heart still in turmoil. He couldn't understand the logic of someone who just declared he didn't want to get injured, only to immediately demand a life-or-death duel. In Adele's eyes, this opponent was truly a madman. Adele stood silently, his gaze still following Bolton. Though the situation had calmed down, he felt even more wary. Bolton wasn't just strong, he was unpredictably terrifying. That's why when Adele suddenly noticed Bolton holding a sword, he couldn't help but startle. When had he drawn it? Renee decisively ordered them to leave, not wanting to waste more time with a lunatic like Bolton. Adele obediently followed, but in his heart he had etched that name, Bolton, someone he was certain he would face again in the future. Adele smiled softly as he reflected on his first day at Satan. Though only a day had passed, the series of events made it feel like he had been here for many days. Amidst the worries and dangers, he gradually sensed a new hope in his academy life. A fresh morning enveloped the dormitory within the school grounds. Sunlight streamed through the roof, signaling a peaceful start after the turmoil. The crisp air seemed like a well-deserved reward after the previous day's tension. Adele exhaled softly, letting his body relax in the early morning sunlight. The fatigue gradually faded, replaced by an unusual sense of ease. On his neck, the black mark remained clearly visible, reminding him of his half-demon identity. Standing in front of the mirror, Adele looked at himself with surprise. Perhaps because of what he had experienced yesterday, his body today felt lighter and more agile than ever. The radiant atmosphere around him seemed to reflect his belief that everything was beginning to change. Adele stretched his arms, flexing his muscles, and looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. His body had become stronger, more defined. Though the road ahead was long and dangerous, he knew one thing for sure. He was truly growing stronger day by day. Adele happily held the new uniform in his hands, impressed by Satan Academy's thoughtfulness. Though he had just enrolled, they already knew his residence and proactively delivered the uniform, a gesture that made him feel welcomed. When he put on the black uniform with gold trim, Adele was surprised to find it not only fit perfectly, but was also far more comfortable than he had imagined. He let out a soft exclamation, feeling somewhat excited for the new journey ahead. Though the rule of wearing the uniform throughout the 3-year study period seemed strict, Adele didn't mind. For him, the practicality and convenience of this outfit were enough to ease the initial inconvenience. After adjusting his tie in front of the mirror, Adele suddenly remembered Renee's uniform. He had given it to her earlier and now wondered how she would look wearing it. A thought flashed, should he go and see? Without further hesitation, Adele gently knocked on Renee's door. The knock echoed in the quiet space, opening a moment of anticipation mixed with a hint of excitement for the half-demon. Adele stood in front of Renee's door, calling out as the morning sunlight crept into the hallway. With a polite tone, he simply wanted to ask if she needed anything before they both left the dorm. After a brief silence, the door opened. Renee allowed him in, her calm voice echoing from behind the wooden door, making Adele smile softly in relief. As he stepped inside, Adele's gaze suddenly stopped. Renee stood in the sunlight streaming through the window, her hand lightly adjusting her hair, her face slightly flushed in the academy uniform, a sight that seemed to freeze time. Adele was momentarily flustered, standing still for a few seconds. A strange emotion welled up inside him, which he tried to hide with a light smile, but his gaze remained fixed on the girl before him. Unable to contain his feelings, Adele blurted out, "You look beautiful." The sincere words startled Renee, her ears turning red, and the room filled with a quiet awkwardness. Renee awkwardly raised her hand to her throat, trying to hide her embarrassment after Adele's unexpected compliment. Her flushed cheeks and averted gaze made her pretend to ask about mundane matters. Adele clearly sensed the fluster on Renee's face, and a surprising thought crossed his mind. This girl, though usually tough, had such an adorable side. Maintaining a polite demeanor, Adele gave a slight bow and asked to leave. He didn't forget to remind Renee to take some rest, showing a gentle yet measured concern for her. Just as Adele turned to leave, Renee suddenly called him back. Her voice was soft, almost an unconscious attempt to keep him there. Renee looked up, her eyes showing a mix of hesitation and sincerity. She asked softly, as if reminding herself or giving Adele a reason to stay a little longer. Adele was slightly stunned by Renee's question. In his mind, the phrase, "what I need to do," echoed like a deep reminder, making him gaze at her intently, speechless. Adele stood still in a moment of hesitation, his mind seemingly scrambled by a forgotten feeling. Before him was Renee, still blushing from the compliment, while he suddenly wondered what important thing he had just overlooked. A word flashed through Adele's mind: guardian. In an instant, his eyes widened as he realized the obvious truth. He had forgotten the most important task of the day. Adele couldn't help but blame himself. In that fleeting moment of wanting to rest, he had forgotten that his primary duty was to protect Renee. But before he could react, Renee had already taken the initiative to say she would change clothes and then go out with him. Renee tilted her head, cold yet sharp, asking a direct question that left Adele flustered. He forced a smile, quickly turned away and replied awkwardly, I'll wait outside." As the door closed behind him, Adele stood on the porch and sighed. He looked up at the sky, smiling helplessly as he realized the rare day off he had been looking forward to had ultimately vanished into thin air. Under the clear blue sky and the peaceful rows of houses, the city appeared bustling and full of life. The people moved about naturally, as if this place had never been ravaged by war. The market was filled with laughter and the aroma of delicious food. The vendors warmly welcomed customers, surprising Adele. It was hard to believe that a place once a battlefield had revived so strongly in just a decade. Adele walked through the crowd, his mind slightly pensive. Although the war from years ago seemed to have ended with victory leaning toward humanity, this city, the heart of the capital, was still not entirely in their hands. Renee suddenly pulled Adele's hand from behind. She called his name, her voice soft but clear, as if she wanted to share something or simply walk beside him in the crowded street. When their eyes stopped at the skewer stall, Renee didn't hesitate to point and suggest trying some. Adele was slightly surprised by the choice, but then he laughed and agreed. That simple moment brought a rare warmth amidst the chaotic days. On the fiery grill, the skewers were evenly coated with a glossy red sauce, sizzling with the sound of fat crackling. The flames cast a shine on each piece of meat, filling the market with the rich aroma of spices. Adele leaned over and asked the vendor curiously, wanting to know more about the smoking dish in front of him. The vendor cheerfully replied that it was venison marinated with grilled vegetables, a rustic but beloved dish in this region. While Renee silently observed, Adele chuckled softly, guessing to himself that the venison might be similar to the grilled chicken from the world he once knew. Without hesitation, he ordered 2 skewers, and the girl beside him thanked him with a bright smile. Renee carefully brought the skewer to her lips and took a small first bite. The rich sauce mixed with the smoky flavor made her pause slightly, as if to better appreciate the unexpected charm of the street food. When Adele turned to ask, Renee had already closed her eyes and smiled with her cheeks puffed, full of satisfaction. "It's delicious," she replied, while Adele nodded slightly, enjoying the simple dish that brought an indescribable joy on his rare day off. Adele suddenly noticed a small change in Renee. A girl who was usually cold now smiled brightly while eating the skewers. He thought to himself, perhaps she was gradually opening up little by little. They continued walking through the city square, where the fountain still trickled amidst the peaceful scenery. No one would have guessed that this place had been a battlefield just a decade ago. Amid the passing crowd, Adele and Renee walked side by side. Smiles were evident on both their faces, and the atmosphere between them now felt light and natural. Adele looked up at the sky, feeling the rare tranquility that life had brought. A premonition suddenly arose in his heart, that perhaps this would be the last time he could enjoy such a peaceful day. At that moment, Adele's gaze was suddenly drawn to a towering warrior statue in the square. A sense of unease swept over him. There was something about this statue that made him stop in surprise. Adele and Renee stood beneath the massive statue in the square, their eyes thoughtfully looking up. Faced with the colossal scale of the statue, Adele couldn't hide his curiosity. Why was such a monument erected in the heart of the city, and who was the majestic woman depicted? When Adele asked, Renee replied with a mix of surprise and confusion. To her, it was common knowledge. The statue was a symbol of the first demon king who had founded the demon dynasty in ancient times. The information jolted Adele awake. The first demon king, his gaze lingered on the carved features of the face, and he suddenly realized there was something strikingly similar to Diana. Though it was just a fleeting feeling, the resemblance left him unsettled. Not wanting to miss the rare opportunity, Adele smiled and suggested moving closer. He wanted to take a closer look at the face of the legendary figure, as well as confirm the strange feeling lingering in his mind. But just as the two of them approached, a strange light suddenly emitted from the statue's eyes. In an instant, the empty stone pupils seemed to awaken, emitting an eerie blue light. Something had been awakened. As the strange light began to envelop Adele's body, he was nearly overwhelmed. The energy radiating from the necklace caused his entire body to glow intensely, as if a bizarre ritual was being activated. Adele panicked as he looked down at his collar, where the necklace was emitting a blinding light. He couldn't understand what was happening. This item had always been just an ordinary piece of jewelry, so why was it glowing now? A powerful beam of light shot straight from the necklace to the statue of the first demon king. In that moment, a supernatural connection was established. A strange reaction between the ancient artifact and the demonic relic was unfolding before Adele's eyes. Adele instinctively stepped back as he noticed one of the gems on the necklace had turned ashen gray. He was horrified, clearly sensing the energy that had just been drained or exchanged. He stared at the now-dimmed gem, his heart racing with a flood of questions. Some kind of power had just been released, but it also marked the beginning of a more terrifying mystery. Adele thought to himself, what the hell is going on? Renee was surprised to see Adele suddenly pull out the necklace in the middle of the street, his face full of confusion. She asked him directly, not understanding why he would act so strangely without saying a word. Adele glanced back at the statue with a bewildered expression. Doubt arose in his heart. Was that light an illusion? But he was certain he had seen the light emanating from the statue, and the color of the gem on the necklace had changed. Adele slowly turned away, keeping a scrutinizing gaze on the necklace hanging on his chest, while Renee stood there with a puzzled expression. Her silence only made the loneliness of his discovery more apparent. Renee tilted her head in confusion, completely unaware of anything unusual that had happened. Meanwhile, Adele silently confirmed to himself. It seemed he was the only one who had seen the strange phenomenon. Memories of his previous futile inquiries flooded Adele's mind, those times when he only received vague answers like sacrificing a god. But this time, he had truly stumbled upon a clear clue from the most unexpected place. Adele was certain that the necklace he wore had a deep connection to the first demon king. Although the system had only given vague answers before, this time he believed the clue he had just found would lead him to the truth if he continued investigating. Tucking the necklace back into his collar, Adele took the initiative to leave the square, calling Renee to head back. In his heart now was a burning curiosity about the true nature of the mysterious artifact. The clear blue sky stretched over the city of Satan, where the magnificent architecture of the academy stood under the morning sun. Everything seemed peaceful, far removed from the bizarre moment of the previous day. The next morning, after resting, Adele and Renee set off for the Satan Academy. At the main gate, Adele urged his companion to hurry as the entrance ceremony was about to begin. Renee nodded in agreement. In the main hall, the principal and faculty had taken their seats. About 100 new students filed in. Though everything seemed like a normal entrance ceremony, Adele's mind was still drawn to the necklace and the stone statue from the day before. As the entrance ceremony began, the new students buzzed with disbelief that the petite girl was actually the principal. Among them, one person spoke up to deny it. That wasn't a child. It was a monster who had once suffocated them with just her presence. Adele, though agreeing with the girl's scariness, couldn't help but smile slightly as he blurted out that she looked cute. However, an internal protest immediately flared up. Cute my ass. The principal, with her crimson eyes and eerie tattoos, didn't hide her coldness, retorting sharply. A childlike body covered in tattoos and still called cute. The strange comment made her doubt Adele's eyes. Her eyes flashed, the pupils standing upright like a predator's, sharp and intimidating. With just one glance, the entire hall seemed to freeze under her overwhelming presence. Adele suddenly jolted, his entire body tensing under the invisible pressure from that gaze. A small groan escaped his lips, while the person beside him turned pale with fear. Without a word, the girl had shown everyone who was in control of the stage. Adele quickly adjusted his thoughts as he realized the terrifying gaze of the female principal was directed straight at him. It seemed she could read his mind, forcing him to put on a fake smile and hastily correct his thoughts to avoid trouble. Before the atmosphere in the hall became too tense, the commanding voice of Professor Aries rang out, officially opening the entrance ceremony. All attention immediately shifted to the main stage, and the space became solemn. As the principal's tedious speech neared its end, the atmosphere in the hall gradually stabilized. Among the students standing solemnly, Adele and Renee listened attentively, while the reminders of Satan Academy's rules echoed like a mandatory ritual. Another professor stepped onto the stage, smiling as he announced the next part of the ceremony, the oath-taking by the top-ranked students and the runner-up. The solemn atmosphere remained intact, preparing for the significant moment ahead. Under the gaze of the entire hall, the two most outstanding students of the class stood up and walked onto the stage. The leader was a calm yet proud young man, accompanied by a platinum-haired girl with pointed ears, her gaze cold and majestic. Adele observed the top pair stepping onto the stage, unsurprised by their selection. Renee beside him maintained her usual calm expression, indifferent to rankings or the gazes of others. He understood that Renee's sole purpose for enrolling was to avenge her mother. She cared nothing for glory or competition. As for Adele himself, he reminded himself to focus on his own path, regardless of the gossip around him. Just as he had calmed down, a sudden surge of killing intent from behind sent a chill down Adele's spine. A familiar pressure, carrying hidden malice, unexpectedly descended. A fist silently clenched in the shadows. Without needing to see its owner clearly, Adele could sense this was no harmless act. Someone was provoking him, or worse, preparing to strike. And just as he had predicted, the orange-haired guy, who had been watching him before, appeared with a sinister smile. Adele grew angry, cursing inwardly as he realized this weirdo still hadn't given up on stalking him. Adele tried to calm himself, forcing himself not to react to the orange-haired guy's provocation. He reminded himself not to get dragged into petty games, knowing his goal was far greater. As the call came from the stage, the female student honored as the valedictorian slowly stepped up, the light surrounding her making each step seem adorned with the aura of excellence. Diana, the daughter of the Demon King, stepped onto the stage amidst the admiration of the entire academy. Her cold demeanor and confident stride seemed to freeze the air. All eyes followed her, and no one could deny her absolute influence. Adele, along with those around him, couldn't hide their admiration. To him, Diana, who was said to be blessed by the gods, deserved the title of valedictorian. Now that she stood at the pinnacle from the very beginning, who could possibly hinder her path forward? The two top students, including Diana, took their oaths in unison before the entire academy. The vows echoed in the majestic hall, marking the first solemn moment in their journey at Satan. As the oath to erase shame and rebuild the demon world was spoken, the hall fell into silence. The atmosphere changed noticeably, filled with solemnity and the rising expectations in each student's heart. Adele subtly adjusted his collar, hiding the black mark on his neck in worry. He sensed the simmering resentment in the crowd, those who had lost their families to humans. If anyone discovered his true identity as an arson descendant, the consequences would be unimaginable. In Adele's mind, the worst-case scenario became vividly clear: a dark place, chains, and eternal torment. Just revealing his identity could lead to accusations of betrayal and a fate worse than death. The entrance ceremony officially concluded. Though the ritual was just the beginning of a long journey, the tension lingered in the air, a reminder that Satan was not just a place of learning, but also a battlefield for survival. Professor Aries stood up, instructing the students to check the class assignment board behind them. After determining their classes, each person had to quickly move to their designated room. A new phase had begun, where schemes and secrets would start to intertwine. After the entrance ceremony, Adele turned to Renee with a smile, suggesting they check the class assignment list. Renee nodded in agreement, maintaining her usual calm demeanor. The two joined the stream of students gathering in front of the large announcement board, where 3 lists, A, B, and C, were hung for everyone to check their class assignments. Adele quickly found his name on the list for Class A. He glanced over with anticipation, secretly hoping Renee would be placed in the same class. However, when he saw Renee's result, Adele immediately broke into a pitying smile. Though he expressed regret verbally, his eyes couldn't hide his amusement. Upon learning she was assigned to Class C, Renee immediately shot a cold glare at Adele, bluntly demanding he wipe that mocking smile off his face. She was clearly not pleased with this class division. Despite being placed in a different class, Renee maintained her usual cold demeanor. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind him he was still her guardian and he had to appear when she called. Adele forced a smile, responding out of habit, though inwardly protesting. Only after Renee left did Adele let out a sigh of relief. The temporary easing of pressure made him secretly glad, thinking he might finally have some peace after the exhausting days. But his joy didn't last long, as an unexpected bump from behind made him freeze. The familiar cold sensation sent a chill down his spine. Turning around, Adele faced the furious gaze of a black-haired youth with a blue tint. Though he didn't understand what was happening, the other's reaction made him realize he had inadvertently stirred up a big trouble. With glowing eyes and a blazing killing intent, the youth growled a threat, calling him a three-headed dog with utter disdain. Panic rose in Adele's heart. He was beginning to realize the person before him was no ordinary individual. The fiery eyes of the blue-haired youth seemed to distort the air around him with killing intent. He was Samuel, son of Varus, from the Gluttony clan, one of the *7 deadly sins renowned for their brutal strength. Despite being a new student, he had already made it clear that he was not to be trifled with. The main character suppressed his irritation at being provoked for no reason. Though aware of the other's provocation, he chose to bow his head and apologize to avoid unnecessary conflict on his first day. His calmness was not a sign of weakness, but a reflection of his understanding of when to exercise patience. Samuel turned away with a look of disdain, tossing back a cold threat. For him, today was an exception because it was the first day, but the grudge that had just been ignited would certainly not end here. The main character sighed, feeling weary of the arrogant behavior typical of the descendants of the *7 deadly sins*. He suddenly thought of Bolton, a haunting name, and wondered if the man would appear in Class A. The scene outside the academy shone brightly in the sunlight, a stark contrast to the undercurrents rising among the students. Beneath the calm surface, dangerous confrontations were already beginning to take shape. A professor slammed his hand on the table, revealing his fury at being doubted. In an angry echo, he challenged the entire council. "So you don't trust me?" His words clearly showed his determination to defend his current position at Satan Academy. The meeting among the professors grew tense as the purple-haired professor loudly declared himself the legitimate instructor of Satan. However, the female professor in the middle indifferently dismissed him. "That's not the point," hinting at something more serious being discussed. The purple-haired professor, a veteran of the battlefield, issued a stern warning about the danger a certain student could pose. He emphasized that with his combat experience, only he was capable of handling the situation, clearly stating the potential threat of that student. Class A's instructor, Idea, refused to accept the interference. She vehemently opposed the idea of her student being taken away, asserting that the student had been assigned to her for training. She would not allow anyone to override her authority so unreasonably. The tense atmosphere was abruptly cut short when the powerful female professor with long pink hair issued a firm command. "Enough! Sit down, Instructor Idea." Her words carried such weight that Idea immediately stiffened, clearly showing the speaker's supreme authority in the council. Instructor Idea crossed her arms, venting her frustration at being denied her decision-making authority. While others remained silent, she couldn't hide her sense of injustice at being constantly criticized and undervalued. The powerful woman at the head of the table, with her sharp gaze and commanding voice, questioned Instructor Aries about his reasons for wanting to change his assigned class. This was not just a question, but a warning to anyone who dared to defy the rules of Satan Academy. Instructor Aries calmly stated his purpose. He wanted to personally oversee Adele. With his extensive combat experience, Aries believed he was the only one capable of handling a dangerous individual like Adele, someone he believed would cause chaos if left unchecked. Aries' serious expression grew even more intimidating as he declared that Adele was a born killer. In his eyes, Adele possessed an instinct for slaughter and could turn on his comrades at any moment, a strong enough reason for him to push for immediate restraint. However, not everyone in the meeting agreed. One of the professors spoke up, suspecting that Aries was overreacting to a half-demon. Another argued that Adele was far weaker than the descendants of the *7 deadly sins*, subtly dismissing the threat Aries was exaggerating. Aries stood firm in his stance, asserting that strength wasn't solely based on combat power. He believed that Adele's calmness and boldness in action were no less formidable than the descendants of the *7 deadly sins*. The others in the meeting room fell silent at Aries' remark. Though unspoken, their silence clearly reflected their surprise and difficulty in refuting his solid argument. Aries continued to emphasize his desire to directly oversee Class A. He believed Adele needed close supervision to avoid risks, cutting off others before they could voice further objections. At this, Instructor Idea stood up, unable to contain her anger. Her strong reaction echoed through the room, expressing her resentment at being doubted and undervalued in her managerial role. With a furious glare, Idea confronted Aries and accused him of not trusting her. Her final remark escalated the tension in the meeting to its peak. Faced with Instructor Idea's sharp reaction, the council leader softly apologized, though her tone betrayed her exhaustion. She felt undervalued and finally voiced her long-held frustration. When would everyone stop treating her like a child? The atmosphere suddenly turned cold as the council leader unexpectedly stood up, her entire body radiating an intimidating pressure. A single word, "enough," was enough to silence the entire room. All the professors in the room fell silent. No one dared to speak as her anger lingered, enveloping the space like an invisible layer of killing intent. After a moment of silence, she composed herself and stated her position. She understood Ares's concerns about the student Adele, but swapping classes now would only cause more chaos. The class assignments were fixed, and any changes would lead to unnecessary consequences. Instructor Ares finally softened his tone. Though not entirely in agreement, he nodded in acknowledgement of his superior's decision. However, he still emphasized, caution was never excessive, especially with a case like Adele. Write captions for each image, 1 paragraph per image in the third person, ensuring clarity, consistency with the story, and adherence to the content without digressing. Maintain coherence throughout the series, closely following the content from images 21 to 25. The meeting ended in a tense silence. The leader announced the conclusion and instructed the professors to quickly head to their classes to meet their students. Under the chandelier's light, the decision had been made, and everyone had to comply. The door to Class 1A opened, marking the moment of entry into the formal academic environment. The classroom, where most of the key events would unfold, had been set, and the fates of each student began to shift here. Adele, the main character with a half-demon mark on his neck, appeared with a forced smile. In his mind echoed a helpless question, "Why am I so unlucky?" Though his expression was calm, the backlight revealed his attempt to hide his weariness and anxiety about what lay ahead. A girl with white horns, sharp eyes, and a mocking smile approached Adele. She laughed sarcastically, saying he was lucky not to be paired with Diana, someone everyone feared. Her words, though seemingly playful, carried a hidden threat, hinting at the troubles awaiting Adele. Adele felt a slight relief as he looked around the classroom and realized his seatmate wasn't Bolton, the one who had nearly killed him in the human world. Though misfortune still followed him, at least it wasn't the worst-case scenario. Renee, the girl with distinctive horns and a blunt personality, marched straight to Adele, questioning him with an annoyed expression. She suspected he had deliberately followed her to the classroom, while Adele awkwardly explained that the seating was random. Upon learning they were in the same class, Renee immediately switched to queen mode, gleefully declaring that Adele would have the honor of being her servant here. Faced with this old routine, Adele could only sigh inwardly, "Here we go again." The commotion between Adele and Renee caught the attention of another male student in the class. He stood up, issuing a cold command with a stern gaze, accusing them of causing a disturbance. The pressure from his stare immediately made the atmosphere heavier. The blue-haired boy didn't hesitate to issue a chilling threat, declaring he would kill them if they didn't quiet down. His fierce demeanor made both Adele and Renee freeze momentarily, realizing they were dealing with someone not to be messed with. Diana stood frozen in the moment as she heard the blunt threat from the blue-haired young man. Her wide, frost-edged eyes mirrored shock and outrage, as though her pride had been grievously wounded. Adele simply stood there smiling, unfazed by the heated argument between his classmates. Inside, he told himself he would definitely get along with them, somehow. The classroom door suddenly swung open with a loud bang, breaking the tense atmosphere. The abrupt appearance made all the students turn their heads to look. Instructor Idea entered with light shining from behind, making his silhouette appear like a figure of authority descending. The class immediately sat up straight, the atmosphere becoming cautious. With a tone mixing weariness and reproach, Instructor Idea scanned the room, not hiding his displeasure. He asked pointedly, as if already knowing everything, "You're not already starting fights on the first day, are you?" Adele sat quietly, his eyes briefly glancing at the person who had just entered. In his mind, a flicker of suspicion turned into realization. The newcomer was the supervisor of Class A. A clap echoed, shattering the tense atmosphere. The instructor, with a gentle yet firm demeanor, greeted, "Welcome, everyone," a signal marking the start of a new chapter at the academy. Under the attentive gaze of the students, the instructor introduced himself. "I am the instructor in charge of Class A. My name is Idea." With a calm yet decisive tone, he emphasized his importance. "Remember my name." Immediately after, a male student stood up, his expression serious yet proud. He introduced himself as the senior and revealed his shocking nickname. "Everyone calls me the Disaster Legion." Adele was baffled, the phrase echoing in his mind with confusion. The class erupted in murmurs upon hearing the title Disaster Legion. One student confirmed, "Isn't that the one who killed 10,000 people at Pollux River?" Another countered, "Wasn't it 30,000? Astonishment spread, and the students' gazes turned toward the senior with a mix of doubt and fear. Adele felt both surprised and relieved to learn that someone as notorious as Instructor Idea was in charge of his class. Though he didn't yet know the extent of her power, he at least believed it would increase his chances of survival in this harsh new environment. After the impressive introduction, Instructor Idea quickly moved on to the important part, outlining the teaching plan. With her decisive and confident demeanor, the instructor kept the entire class captivated by her every word and gesture. The chalkboard pen made a sharp tap as instructor Idea wrote 2 words on the board. Hunting methods. She declared this the key skill the students would need to master, an unusual and intriguing start that hinted at the challenges ahead. A blue-haired male student immediately expressed his discomfort, arguing that the term hunting was inappropriate unless targeting beasts or monsters. His blunt attitude revealed that many students still hadn't grasped the severity of Class A's training program. Amid the tension, another student raised their hand and asked directly, "So what exactly are we hunting?" The simple question sparked curiosity across the class, as it was clear they wouldn't be facing ordinary creatures. In the quiet classroom, instructor Idea smiled softly but meaningfully as she announced the content of the first lesson. Without beating around the bush, she stated their target would be humans, leaving the class stunned by the brutality of the training. The main character quietly repeated the word humans, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. He understood that this was where things truly began, where the line between theory and combat was erased. From the corner of the room, the horned girl silently assessed instructor Idea, while the instructor continued to explain that her role was limited to teaching hunting skills. The girl's satisfied gaze suggested she was more interested in Idea's appearance than the lesson. Beyond hunting instruction, Idea also revealed she would oversee the class's basic physical training. As soon as she finished speaking, a student in the front couldn't help but groan. It was his greatest weakness and likely the most challenging part of the program. Without giving the students much time to react, Idea firmly declared the first lesson officially begun. She instructed the class to move to the training grounds, signaling the start of a new phase, where their first harsh challenges awaited. Adele quietly stepped onto the training field under the blazing sun, the wind gently brushing through his red hair as the vast landscape unfolded before him. Before them was an enormous training ground, far larger than usual. Adele and the other students were stunned, wondering whether this place was for magic or weapon training. Idea glanced around at his classmates, confirming everyone was present. He nodded slightly, mentally preparing for the first lesson, though no one knew how it would begin. Instructor Idea appeared with a mysterious spell in her hand, a swirling light like a black hole emanating from her palm. Her voice rang out seriously, demanding the class's full attention. A glowing spatial gate opened in midair, releasing chaotic energy. Instructor Idea maintained her stance, controlling the magical force as the class stood on the brink of their true initiation. A heavy thud echoed as armored feet stepped out of the swirling light, a creation of Instructor Idea's magic. The air seemed to be sucked away, signaling the arrival of an unfamiliar force. Following the first step, a line of armored knights emerged from the magical gate. They stood in perfect formation, as if stepping out of a rigorously trained army, casting an intimidating aura over the entire training ground. Adele and the other students were stunned by the surreal sight. Confusion was evident on their faces. Some were amazed. Others couldn't believe their eyes, as these people in iron armor appeared out of thin air. Facing the students' panic, Instructor Idea smiled calmly, standing amidst the armored figures. She gently revealed the truth. These were merely illusions created by her magic, not real people. Idea continued with a proud tone, explaining that she was the one who had created the image of the Sword Saint during the entrance exam. Her words clarified all doubts. It had all been an illusionary test, but one that pushed the participants to their psychological limits. Adele slumped down, sweat beading on his forehead, his mind still reeling from the realization that he had faced a version of the Sword Saint with only a fraction of its power. The absurdity of it all made him mutter inwardly, "She's a real monster." Still overwhelmed, Adele continued to reflect. He acknowledged that Satan Academy was already harsh, but compared to the Royal Academy, it paled in comparison. A chill ran down his spine, stirring vague anxieties about the future. Instructor Idea stepped forward, her voice calm but laden with meaning. The task for the lesson was deceptively simple: get past the illusions and reach her. Yet within that simplicity lay an invisible pressure weighing on the entire class. Without waiting for reactions, Idea immediately scanned the students. Her sparkling eyes seemed to scrutinize, as if she had already chosen the first target for the special exercise she was about to unveil. Suddenly she turned directly to the red-haired boy. "Your name is Adele, right?" Amid dozens of eyes fixed on him, he couldn't hide his surprise and tension at being called out first. With a half-smile that was both challenging and dangerous, Idea looked straight at Adele. Her voice seemed to recall the dramatic memory from the entrance exam. "Why not try stabbing my neck like you did with the Sword Saint?" The class fell silent, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. After an intense training session with Instructor Idea, Adele suddenly sensed a terrifying aura ahead. The person who had just appeared was Instructor Ares, his entire body engulfed in fierce black flame, causing the surrounding space to freeze. Once again, Adele became the focus of another instructor. Facing the intense gaze of Instructor Aries, Adele forced a smile and asked if he was about to engage in direct combat with the instructor. Despite his inner anxiety, he maintained a calm demeanor, trying to grasp the opponent's intentions. Instructor Idea stepped among the illusionary soldiers she had created. She explained to the class that, like real humans, these illusions also had a spiritual leader, a key factor determining the collapse or stability of the entire formation. With a cold gaze, Instructor Idea declared that she would play the role of the leader of the human faction in this training session. She emphasized that if the leader was strong enough, the collective behind them would also gain strength. The psychological game had truly begun. Adele adjusted his tie and took a deep breath. He quickly understood the purpose of the training, to simulate the strategy from Sun Tzu's The Art of War. To defeat the enemy, capture their chief, he had to break through the formation and defeat Instructor Idea herself. Adele smiled dangerously as his mind focused entirely on the target. With his crimson eyes and murderous aura, he was confident that subduing the leader among the illusionary soldiers would be no difficult task. To him, it was child's play. Instructor Idea smiled challengingly. Knowing full well that she far surpassed the student's level, she calmly set the condition. If anyone could touch her, whether with their hand or a weapon, they would pass the challenge. An absolutely asymmetric game. The shout of "Begin" echoed like a battle cry. The illusionary soldiers immediately moved to surround Instructor Idea. She stood in the center, arms crossed, as if she were merely a spectator in the test she had devised. Without hesitation, Adele activated the skill position Transfer 2, move, darting through the battle line in an instant. He swung his dagger, aiming straight for Instructor Idea's neck, his speed and killing intent causing the air to tremble. Instructor Idea's eyes widened in shock. In that brief moment, Adele's sharp blade had already pressed against her neck. No one expected this half-demon student to get this close before the real battle had even begun. Adele closed in on Instructor Idea from behind, his dagger at her throat. His crimson eyes flashed in the darkness as he provocatively asked if this approach counted as passing the challenge. Just moments ago, there had been dozens of meters separating Adele and Instructor Idea, but now, thanks to his newly acquired movement skill, that distance was no longer an obstacle. He easily bypassed the guarding illusions to reach his main target. Adele recalled the days when he could only move a few meters. His rapid progress filled him with quiet pride. With his current abilities, launching a surprise attack and destroying an enemy base was now within reach. The moment Adele's blade touched Instructor Idea's neck, a glowing barrier appeared. Idea smiled calmly, letting out a cold laugh, making it clear that everything was under her control. Instructor Idea turned her head, her eyes shining with amusement as she acknowledged why she had been warned to be cautious of Adele. Meanwhile, Adele was still processing what had just happened and instinctively asked in confusion. After the shocking close encounter, Instructor Idea accepted the result and calmly ordered Adele to return to his position. Adele, despite the tense confrontation, responded calmly and complied without hesitation. Back in his position, Adele pondered silently. He wasn't sure whether the looks from the others were hostile or curious. A sense of unease passed through him. Had his true identity been discovered? Instructor Idea turned to the students, using Adele's achievement as a benchmark. She coldly declared that those who failed would have to undergo additional training, a reminder that left the group flustered, especially after Adele's performance far exceeded expectations. The clear blue sky suddenly echoed with a fierce scream, a sound that seemed to herald an impending explosion, shattering the tense silence that had enveloped the training session. Another student, unable to hold back any longer, roared in fury and charged straight at the illusionary soldiers. His rage erupted uncontrollably, shouting his hatred for humans while unleashing full-force attacks. Witnessing another student charging forward with such ferocity, Adele remained composed. To him, mastering basic skills was a given for those with demonic blood. As for the human soldiers, weak and powerless, their slow reactions were understandable. However, the student's performance still wasn't enough to create real pressure. Adele quietly noted that if Instructor Idea herself controlled the soldier formation, the battle's outcome would be entirely different. That thought kept him on guard. One of the students found himself in a dangerous situation, surrounded on all sides by spear points. In that moment, his face clearly showed terror, an emotion most visible in those unaccustomed to real combat. Adele watched the scene with a mix of sarcasm and pity. Though he had never considered himself strong compared to his struggling peers, his rapid progress had clearly surpassed the norm. In midair, a student shouted with vigor as he attempted to leap over the encirclement. Adele and the other students couldn't help but be surprised by this bold move. Though somewhat amusing, the indomitable spirit still elicited their admiration. The moment the student leaped into the air, the archers immediately drew their bows and fired a dense volley of arrows. The training formation showed no mercy, demonstrating the brutality of the test. A desperate scream echoed across the training ground, accompanied by a cry of horror. Adele and the other students could only watch in silence, Adele's expression a mix of helplessness and amusement at the predictable outcome. Before Adele was the sight of a student pinned by dozens of arrows, a complete failure. He quietly acknowledged that his position transfer asterisk skill was truly overwhelming, and with his current rate of progress, reaching the top of the class was no longer a distant dream. With a decisive tone, Instructor Idea signaled for the next person to step forward. Her face showed clear anticipation, as if she was expecting something even more surprising from the next students. Before he could leave his position, Adele was urged forward by another student in a cold tone. Without resistance, Adele slightly tilted his head to make way, his eyes quietly observing the other with a mix of curiosity and caution. Adele watched Samuel's back as he stepped onto the arena with a wary expression. A question flashed in his mind. Did Samuel's arrogance truly match his actual abilities? With a calm demeanor, Samuel raised his head, his eyes gleaming with an eerie green light as he declared the start of his test. A demonic energy immediately swirled around his body, drawing everyone's attention. Adele silently observed from behind, his eyes slightly narrowing. Caution was evident on his face as he witnessed the energy aura continuously intensifying around his new opponent. Franz stood motionless in the training ground, her horrified gaze fixed on Adele as he approached with a serene smile. Without her minions by her side, she had nowhere to cling to, her entire body trembling. Facing the pressure of real combat, the child of the 7 deadly sins revealed her confusion and fear for the first time. Samuel's entire body was now enveloped in a swirling, radiant blue magic. Shockwaves spread across the arena, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath his feet. At this moment, Samuel fully unleashed his power. A violent surge of energy erupted from his chest, and his eyes glowed with a sinister light. The pressure emanating from him thickened the surrounding air, signaling a performance beyond expectations. As Samuel began to channel his energy, a fierce blue magical force burst from his body, forming a massive vortex that shot straight into the sky. The students behind him couldn't help but be terrified by the overwhelming power of the skill he was about to unleash. The magical whirlwind expanded, forcing the other students to shield their faces, struggling against the pressure. Dust and swirling winds scattered everything, as if a real battlefield had opened up in the middle of the training session. In an instant, the entire enemy formation controlled by Instructor Idea was wiped out. The wind died down, leaving behind an overwhelming silence. Adele couldn't help but admire. This was the true power of magic, far beyond anything he had ever imagined. The skill gluttony asterisk, Samuel's unique ability, was revealed. It was a terrifying power capable of devouring everything, from matter to magic, leaving behind only void and remnants. Though a sense of being surpassed stirred within him, Adele maintained a polite smile. He quietly conceded the top spot to Samuel for now, but the competitive flame within him had never cooled. Samuel slowly returned to his position after his destructive display. His eyes were calm, but a hint of weariness showed in his soft sigh. Despite having demonstrated overwhelming power, he showed no arrogance, only quietly turning to look at the class behind him. As the fierce wind had yet to fully dissipate, someone's arms crossed in midair as if regulating the entire situation. Samuel glanced in that direction, his mind briefly troubled. What was so special about this class that he had to go this far? Amid the unsettled dust, Instructor Idea stepped forward, her demeanor composed and her gaze calm. She was unfazed by Samuel's terrifying attack, even exuding an air of reassessment as she coldly observed the students before her. The red-haired student watched the scene with rational self-reflection. It was understandable that an instructor could easily stand firm against a powerful student like Samuel. Though surprised by his classmate's strength, he remained composed, accepting the reality that he was still far from the peak. Instructor Idea stepped out of the thick smoke, evaluating Samuel with a cold gaze. She admitted that the recent attack had almost caught her off guard. Everything was blown away, except for her. However, just a second later, she immediately concluded. With a confident smile, Idea declared that Samuel had failed, despite his earlier impressive display of power. Faced with this sudden declaration, Samuel couldn't hide his surprise. He tilted his head, confused by the result that had seemed within his grasp. Idea raised her hand, preparing to reveal the reasoning behind her conclusion. A mix of sternness and mockery gleamed in her eyes. After a casual snap of her fingers, a line of black-armored soldiers emerged from the smoke behind Idea, as if they had never been affected by Samuel's magical storm. The instructor slowly explained, her cold gaze fixed on Samuel. If the leader wasn't eliminated, the army would always have replacements, and the soldiers behind her were living proof of that lesson. Chris's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed hundreds of black-armored soldiers appear in mere seconds. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he whispered in disbelief. There had to be at least 200, a number far beyond any first-year student's expectations. Instructor Idea appeared amidst the swirling blue magical mist, her demeanor cold yet undeniably captivating. She smiled, acknowledging that the magic Adele had just unleashed was indeed superior, at least by first-year standards. As Instructor Idea gently lowered her hand, her evaluation cut like a sharp blade. She indifferently concluded, for a freshman, it was a commendable effort. But in her eyes, it was only commendable, not enough to be recognized. Adele clenched his fist, his gaze lowered, hiding the bitterness simmering within. Instructor Idea called the next student with nonchalance, as if the previous battle had been just a warm-up. Adele left the arena, silently gritting his teeth with a dissatisfied tusk. Though he knew he had done his best, he couldn't accept this failure, his first since entering the academy. Chris stood behind, watching Adele with a slight smile. He easily noticed the disappointment on his friend's face but couldn't help but admire. Adele, despite not achieving his goal, had remained composed. It wasn't just magical strength but the strength of a true leader. Adele silently walked to the testing area, his eyes unable to hide his dissatisfaction. In front of him, Samuel maintained his calm smile but subtly glanced with a hint of provocation. As Adele bowed his head and walked past, Samuel smirked arrogantly. That attitude struck at Adele's pride, forcing him to bite back his anger. Another student who had observed everything from the start commented bluntly. In his opinion, Samuel's failure wasn't due to his opponent but his own overconfidence in his strength, a fatal mistake in real combat. Instructor Idea turned back with her usual calmness, pointing toward the illusionary soldiers behind her. She asserted that if Samuel had focused on the target instead of showcasing his power, he could have easily passed the challenge, just as she had. As the tension lingered, Chris stepped forward with his radiant smile and familiar humorous demeanor. He shouted excitedly, breaking the tension and causing many students to turn and look in surprise. Renee eagerly stepped onto the arena, hands on her hips, her eyes shining brightly under the blue sky. After many turns of waiting, she finally had her chance to prove herself, and it was clear she was ready to show something different. A few students in the crowd immediately recognized her, Fran of the 7 Deadly Sins. Whispers spread through the air, curious and eager eyes following every move of the girl with the prominent horns. Facing the soldiers created by Instructor Idea, Renee didn't falter. She arrogantly pointed at her opponents, uttering words of disdain, treating them as mere minions daring to stand in her way. She let out a haughty laugh, the kind typical of nobility, causing many students behind her to laugh along, both admiring and entertained. All eyes were now on Renee, the next challenger to face Idea's test. However, contrary to expectations, Renee suddenly froze. Surprise spread through the crowd as no one understood what was happening. Sweat began to form on her face, and her eyes showed clear confusion. Standing amidst the encirclement of illusionary knights, Fran, the daughter of the sin of lust, suddenly stiffened. Her earlier arrogant confidence quickly vanished, replaced by panicked eyes and cold sweat as she muttered to herself, "What should I do now?" From a distance, Samuel observed the situation and nodded slightly as if he had anticipated the outcome. As the child of the sin of lust, Fran wasn't the type to engage in direct combat. She had never trained for a real confrontation. In the past, Fran had always acted like a queen bee, directing her fanatical minions to fight in her place. The memory was vivid, those she controlled charging like wild beasts, while she remained safely in the rear command position. Fear and helplessness gradually became evident on Fran's face. Without soldiers, without anyone to command, she was forced to face the enemy alone. "I have to do something," the thought repeated in her mind like a relentless drumbeat. Amid the whirlpool of chaotic thoughts, Fran's eyes suddenly flew wide. Something had just flashed in her mind, an idea, no, a truth that left her reeling. The electric spark in her gaze heralded an imminent turning point. In a moment of desperation, Fran let out a panic cry for help, turning to Adele with her last fragile hope. "Save me, my slave!" Adele froze, forcing a confused smile, while the surrounding students were stunned by the audacious address. The air fell silent amidst the wind and the bewildered gaze of the team leader. The entire school was stunned by Fran's cry for help. She called Adele a slave, causing the surrounding atmosphere to fall silent in shock. The students' eyes turned toward him with disbelief, while Adele himself could only force a smile, unsure of what he had just been dragged into. Adele looked at Fran in confusion. In his mind, a question kept echoing. What was she thinking by saying that in front of everyone? Meanwhile, Fran continued to loudly demand help, completely unaware that she was breaking all the normal boundaries of communication. Instructor Idea silently observed the situation. Under the flickering light, she raised her hand and issued a command with a simple yet decisive gesture. The squad confronting Fran began to move without any warning. Fran paled as the armored warriors started to approach. She instinctively stepped back, realizing that the imbalance of power was now hers to bear alone. Her initial arrogance quickly turned into palpable fear. As Fran was surrounded and fell into panic, Adele suddenly thought of something. He surveyed the scene with a pensive look, then wondered skeptically, couldn't she buff herself? Despite Fran's clear cry for help, the red-haired boy maintained a gentle smile, telling himself that she must have a special reason for acting this way. On the outside, he appeared calm, but inside, he was full of doubt about the ironic situation before him. When all eyes turned toward him, the boy happened to glance back and caught sight of a magical light emanating nearby. His face briefly showed confusion, unsure of what was happening. In another corner, a female student was using healing magic to treat an injured person. She gently reassured her friend, emphasizing that the important thing was that no one was in serious danger. The red-haired boy silently observed, his gaze growing more serious. The healing light continued to spread, and the wound on the victim's leg began to miraculously heal. An exclamation mark suddenly appeared in the boy's mind. He had just discovered something very unusual. Stunned, he stepped back and thought to himself, healing magic, but that's an ability only humans can use. This truth left him even more confused about the identity and true nature of the girl who had just cast the spell. The pink-haired girl gently raised her hand to heal, the shimmering blue light spreading around the wound. Deep down, she quietly affirmed a rare truth. The one who possesses healing magic can only be a human, or at least a half-demon. Adele silently observed, a stream of thoughts running through his mind. He didn't remember the girl's name, but he recognized the potential value of her rare healing ability. Now, what he needed was to find a way to approach her before the opportunity slipped away. While still contemplating, Adele was interrupted by a familiar voice. The class supervisor gently reminded him. Fran had just asked for his help, and now was the time to respond. He nodded, sighing as he reluctantly accepted the request. Though he wasn't entirely comfortable, Adele reluctantly stepped forward. His eyes glanced at Fran, who was still sitting on the ground, not yet recovered. He thought to himself, she really knows how to pick the perfect time to cause trouble. Fran, exhausted and weak, groaned softly as she was helped up. Her eyes remained tightly shut, her forehead dotted with sweat and her breathing faint. She was completely helpless, needing support to leave the area. Fran lay sprawled on the ground, her face twisted in pain as Adele tapped her forehead. Meanwhile, he calmly uttered a harsh remark, calling her useless without hesitation. Adele, with a meaningless smile, crouched down in front of Fran and gently urged her to get up now that the battle was over. She responded with a groan, still in shock and embarrassment. Fran immediately jumped up, her face flushed, and anxiously asked Adele if he had seen everything that had just happened. Meanwhile, Adele maintained a clueless expression, pretending not to understand to avoid conflict. Unable to stay calm, Fran angrily scolded Adele, calling him a slave and demanding he stop pretending to be clueless. Adele kept his teasing smile and gently replied that all he saw was someone even weaker than a slave. His words added fuel to the fire, causing Fran to scream in frustration. As the two continued to argue, Instructor Idea's voice rang out, ending the training session. She clapped her hands, signaling all the students to gather and prepare for the next phase. The serious atmosphere quickly returned. In the middle of the training ground, Instructor Idea stood tall, her cold gaze sweeping over the students. She acknowledged that the results of the first training session were as she had expected, not outstanding, but not disappointing either. In a calm yet sharp tone, Idea emphasized the importance of real combat experiences like the one they had just gone through. They not only tested abilities, but also helped each student understand their true position. She continued her analysis, pointing out that mistakes were necessary for students to recognize their weaknesses. Meanwhile, a blue-haired student frowned in frustration over his failure, muttering a displeased tuss. Idea concluded by emphasizing that personal limits were something each individual had to discover for themselves. Only by knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses could teammates coordinate effectively, a piece of advice aimed at fostering unity in battle. Adele quietly pondered the differences between the Human Academy and Satan Academy. Here, random class assignments demanded high adaptability and cooperation. He understood that Instructor Idea was trying to emphasize exactly that, the power of teamwork over individual ability. To the surprise of the entire class, the instructor announced the test results. The only one who passed was Adele. While the other students were still in shock, Adele calmly confirmed it with a brief response, neither arrogant nor boastful. Instructor Idea's eyes gleamed in the darkness, her voice soft but powerful. She didn't hide her expectations, expressing that she would be keeping an eye on Adele's progress. Though her tone was cold, it was clearly a rare acknowledgement. Amid the atmosphere filled with jealous glares and hostility from his peers, Adele maintained a polite smile. He bowed his head slightly in thanks, clearly determined to work hard, even as the entire class looked at him like a thorn in their side. Instructor Idea signaled for all the students to return to class, ending the training session. Meanwhile, Adele wondered to himself if her words had been a compliment. Though he tried to remain composed on the outside, he felt vaguely confused inside. Despite receiving recognition from the instructor, Adele couldn't shake off his unease. Another student, one who had shown dissatisfaction earlier, was clearly radiating hostility from behind, making Adele break into a cold sweat, unsure where this animosity was coming from. Adele sighed quietly in the training ground, his eyes briefly troubled. While the other students were still chattering, he thought of Fran, the horned girl who always found excuses to pick fights and insisted on turning him into her lackey. Given the current situation, building his own influence in Satan Academy seemed like a distant dream. The bell rang out in the clear blue sky, signaling the change of class. The sound echoed down from the ancient tower, reminding all the students to return to class for the next theory lecture after the grueling training session. After Instructor Idea's training session, Adele and the students quickly settled into their seats for the theory class. A new instructor appeared, introducing himself as the one in charge of theoretical education, the person who would provide them with foundational knowledge about the demon and human worlds. The theory lecture delved into the history of the demon world and the inherent weaknesses of humans. On the blackboard, the instructor outlined the formation of demonic forces centered around the first demon king, the foundation of the current power structure in the demon realm. Adele diligently took notes, but a thought he couldn't suppress echoed in his mind. When the teacher mentioned that the physical structures of demons and humans were nearly identical, he couldn't help but recall a recent painful blow. Whether demon or human, a hit to a sensitive spot hurt just the same. After finishing the first lecture, the theory teacher sternly announced that there would be a test in the next class. He warned that anyone who didn't remember the material would have to make up for it, a punishment no one wanted in Satan Academy. To emphasize the importance of his words, the teacher slammed his hand on the book, as if engraving it into the students' minds that this wasn't an empty warning. The atmosphere in the classroom immediately grew more tense. Adele slumped onto the desk, unable to hide his despair. He muttered to himself, reminding himself that the harsh days of studying in the human world had returned, this time in a demon academy. Before the first day of classes was even over, Adele already felt crushed by the pressure. Memories of endless study sessions, stressful exams, and isolation came flooding back, weighing heavily on him. While Adele lay defeated with a helpless sigh, the rest of the class was filled with laughter. The other students seemed to have already settled in, while he was still struggling with fatigue and anxiety about the future. Adele buried his face in the desk, hiding the tears streaming down his cheeks. Even though he had stepped into a new world and was now a student of Satan Academy, he couldn't escape the loneliness of his past. No friends, no one by his side. In that quiet moment, a figure flashed by, causing Adele to reflexively look up. A soft sigh escaped him, not out of surprise, but because of a familiar presence in the empty room. Adele's gaze suddenly fell on the light pink hair in front of him. He suddenly remembered the girl he had encountered the day before, the only one who had interacted with him since arriving at the academy. Forcing himself to sit up, Adele thought that perhaps this time he should be the one to start the conversation. Though it was a small action, for someone who had always lived in isolation, it was a significant decision. Adele slowly walked toward the girl, his heart full of hesitation but his gaze firm. As he approached, she seemed to sense something too, turning her head to look directly at him. Their eyes met, opening the door to a new relationship. Adele stepped forward to start a conversation, but standing before the girl with her clueless expression, he was at a loss for words, only managing to stammer out a few incoherent sounds. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Adele smiled softly and introduced himself, trying to create a friendly start. "Nice to meet you, I'm Adele." The whole class suddenly turned to look, creating an awkwardly silent moment as Adele stood facing the girl, realizing he had become the center of attention. Adele was startled when he noticed all eyes were on him. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple as he began to wonder if he had done something wrong. The pink-haired girl gently responded to Adele's greeting, slightly flustered but sincere. Though the atmosphere was still awkward, this was the first time Adele had been acknowledged as a friend. Adele smiled faintly, hiding the hesitation in his heart. He understood that just two half-demons standing together was enough to draw everyone's attention. Though the conversation had just begun, noticing the girl's discomfort, Adele decided to stop here. It was better to give her some space and wait for a more appropriate time. With a soft smile, Adele politely ended the conversation, promising to continue another time. The pink-haired girl nodded in response, her eyes still sparkling with surprise. "Goodbye," she said. The two parted in silence, as if a fragile beginning had just been laid. After the brief conversation with the pink-haired girl, Adele left the classroom with a dejected expression. In his mind, only one self-mocking thought remained: going to the bathroom to nurture his lonely mana, a sarcastic way to mask the growing sense of isolation in his heart. Just as he reached the bathroom door, Adele unexpectedly ran into another student, one whose cold gaze made the atmosphere heavy. The awkward exchange of glances signaled an unwanted confrontation. Facing each other in that suffocating moment, Adele sighed softly, thinking this was the worst possible time to run into this person. Without words, the tension between them was evident in their expressions and gestures, a sign that their relationship was far from good. After the brief conversation with the pink-haired girl, Adele left the classroom feeling disheartened. He muttered to himself, planning to head to the bathroom as a way to escape the loneliness that was increasingly tormenting him. Before he could step inside, the door swung open, and a blue-haired boy with sharp, cold eyes appeared, facing Adele. His gaze was full of wariness and irritation, as if Adele's presence had ruined his mood. The atmosphere between the two quickly grew tense. Adele frowned inwardly, silently lamenting the cruel twist of fate that had him running into this person just when he wanted to be left alone. The other boy frowned and spat out a sharp remark. "You again?" Adele maintained a polite smile, calmly replying that he was leaving and making way, not bothering to argue. But the next taunt from the other boy, calling Adele a lowly creature, changed the atmosphere. A crimson mana flame erupted around Adele, and with eyes glowing with dark energy, he sarcastically retorted, "Your family must be truly impressive, huh?" leaving the other speechless. The blue-haired student was stunned by Adele's heavy sarcasm. In the glow of the rising mana, his eyes flashed with a mix of shock and anger, unable to believe what he had just heard. Standing before Adele, his body enveloped in dark blue energy, he growled in frustration. The insults Adele had thrown had crossed the final line. "A walking, talking pile of trash like you?" A statement that stabbed straight at his pride. His anger reached its breaking point, and his body began to tremble violently. Dark energy flickered between his clenched fingers, accompanied by the sound of grinding teeth. He hissed, signaling an inevitable explosion. Consumed entirely by hatred, the blue-haired student roared in fury, "I'll tear you to pieces." Unlike Bolton, whom he had encountered before, this person carried pure hostility, no respect, only killing intent. Facing the surging killing intent, Adele smiled faintly. His crimson eyes glowed with danger. In his mind, he coldly calculated, if this guy was going to interfere with his plans, then ending him right now might be the most reasonable choice. Adele swiftly launched a front kick toward his opponent, the mana around his leg transforming into green spikes, revealing his unbridled killing intent. Facing the attack, the blue-haired student maintained a cold smile. A blue magical light flickered at the corner of his eye as he calculated, using a spell, even severing an arm wouldn't be a problem. As the tension between the two was about to erupt into an all-out battle, a calm voice rang out, "Stop right there!" A silver-haired man with glasses, exuding an invisible pressure, entered the classroom, causing both to freeze instantly. With the composure of someone in complete control, the instructor smiled lightly. "Class is about to start. Both of you return to your seats." His voice was gentle but absolutely unarguable. Both students, brimming with killing intent, immediately froze when they realized his presence. Their eyes simultaneously revealed terror. When had that man arrived without anyone noticing? Adele clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anger after the tense confrontation. The demonic aura around him had not yet dissipated, his cold gaze following Samuel's retreating back as he returned to his seat. Samuel was still stunned. Although he accepted Instructor Ares' sudden appearance, he couldn't understand why both he and Adele, despite having unlocked their powers, were completely suppressed. A doubt stirred within him. Who exactly is this man? Instructor Ares pushed up his glasses, smiling calmly as he instructed everyone to quickly return to their seats. His composed demeanor sharply contrasted with the terrifying aura moments before, making it impossible for the students to gauge his true strength. Samuel turned away irritably, leaving Adele standing still in thought. He clearly sensed something was off. The effortless appearance and intervention of Ares unsettled him. Could someone like that really be just an ordinary instructor? Adele tried to regain his seriousness and turned to ask everyone to settle down. Renee's eyes glanced at him thoughtfully, while the other students gradually paid more attention to the half-demon captain standing before them. Robolt, the bespectacled man with a calm demeanor, officially introduced himself to the class. With sharp eyes and a weighty voice, he declared that he would be in charge of the magic course from now on. Hearing the introduction, Samuel nodded slightly. The doubts in his mind temporarily subsided as he silently concluded that an instructor at Satan Academy must possess extraordinary abilities. At the same time, memories from a past life suddenly flooded Adele's mind, the author of this very world. To him, in any fantasy world, the first and most fundamental element is always magic. Adele recalled how he had defined magic in his novel. Not a talent, nor a hereditary trait, but a skill, a discipline that could be studied and trained like any other academic field. Robolt continued the lecture with a cold smile. He asserted that to master magic, students must first understand a crucial prerequisite, marking the beginning of a harsh training course ahead. Instructor Robolt proceeded by introducing the foundational concept in the magic system, attributes. He emphasized that the basic elements include earth, water, wind, and fire, forming the 4 core elements. Adding light and darkness, there are 6 fundamental attributes to be utilized in spellcasting. As he listened, Samuel quietly pondered his own abilities. While most people had only 1 attribute, he began to suspect that he might possess 2, a rare and remarkable trait among mages. Samuel recalled the origins of his bloodline. The Bears clan was clearly associated with the darkness attribute, but the part belonging to the Arson clan, his other half, remained a mystery. This only deepened his curiosity about his true power. Instructor Robolt declared the main goal of today's lesson, to identify each student's attribute through their magical energy. This would not only help them better understand themselves, but also guide their future magical training paths. Robolt placed a magical energy orb on the table, announcing that simply placing a hand on it would reveal the attribute the student possessed through the orb's color. The classroom atmosphere grew tense as everyone prepared for this important evaluation. Instructor Robolt asked the class to line up in order and step forward one by one to test their magical attributes. While everyone moved forward in turn, Adele chose to stay at the back, silently observing the others' process. A curly-haired student stepped up nervously when asked to place his hand on the magic orb. Under Robolt's calm guidance, he anxiously extended his hand as instructed. The moment his hand touched the orb, it immediately glowed a brilliant red. Robolt quickly announced that this student possessed the fire attribute, leaving him both surprised and delighted. The process continued as another student caused the orb to turn green, indicating the wind attribute. Robolt promptly called the next person forward, while Adele quietly watched from behind with curious eyes. A golden light illuminated the classroom ceiling, this time representing the earth attribute. Without hesitation, Robolt continued to coordinate, maintaining a steady pace for the ability assessment. As the line shortened, Adele suddenly realized it was his turn. He looked up, his face briefly showing surprise as he observed how quickly the previous students' attributes had been identified. In front of the entire class, Instructor Robolt smiled and gently called the next person. Adele stepped forward, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, though a subtle tremor stirred within him. Cadet, sudden call from Instructor Robolt made Adele pause for a moment. He hadn't expected the instructor to know his name beforehand. The word yes slipped out while his mind was still filled with doubt. Standing before the attribute testing orb, Adele hesitated briefly before slowly extending his hand. Though mentally prepared, he still felt a wave of tension enveloping him. The moment Adele's hand touched the orb, a powerful burst of light erupted, shining unusually bright. The entire class held their breath, all eyes fixed on him, the one with an unclear mark and past. Adele placed his hand on the orb, and the light that appeared was unlike any color seen before. He looked confused at the dark gray hue mixed with a strange glow, while Instructor Robolt couldn't hide his surprise at this unusual result. Robolt stepped closer, carefully observing the orb. He confirmed this was an extremely rare case, half black representing the dark attribute, while the other half was a completely unfamiliar shade. Robolt pondered quietly, then voiced his question about the meaning of the gray color. He admitted that black usually signified dark magic possessed only by high-level demon clans, but gray was beyond his usual knowledge. When Adele directly asked if he didn't know what gray meant, Robolt adjusted his glasses lightly and affirmed that he did. His serious expression returned as he explained he was only surprised by how rare this attribute was. Finally, Robolt revealed the true nature of the gray color, the chaos attribute. This type of magic breaks the natural order, a power considered irrational and dangerous in the magical world. The answer left Adele deeply shaken. Adele was astonished by the instructor's words, unable to believe that a type of magic with the attribute breaking the natural order actually existed. But instead of a clear explanation, he only received an apology and a shake of the head from the instructor, who admitted he knew nothing more about this strange power. Although he didn't get a satisfactory answer, Adele reluctantly accepted the reality. Deep down, he found it puzzling that he had never heard of this attribute. Even in the fantasy novels he had written before enrolling, it was never mentioned. The phrase, magic that breaks the natural laws, continued to echo in Adele's mind like a warning. He told himself this might be the most important clue to uncovering the truth about his own abilities. But for now, he decided to focus on the clearer aspect, the darkness attribute from the Bear's clan. A peaceful scene of the academy appeared, the sun shining over the grounds with a radiant fountain. The calm outside seemed to starkly contrast with the turmoil beginning to form inside Adele, a student who had just discovered he possessed an attribute no one dared to name easily. Back in the classroom, Adele sat quietly amid curious glances. The word gray, the strange color symbolizing chaos, still echoed in his mind. With half-closed eyes, he knew things would only get more complicated from here, and perhaps this was just the beginning. While lost in thought about magic that defies the natural order, Adele suddenly felt a cold, murderous aura close behind him, icy eyes silently watching him. Adele turned around and found a silver-horned girl standing right behind him. With a half-smile full of teasing, he asked calmly, causing her to be caught off guard, and exclaimed. The girl, clearly discovered, panicked and shouted in surprise that Adele could see through her invisibility skill. Meanwhile, Adele acted as if he didn't understand, repeating as if he had never heard of such a technique. But instead of explaining, the girl quietly cleared her throat and awkwardly changed the subject. Adele's question remained unanswered. Unable to maintain her composure, she crossed her arms and questioned him sternly, her sharp eyes seeming to pierce his soul. What were you thinking doing that? Forcing Adele to face the consequences of his recent action. Adele kept his calm smile when questioned, pretending not to understand. However, the other person was not easily fooled, responding with a cold glare and an unambiguous warning. Don't pretend to be naive anymore. Another student with a serious gaze joined the conversation, bluntly pointing out that Adele had deliberately provoked others. Though spoken calmly, the words clearly carried a warning, making the classroom atmosphere tense. Renee crossed her arms, her eyes showing clear displeasure, criticizing Adele's actions. He casually leaned back in his chair, replying that he just couldn't stand being bullied. Her anger only grew. You really can't stand it. Renee stepped closer, almost pressing her face against Adele, questioning whether he had provoked the entire opposing clan, not just resisted. Adele kept a light smile, but a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek, showing he wasn't entirely comfortable with the exchange. Despite harsh criticism, Adele justified himself by saying, outside forces can't interfere with Satan Academy, implying it wasn't a big deal. Renee snapped back immediately, emphasizing that the problem wasn't external but rather Adele's reckless behavior. Adele looked at his friend in confusion, unable to grasp the seriousness of the warning just given. Though his face remained calm, he began to sense something beyond what he had anticipated. Renee crossed her arms, her gaze far more serious than usual. She explained that this conflict was not simply between two students. It involved a clan with a special status, the very clan Adele had just provoked. Renee paused for a moment and sighed helplessly. It seemed she was about to reveal something important, but held back at the last second, leaving Adele lost in his own thoughts. Renee turned to leave, leaving a final warning before exiting the classroom. Though she appeared cold, she couldn't hide the worry in her voice, and that was the clearest thing Adele noticed. Sitting alone, Adele recalled Renee's unfinished words. He wondered if she was warning him about the brutal revenge of Samuel's clan. However, his intuition told him there was something deeper left unsaid. Adele pushed aside the tangled thoughts in his mind, reminding himself to focus. Although Samuel's situation still troubled him, the last class of the day was starting, and he couldn't afford any more distractions. A hand slammed down on the floor with force, shattering the quiet atmosphere in the classroom. The arrival of the newcomer was clearly more than just a greeting. The appearance of Ares, the swordsmanship instructor, hit like a storm. He shouted, calling all the students weaklings and asserting that if this were wartime, they wouldn't even deserve to sit here. The classroom instantly tensed up. Ares continued to condemn the students' weakness, as most groups were defeated by a puppet using only 5% of its power. Shocked expressions appeared on the students' faces, while Ares coldly challenged, "Am I wrong?" Adele observed everything with quiet but sharp eyes. Doubt stirred within him. Was Ares deliberately provoking the students to strike at their pride from the very first lesson? Regardless, the blow to their honor was unavoidable. Instructor Ares stood before the class, his powerful voice echoing through the heavy air. He declared he would personally teach swordsmanship, with the minimum goal that even if students fell, they would take part of their opponent's body down with them. This ruthless mindset stunned the entire class. Right after the theory lesson, the command, "Run," rang out, and the whole class rushed to the field in their gym uniforms. Leading the way was the protagonist, Adele, struggling to keep his breathing steady amid the chaos caused by the sudden exercise. Instructor Ares appeared on the training ground, shouting about the importance of physical fitness in swordsmanship. He emphasized that a technique supported by endurance would become twice or thrice as powerful, a harsh reminder of the intense training they were about to face. After many continuous laps, the students began to exhaust themselves. Heavy breathing echoed everywhere. Adele and his companions struggled, wondering how much longer they had to run, as the 30th lap was nearly over, and Aries showed no sign of stopping. Just as everyone was barely holding on, Aries suddenly called out loudly to two standout students, Renee and the black-haired boy. Both immediately turned around, their eyes wary. The atmosphere froze as all attention focused on them. Under Aries' stern gaze, the two students were stopped after being caught using magic during the running exercise. The trainer's piercing look forced them to kneel on the cold ground, sweating with guilt. Aries' thunderous scolding left no room for cheating during training. Without hesitation, Aries declared the punishment for the two offenders: start running from the beginning again. Facing the trainer's explosive fury, one student scowled in fear while the other teared up in despair. No one dared to object when Aries spoke, for his rules were the only law on the training ground. As he continued running among the crowd, the protagonist thought bitterly about the cheating of the wealthy, smiling sarcastically. In his memories, he recalled his chaotic past. When he first incarnated, he had defeated knights and caused havoc in the demon world. A bell rang under the clear sky, signaling the end of training. Instructor Aries' voice echoed across the field, ordering all students to stop and acknowledging their effort during today's lesson. Students who completed all 50 laps were allowed to return to the dormitory. Two lay collapsed on the tiled floor, exhausted and drenched in sweat, those who had violated orders and were punished to start over. The protagonist could only watch silently, tired and sighing. Instructor Aries made it clear, those who failed to finish on time would have to undergo additional lessons. While the students still able to move slowly left the field, the failures could only bow their heads in despair, bracing themselves for the next punishment. On the way back, the protagonist sighed in relief. Though he had endured much chaos in the past, today's training still left him exhausted. It was time to return to the dormitory and rest after a tense day. The dormitory loomed before him, a massive, aristocratic-style building reflecting the evening light. Groups of students quietly stepped onto the steps, ending the brutal first day at the academy. A harsh journey had only just begun. After a grueling day of training, Adele stood tiredly in front of the dormitory, longing to go inside and rest. He wondered where the entrance for male students was within this vast campus. Lost in thought, Adele suddenly felt a hand placed on his shoulder from behind, startling and putting him on guard. Reacting instinctively, Adele immediately turned around, unable to hide his shock at the sudden touch. In front of Adele was Renee, the girl with the familiar black horns, approaching silently. Her calm expression sharply contrasted with Adele's flustered reaction to the unexpected reunion. Renee's bright blue eyes stared directly at Adele, emanating an inexplicably cold aura. In Adele's mind, only one piercing question remained. Why is she here? Adele accidentally ran into Renee while they were both on their way to the dormitory. He greeted her somewhat hesitantly, addressing her formally as Lady Renee, a habit from his time as a subordinate, and asked if she was heading back to her room. Renee responded with a brief word, neither cold nor overly friendly. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, but Adele still tried to make conversation. He asked her about the first class, a subtle way to show concern. Renee remained silent, her eyes quietly reflecting fatigue or something weighing on her heart. No immediate answer came, leaving a void between them. Adele began to speculate. A vague worry stirred within him. Had someone in the class offended her? The glances from those around only made him more confused. Having lived with suspicion and caution, Adele knew all too well how even a small misunderstanding could ignite rumors in this academy. Finally, Renee spoke. Her answer was brief and cold. Not enough. She didn't clarify what was not enough, but her sharp gaze and resolute tone made Adele hesitate, unwilling to ask further at that moment. Renee explained that the morning training session hadn't met her expectations. With a calm voice, she asked Adele to help her with stretching exercises, as if it were obvious and without any hesitation. Her straightforward request embarrassed Adele, but he knew this was Renee's personality, serious, determined, and uncompromising with herself. Under Renee's expectant gaze, Adele appeared flustered. Though he had just finished an exhausting training session, he had no reason to refuse her request, even if it came from someone bearing the bloodline of the 7 deadly sins. Adele sighed in frustration. While his body was still drained, Renee showed no signs of fatigue. She led the way without hesitation, informing him that there was a training ground recently set up exclusively for students, and urged Adele to follow quickly. Though not very enthusiastic, Adele reluctantly responded. Deep down, he understood clearly, training alongside someone with the blood of the 7 deadly sins was a rare opportunity, even if it meant sacrificing the little energy he had left. Sunlight sparkled as it shone through the window of the training building. The place was elegantly designed, blending an ancient charm with sturdiness, clearly not just an ordinary training ground. As they stepped into the training area, Adele couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A spacious room filled with all kinds of training equipment, from dumbbells to pull-up bars, appeared before him. This was clearly a place where serious strength trainees would come. Inside the personal training area, Adele and Renee entered amidst an atmosphere full of effort. Around them, other students were diligently training, sweat dripping from every piece of equipment. Adele silently assessed, realizing this was an ideal environment to improve physical fitness. Renee didn't hesitate, pointing to a heavily loaded barbell with eager eyes. She suggested starting with that exercise, then turned to Adele as if her part was already decided. Despite just finishing a physical training session, she was still full of energy. Adele, trying to maintain a confident appearance, nodded in agreement. He took off his jacket and approached the weights, preparing to lift. Under Renee's worried gaze, he reassured her that this was nothing for someone who had trained for years like him, even though he felt a bit uncertain inside. However, the moment he began lifting the weights, Adele's expression immediately changed. Pain surged from his tired body after the grueling run, causing him to tremble and sweat profusely. He gritted his teeth and strained, but his strength was nearly depleted. Renee stood before him, arms crossed, looking at him with cold eyes. She delivered an uncompromising remark, concluding that Adele was too weak and advising him to stop before injuring himself. It was a harsh blow to the budding pride of the half-demon boy. Adele panted on the floor, sweat pouring endlessly after the weightlifting attempt. He realized his poor physical condition, the result of years spent mostly indoors. Meanwhile, Renee bent down to check the barbell, as if it was nothing significant to her. With a decisive HMPF, Renee effortlessly lifted the massive barbell overhead. Witnessing this, Adele couldn't hide his astonishment and sincerely praised the extraordinary strength of the girl bearing the blood of the 7 deadly sins. Seeing Renee's petite figure yet possessing strength far beyond his own, Adele couldn't help but remind himself, even in basic physical strength, he couldn't compare to her. The feeling of helplessness only strengthened his determination to work harder. Time flew by during the training session. Daylight streamed down onto the tiled roof of the gym, casting a gentle green hue over the scene, emphasizing the length of the relentless workout under the hands of someone who never knew fatigue like Renee. When Adele reminded her after 2 hours had passed, Renee was still lifting weights, her gaze unwavering. She nodded in agreement to stop, though her entire body was still full of energy, completely opposite to Adele's sweat-drenched but relieved face behind her. After 2 continuous hours of training, Adele offered to escort Renee back to the dormitory. She didn't object and nodded in agreement, setting the heavy barbell down, indicating she was finally willing to take a break. Adele looked back on the session with a slight smile. Though it was tough, the intensity of training with Renee today clearly surpassed all his previous workouts. As Renee left to change clothes, Adele took the opportunity to check his condition. He wanted to know if his persistent training efforts over time had yielded any significant results. The status screen appeared before Adele. His race remained half-demon, traits unchanged, but his mana had slightly increased from 1297 to 1321. Though not much, it was still a small step forward. Adele sighed softly. Despite practicing mana control every night, the increase was only 24 points. He quietly realized that improving strength through perseverance might be slow, but it couldn't be ignored. After the extended training session, Adele politely offered to escort Renee back to the dormitory. Though still somewhat energetic, the strong girl nodded in agreement, ending the workout gently. On the way back, Adele quietly reflected on his training journey so far. With a relieved expression, he realized he had gone through quite a few sessions with Renee since enrolling. While Renee changed clothes, Adele took the chance to check his status screen. He was curious whether the recent days of training had brought any noticeable changes to his body. The status screen appeared before him, confirming Adele was still a half-demon with chaotic tendencies, possessing special traits like killing intent, darkness, and the eye of pride. Although he had diligently trained his mana only increased from 1297 to 1321, a rather modest improvement. Though somewhat disappointed, Adele told himself this was just a slow growth phase. He considered using potions to support his development. Just then, Renee finished changing, prompting Adele to set aside his thoughts and hurry after her. The dormitory building appeared under the daylight, its curved glass windows sparkling as they reflected the blue sky. This was where official students would reside throughout their rigorous training at the academy. Adele stepped inside, following the directions in the enrollment letter. The crystal lights reflected off the marble stairs as he whispered to himself, "Go upstairs, then turn right." Stopping in the hallway, Adele reopened the letter to confirm the assigned room number. His voice softly echoed in the quiet space. "Room 407. In front of a row of wooden doors carved with luxurious patterns, Adele looked up at the golden inscription indicating the floor number. He smiled with relief. 4th floor, here we are. On the way to the door, Adele unconsciously thought about his future roommate. He hoped it would be someone capable and with a good personality, a person who could become an ally if needed in this fiercely competitive environment. Adele entered the dormitory area with a mix of nervousness and excitement. Having lived almost isolated his entire life, he couldn't hide his anticipation at the thought of having his first male friend in the demon world. His heart beat faster than usual, imagining the new comrade relationship about to begin. When he opened the door to room 407, Adele smiled politely to greet. However, before he could finish, his eyes met someone casually sitting on the bed in a strangely familiar posture. The scene made him involuntarily freeze. The roommate Adele saw was a blue-haired boy, calmly sucking on a lollipop as if nothing unusual was happening. The atmosphere in the room grew silent. Both seemed to recognize each other from their previous encounter. Adele was stunned by the unbelievable reality. A look of astonishment clearly showed on his face as he faced the person he never expected to meet again, let alone have as a roommate. Unable to contain his shock, Adele shouted in confusion and anger. The fact that the opponent from just recently appeared in his private space was something he was completely unprepared for. The question burst out reflexively. "What the hell are you doing here?" The blue-haired student's face flared with anger upon seeing Adele enter. His green eyes burned with fury, clearly showing that their relationship had previously been far from friendly. While tension filled the room, Adele said nothing but tapped his fingers on the table, a gesture expressing frustration mixed with awkwardness. The silence seemed to widen the gap between them. Burying his head in his hands and sighing, Adele silently cursed at his fate. He couldn't believe that among hundreds of students at the academy, the person he had to share a room with was the one he most wanted to avoid. On the other side, the blue-haired boy was no happier. He clenched the candy in his hand until it shattered, grinding out each word in his mind, the hatred clear in his eyes, as if both saw living together as a torment. No one spoke a word, but the atmosphere in the room was thick with hostility. The one sitting on the bed kept a wary gaze, while Adele turned away, trying to suppress his emotions. This shared life promised to be anything but peaceful. The rising anger made the blue-haired boy lash out with insults, calling Adele a filthy hybrid. Meanwhile, Adele maintained a cold smile, though inwardly he was considering punishing the arrogant fool before him. Instead of reacting violently, Adele just sighed. Fatigue mixed with disdain showed clearly on his face, indicating he didn't want to waste words on someone so uncontrollable. Without responding, Adele quietly turned his back and walked to the desk. This indifferent action momentarily stunned the other, who hadn't expected to be ignored amid his fierce hostility. Unable to bear the coldness, the blue-haired guy jumped up, angrily pointing at Adele and shouting a challenge for a fight right there in the dorm room. Adele remained calm, reminding him that fighting in the room would cause trouble for both. Before leaving, he left a brief message that he was stepping out for a while, leaving the other standing silently, watching. Standing at the door, Adele didn't forget to leave a cold, cryptic farewell before departing. Though his face still wore a faint smile, his eyes clearly reflected discomfort. Behind him, the roommate who had just been taunted clenched his teeth quietly, suppressing anger but unable to hide his frustration. He muttered angrily, his attitude aggressively directed at Adele. Heavy footsteps echoed on the ground as Adele walked out of the dormitory area. He didn't look back, trying to keep calm after the unpleasant encounter. Adele sighed and continued walking along the stone path. He told himself he would take a walk and return after the other fell asleep, hoping to find some peace amid the unexpected trouble. As he walked, Adele muttered in confusion. The irrational anger from someone unrelated to the wrath lineage lingered in his mind. He couldn't explain the hostility, which only weighed heavier on his mood. Adele reflected on Samuel, the one bearing Gluttony's bloodline, and wondered if his rage was connected to his origin. Adele himself bore the mark of chaos, making him question whether that nature shared any similarities with Gluttony. Before instructor Robolt mentioned it, Adele hadn't thought much about chaos. Now he began to question, what exactly is chaos? Is it some special type of mana attribute? While pondering, Adele thought of the mysterious information sheet he once used to query knowledge. Could it help him find answers about the nature of chaos this time? However, he quickly dismissed the idea. If that sheet knew much about chaos, it would have provided information when he learned to activate power through the engraved mark. After all, Adele didn't want to waste valuable resources. Feeling frustrated by the lack of core information, Adele sighed. He decided to set aside his doubts and find a quiet place to continue practicing mana control skills, something he could manage for now. Feeling the gentle sunlight on his face, the red-haired boy closed his eyes in a rare moment of peace, as if to dispel all the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. While strolling under the forest canopy, he suddenly stopped upon hearing a strange sound from above. A small bird perched on a branch caught his gaze. Looking closer, he realized it wasn't a sparrow, but still felt surprised that even in this academy, such natural wildlife existed. His eyes softened, and he unconsciously uttered a compliment. His gentle gaze swept over, his face briefly showing a light smile. The tension from the earlier encounter seemed to dissipate somewhat in this quiet moment. Standing beneath the tree, he looked up and whispered to the bird, as if speaking to a friend unexpectedly met in nature. "So there's wildlife around Satan Academy too." While relaxing under the shade, the red-haired student suddenly noticed a sparrow with strangely glowing eyes watching him from above. A soft whisper sounded, unclear who it came from. "Quite interesting." The sky quickly turned a gloomy purple as night fell. The dormitory quietly lit a few windows, signaling the start of a restful night. The door to the room opened quietly, making a soft sound as the pale yellow light from inside slipped through the crack, signaling someone had just returned. The red-haired student quietly entered the room and sighed in relief upon seeing his roommate already asleep. The room was peaceful under the dim glow of the night lamp. Unable to hide his exhaustion after a long day, he collapsed onto the bed, silently thinking he was about to faint from fatigue. In the darkness, the two of them finally found a moment of peace. Though utterly drained, he still maintained his habit of practicing mana control before sleep. In the quiet room, moonlight filtered through the window, creating a rare, peaceful atmosphere amidst the academy's dangers. In just moments, his eyes closed, breathing steady, body relaxed on the pillow. Mentally exhausted from a long day of training, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. The accumulated fatigue made him unaware of the faint sounds around him. Even the subtle fluctuations of mana in the air failed to awaken someone lost in a heavy slumber. In the pale purple light, the roommate stood up. His glowing blue eyes radiated a dark, killing intent. Gone was his usual rough demeanor. Now he seemed like a completely different person, watching the one sleeping soundly before him. Sanchez quietly watched his roommate sleeping soundly. His eyes reflected confusion and hesitation, as if he was contemplating something he couldn't put into words. Although the other was asleep, the expression on his face made Sanchez uneasy. A strange irritation welled up inside him, as if just seeing that face was enough to make him angry. A simmering anger began to surface in his mind. Being humiliated in front of the class, coupled with the wounded pride of his family, made him vow that whether right or wrong, he would never be the one to bow his head. He let out a heavy sigh. Despite having countless important matters waiting for him, he still had to worry about someone so useless. This only added to his inner turmoil and frustration. But then the memory of that moment in class came back. The light emanating from the other when awakening held his gaze captive. At that moment, his heart tightened, not from hatred, but from an invisible fear rising deep within. Sanchez sat on the bed, soft purple light casting shadows on his gloomy face. Inside, a familiar sharp pain reminded him of a past suffering. The feeling wasn't unfamiliar, but this time it surged more intensely, making him wonder why. Before that thought could end, Sanchez's body suddenly trembled. His eyes widened in alertness as every muscle tensed reflexively. A wave of unease ran down his spine, signaling that something was awakening from within. Sanchez could no longer maintain his seated posture. He doubled over, clutching his stomach as a fierce pain surged through him. His breath grew rapid, muffled groans escaped alongside clenched teeth full of endurance. The awakening of his bloodline began to take control of his body. Black-green light engulfed half of Sanchez's body, sweat pouring down his temples. An intense hunger, not of the stomach, but from deep within his veins, made him mutter curses. The greedy blood within him once again lost control, making it impossible to resist the instinct to seize. He wrapped his hands tightly around his abdomen, dark blue magical light swirling into his chest like it was burning him. The pain was not just hunger, but an utter internal desiccation, as if all his organs were turning to dust. Sanchez gritted his teeth, eyes wide open. The agony had surpassed his limit. Adele was deep in sleep, lightly tossing and making murmuring sounds, unaware of the cold gaze watching him from across the room. Sanchez sat silently in the darkness, unable to hide his irritation at Adele's peaceful sleeping face. The annoyance grew as he thought about having to endure that face all night long. The bell echoed from the clock tower of Satan Academy, signaling the dawn's first light and the start of a new day full of uncertainty. Adele woke with a start, his head still dizzy. He looked around the sunlit room and mumbled the time, seemingly not fully awake after a tiring night. As the morning light flooded the room and birds sang outside the window, Adele smiled softly. No matter how exhausting the night had been, he greeted the new day with resilience and calm. Adele walked to the window, his gaze unconsciously drawn to a familiar sound. The little bird from yesterday appeared again, perched on a branch as if waiting for someone early in the morning. He gave a faint smile, finding it hard to believe that a creature not belonging to the academy could enter such a strictly restricted place. His vigilance seemed to awaken. Throwing open the window, Adele squinted outside. His first guess was Instructor Aries, the one who always maintained the most cautious and unpredictable attitude toward him. After scanning the surrounding mana flow, Adele confirmed the creature was not an illusion. It was a real living being. He tried to lure it with food, hopping to tame it. Suddenly remembering Samuel, his roommate who had vanished without a trace since early morning, Adele muttered softly. He decided to leave the room to avoid missing breakfast before it ended. Adele left the room with determination, but suddenly froze. He realized he didn't remember the way to the dining hall. In that silly moment, his mind was filled with bewildered chicks, perfectly illustrating his sense of being lost in the new environment. The early sunlight streamed through the academy's large glass window, bringing a false sense of peace before a challenging day began. This quiet atmosphere was merely the calm before the storm. Instructor Idea entered the classroom with her familiar stern demeanor, greeting the morning with a resonant voice. The whole class immediately sat upright, the atmosphere turning serious in an instant as her presence filled the room. Adele sat in the middle of the classroom in his neat uniform, but his face showed signs of fatigue. After wandering around because he forgot the way, he had to miss breakfast. His hungry stomach made him worry whether he would have enough energy to focus on studying today. Idea didn't keep everyone waiting long and announced that she had an important announcement for the class. Adele tilted his head slightly, feeling uneasy. An important announcement? He sensed that something was about to change, and it might not be pleasant. With an enthusiastic tone, Instructor Idea suddenly declared that the class would select a class president during today's homeroom session, instantly changing the atmosphere in the room. Adele was stunned by the sudden announcement, unable to hide his surprise as the class began buzzing with chatter about choosing a representative. A male student raised his hand to speak, straightforwardly asking about the method of selecting the class president, showing serious concern about the election process. Idea calmly stood at the podium and declared that although she initially planned to have the whole class vote, she had changed her mind. The person to hold the class president position would be chosen by her personally. Amid the heavy atmosphere, a mysterious female student smiled wickedly. Her quiet laughter sounded like a signal for a conspiracy waiting for the right moment to emerge. Fran excitedly jumped up from her seat, smug with pride at being chosen as class president. With full confidence, she didn't hesitate to affirm that the instructor's decision was absolutely correct. Adele reflected calmly on the recent events. Just like in the original story, Fran was the chosen one. Although Samuel had strength, his hot temper made him unsuitable to be a leader. Before the astonished eyes of his classmates, Fran stood in the middle of the class, arrogantly declaring she would lead everyone and demanded to be treated like a queen. The atmosphere suddenly turned strange due to her flamboyance. Though a bit showy, Adele silently admitted that Fran was a reasonable choice. While not the smartest in class, she had natural charisma and outstanding support skills, important factors for leading a group. When a student suggested that Adele was also a strong candidate, the idea was immediately rejected due to prejudice. The simple reason, he was a half-demon. Despite his proven abilities, Adele's identity remained a difficult barrier to overcome. When a student mentioned Samuel, Adele gently asked again, but the response immediately showed classmates' caution. Still, Adele felt relieved that his name was brought up, proving his previous efforts were not entirely forgotten. Seeing Fran's overconfidence, Adele thought to himself that the outcome was probably decided. With her demeanor and personality, she was definitely the top candidate for class representative. Unable to contain her excitement, Fran urged the instructor to quickly announce the results as if victory was already in her hands. The whole class fell silent, waiting anxiously. Contrary to all expectations, the instructor's voice rang out cold and decisive. The chosen one is not student Fran. The class was stunned, and Fran was left speechless in shock. Fran's reaction exploded instantly. She nearly screamed in rage, unable to accept the fact that the position she believed was most deserved was suddenly and suspiciously snatched away. Amid the tense and expectant atmosphere, the instructor officially spoke up, preparing to announce the identity of the person who would take on the role of Class A representative, a decision that could change the entire dynamic of the class. All eyes turned to Adele as his name was called, Pixie Adele. The room fell silent for a moment, the class shocked by the unexpected name. Adele was stunned, eyes wide with confusion. He couldn't believe the decision was aimed at him. With the label half-demon and lowly origins, becoming the representative was something he had never dared to imagine. Adele's surprise was not unique. Many students in the class began whispering suspiciously. Some thought the decision was unreasonable. How could a half-demon be put in charge? But the instructor's meaningful gaze made it hard for anyone to guess her true intentions. Amid the stunned silence, the instructor affirmed her choice. Though still confused, Adele nodded to accept the role. His awkward reply, okay, marked the beginning of a role he was completely unprepared for, the representative of Class A. After announcing the class president's identity, the instructor quickly ended the announcement. With a gentle and confident expression, she simply said she had another class to attend and would leave a final notice before departing. A male student with dark blue hair sat with crossed arms, receiving the next piece of information. The instructor announced that to prepare for the midterm exam, all upcoming classes would switch to practical combat training. However, he just scoffed coldly, clearly showing his displeasure. The pink-haired student widened her eyes in surprise upon hearing that the practical exercises would be done in groups of 3. The class began to buzz with chatter. The instructor emphasized that students must choose their groups before the end of the day. Sitting quietly in the middle of the class, Adele began to ponder. The mention of the midterm and practical exercises didn't worry him as much as a more realistic speculation. At Satan Academy, practical might very well mean killing. In Adele's mind, memories and bloody images immediately flooded back. He understood clearly that in this world, combat meant life or death, and killing was inevitable if one wanted to survive and grow stronger. After roll call ended, Instructor Robolt suddenly called out Fran's name, causing her to turn around in surprise. The class thought everything was over, but it seemed the instructor still had something to remind them of. Robolt smiled lightly, but his eyes were full of menace, warning Fran not to speak carelessly to him. The seemingly gentle words carried a clear threat. Fran was speechless in the face of Robolt's implicit threat. Meanwhile, Adele quietly noted the firmness. The instructor had successfully kept the arrogant girl in line. Before leaving the class, Robolt assigned Adele, the new class president, his first task, to submit the practical group list by the end of the day. Though newly appointed, Adele had to quickly shoulder responsibility. While the class prepared for the lesson, Adele was deep in thought. He wondered whether they would have to fight for real or just use dummies like an Instructor Ideas training session the day before. Adele considered the current situation and quickly ruled out the possibility that the test was just an illusion like yesterday's lesson. If that were the case, there would be no need to form groups. According to the timeline in the original novel, the terrorist event in the human world had not yet occurred, making everything even more unpredictable. He quickly shifted his focus, deciding that the immediate priority was to form teams. Though still curious about the upcoming real combat format, Adele was quietly relieved that he had almost decided on the ideal lineup. While students were still preoccupied with their own thoughts, outside the hallway, a figure was approaching the classroom. Heavy footsteps echoed, signaling the arrival of someone extraordinary. The guards standing outside instinctively turned their heads, their eyes showing clear vigilance and unease upon recognizing the approaching person. The pressure radiated with each step, making both hold their breath. The newcomer was a tall, muscular man with wild hair and eyes full of killing intent. He said nothing, silently entering, his presence causing the hallway to fall silent for a moment. In a quiet meeting room bathed in sunlight, Instructor Idea was focused on reviewing documents and preparing notes for the upcoming practical session. The stillness around the workspace made the forthcoming situation even more surprising. The door burst open, and Ares appeared like a violent storm, his face furious, pointing straight ahead as he shouted Instructor Idea's name, shaking the atmosphere in the room. Instructor Idea remained calm as usual when she saw Ares storming in angrily. With a composed voice, she acknowledged his presence and looked at him with understanding eyes, while Ares harshly questioned the confusing decision that had just been made. Despite Ares's serious expression, Idea kept a light smile mixed with sarcasm and familiarity. She joked that it had been a long time since she saw Ares so serious, a teasing remark that only fueled his frustration, insisting this was no time for jokes. Unable to hold back any longer, Ares unleashed his anger with a blunt question. Why choose him as class representative? His fury clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with appointing Adele, a half-demon, to this important position. Instructor Idea sat calmly in her office, organizing papers. Though the class had just ended not long ago, she had quickly returned to her routine administrative work. The tranquility in this quiet space was soon shattered by an uninvited guest. The door to the room slammed open, and with a thunderous shout, Ares appeared like a storm. His anger flared in his voice and heavy footsteps as he called out Instructor Idea's name directly, signaling an uncompromising confrontation was about to unfold. Idea looked up, unsurprised by the dramatic entrance. She greeted Ares calmly with her usual teasing tone, while Ares roared in anger, questioning her controversial appointment decision from that morning. Idea maintained a gentle smile, unfazed by the accusation. She responded with a teasing comment about Ares's rare serious expression. But on the other side, Ares was not joking. He exploded over her crazy decision, unable to accept that person becoming class president. Idea calmly admitted that everything had just happened that morning, but at the same time teased Ares for his quick grasp of the news. In contrast, Ares showed no sign of cooling down. He growled, demanding that she immediately change the class president, believing there was still time to salvage salvage the situation. From Idea's eyes, something deeper was beginning to emerge. Tension rose between the two instructors as Instructor Aries leaned in, staring at Idea with a stern gaze. Meanwhile, Idea crossed her arms coldly, unwavering in the face of the confrontation. Aries bluntly demanded a change of decision, but Idea responded firmly with a statement that froze the atmosphere. She had no intention of changing the class representative. Unable to hide his frustration, Aries ran his hands through his hair in despair. The idea of Adele, a half-demon, becoming class president seemed completely against the principles he could accept. Idea stood her ground, openly expressing her admiration for Adele. She believed he was among the top talents, not arrogant like the descendants of the 7 deadly sins, and more importantly, his status was guaranteed by the Bear's family. However, Aries was unconvinced. To him, verifying identity did not equate to trustworthiness. A sword without direction was always the most dangerous, and in his eyes, Adele was that threat. Instructor Idea sighed softly, her calm demeanor unable to hide her dissatisfaction. Despite the harsh questioning, she maintained her stance, showing this was a carefully considered decision. Turning her back on the conversation, Idea decisively declared she would handle everything herself, refusing to let Aries interfere. She trusted her judgment of people, even though she was just a new instructor. Aries called out loudly to Idea, helplessly watching her retreating figure. His anger surged but could not change the decision that had been made. Aries stood motionless in the room, hands on hips, eyes tense as he stared at the floor trying to calm himself. A curse slipped out, clearly expressing his frustration and helplessness. In the dim setting, Aries gazed downward, his mind filled with inner conflict. He regretted letting Idea take over this class, a place with a student he considered too dangerous to entrust to anyone else. In Aries' memory, the image of an old enemy suddenly appeared, a half-demon who had left him with an unforgettable scar. Though time had passed, the feelings of hatred and unease still smoldered within him. Aries stared into the void, sensing the aura from Adele. Although he knew the chances of coincidence were slim, the resemblance between Adele and that old foe made him unable to dismiss his suspicions. In Aries' mind, the question remained unanswered. He didn't know Adele's true intentions, which made him restless. Deciding to act, Aries whistled to summon a messenger bird to begin surveillance. A small bird appeared from the blue sky, quickly flying toward Aries after the whistle. His eyes remained fixed upward, filled with vigilance and calculation. Aries caught the bird, silently listening to the news. So far, Adele had shown no suspicious behavior, but to Aries, that silence was even more dangerous. Instructor Aries stood behind the window bars, watching the little bird take flight, issuing a firm order. Keep monitoring him. In his heart, he still couldn't feel at ease with Adele's presence, a half-demon carrying a suspicious aura. Though outwardly calm, Instructor Aries' eyes were full of caution. He silently admitted he couldn't afford to let his guard down around Adele, not even for a moment. The scars of the past still throbbed in his heart as an indelible warning. At the Academy Library, the atmosphere buzzed as students took advantage of the break to discuss forming teams. Among them was Chris, with his familiar smile, chatting with friends, while other students eagerly joined their own groups. A short-horned male student spoke up. Everyone's busy finding teammates during the break. Meanwhile, Samuel, who had nearly lost his mind from hatred toward Adele, just stood observing. He wore a confident expression as if everything was under control. Despite being class president, Adele received no invitations to collaborate. He tried to smile, but inside he was confused. "No one's asking me. Do I look that suspicious?" The question echoed quietly and painfully in his mind. Finally, Adele decided to break the silence. He turned to a classmate hesitantly, softly asking, do you want to form a group with me?" Though uncertain, he still tried to reach out, unwilling to be left out. A pale, blue-haired student turned back and replied indifferently to Adele, "I don't mind, as long as you don't get in the way." Meanwhile, Samuel, sitting nearby, just glanced over with an unreadable look but didn't intervene. Adele forced a smile, introducing the friend he had just added to the group. Yet his mind stirred with disappointment. Even someone like him already has teammates, so why is no one coming to me? That smile became more forced than ever. Even as class president, Adele couldn't just wait for others to come to him. He quietly stepped past the lively groups discussing, telling himself, "There's no other way. I have to take the initiative." But each step felt heavier with the weight of isolation. Beneath his neat uniform, Adele's hands clenched tightly without realizing it. The tension built up beneath his calm exterior. A class president in name and authority, but inside, he was just a half-demon struggling to hold onto a chance to fit in. Adele, wearing the academy uniform, stood silently in the corner of the classroom with a wavering gaze. Fully aware of his half-demon identity, he wasn't surprised that no one initiated conversation. He knew he had to quickly form a team before the class ended, but anxiety gripped every beat of his heart. While still considering his his options, Adele decided to boldly approach someone to start a conversation. But before he could act, a voice from the front startled him. A strange male student with a polite smile stepped forward to greet him. The classroom lights suddenly dimmed, and the male student's face turned cold, as if shrouded in darkness. His eyes glowed red with a sinister aura, causing Adele to freeze. The atmosphere instantly became tense, as if a dangerous spirit had just approached. Reacting instinctively, Adele took a step back, his body trembling slightly. A fierce sense of unease flared up when faced with those eyes, not those of an ordinary person. He let out a soft sound, his chest tightening with an inexplicable fear. Adele tried to calm himself but couldn't hide the sob that escaped his throat. His face turned pale, eyes wide with alertness, while the male student tilted his head, feigning ignorance. The silence between them stretched awkwardly, thick with tension. Adele calmly assessed the mana of the girl in front of him. He believed his probing might have startled her. However, in Adele's eyes, her mana and healing abilities were adequate, just enough to make her an ideal piece for the team. Seeing an opportunity, Adele approached the girl, introduced himself, and asked if she had a group yet. She responded shyly, saying she hadn't found anyone to team up with, an answer that confirmed Adele's choice. Upon learning she hadn't formed a group, Adele showed delight and immediately continued the conversation. He gently asked her name, keeping his tone friendly and open to make her feel at ease. The girl hesitated silently, still not answering right away. After a moment, the girl softly said her name was Luna. Adele didn't let her hesitation deter him and promptly invited her to join his team. As class president, he emphasized that having him on the team would be an advantage for Luna. Luna appeared flustered by the sudden invitation. She blushed, her eyes flickering nervously, stammering her response, clearly not ready to give a definite answer. Still, this was the first step for two half-demons once shunned to begin a new bond. Adele suddenly stepped closer, calling Luna's name in a serious tone. The close proximity and the dark aura emanating from him stunned Luna, leaving her unable to react. He tilted his head, his red eyes glowing through the magical darkness. Adele stressed that since they were both half-demons, they could cooperate well. Though the words seemed reasonable, his approach sent chills down Luna's spine. Under the intense psychological pressure, Luna reluctantly agreed. She nodded hesitantly, both scared and confused, causing Adele to smile with satisfaction. He saw it as a wise decision. Just as the exchange ended, Renee suddenly interrupted. She stepped between them, her sharp gaze and sarcastic words questioning the wonderful thing Adele had just mentioned. Unnoticed until then, Renee had casually perched on the desk, adopting a teasing attitude. Luna was startled, while Adele silently wondered, when had she arrived? Fran, the girl with horns and long silver hair, held her head high with a proud demeanor, confidently declaring she would take both Adele and Luna under her wing. Though uninvited, she acted as if she were the true authority. When Luna tried to refuse, Adele calmly said the group was already formed, but Fran quickly countered. She claimed to have overheard the entire conversation from afar, not missing the chance to insert herself. Luna was left speechless, confused by the chaotic situation between the two. Unwilling to back down, Fran declared she still did not recognize Adele's authority as class president. In her eyes, the leadership of this class belonged to only one person, herself. Fran's triumphant laughter echoed, as if victory was already hers. Adele hesitated facing Fran's imposing demand. While wondering whether to refuse her, Fran pressed on with a commanding shout. Faced with her determination, Adele had no choice but to accept, as she showed no sign of backing down. Though agreeing to let Fran lead the group, Adele set a clear condition. All important decisions must go through him. He understood that keeping a descendant of the 7 deadly sins like Fran close was both a precaution and a smart strategy. Fran enthusiastically asserted her leadership, demanding everyone trust and follow her. Adele, though outwardly silent, was quietly using Fran's pride to control the situation, a move both flattering and manipulative. A week later, the peaceful scene of the Royal Academy appeared. Beneath this calm exterior, students were entering the next phase of training, where newly formed groups would prove their worth. In front of the glowing status board, Adele watched his mana slowly increase from 1321 to 1332. Despite possessing many rare abilities, he was dissatisfied with the rate of improvement and began considering seeking potions for a quick boost. Adele sat at his desk, furrowing his brow as he pondered the complications of his chaotic attribute. He not only lacked understanding of his unique powers, but also struggled to control his increasingly complex mana. While deep in thought about how to improve, a sudden chill ran down Adele's spine. This sensation didn't come from his physical state, but from an instinctive warning that something unusual was about to happen. Adele looked down at the black circular item with a curled dragon head sleeping inside the box. He muttered about the poison from the Crete worms becoming unstable, and that from now on, he must carry this item with him at all times. Another worry was added to the already long list in his mind. Despite bearing many burdens, Adele felt somewhat relieved that Samuel, the frequent aggressor, was currently silent. Though Samuel's attitude remained cold, at least the classroom atmosphere was temporarily peaceful, and Adele believed things would gradually stabilize over time. The bell rang from the clock tower under the bright morning sun. Satan Academy began a new day, signaling a shift in routine and possibly an important event approaching. A cheerful voice rang out from the podium. The instructor, with bright curly hair and a radiant smile, greeted the class with an energetic good morning. The excitement on her face suggested today was a special day for her. Adele quietly observed the enthusiastic teacher. A question arose in his mind. Had something good happened to her? The noticeable change in her attitude made it hard for him not to pay attention. The instructor entered the classroom unusually excited, announcing that today's lesson would be more special than usual. Instead of theory, the whole class would participate in an outdoor training session. Adele was briefly surprised to hear about their first outdoor class. However, he couldn't hide his concern upon hearing they would leave the academy, a situation that had never happened before. The instructor continued explaining that the class would leave Satan Academy to conduct training outside. Her face was full of excitement, as if preparing to lead the students into a new challenge. The name Oregon was mentioned as the training location, causing Adele to startle. He immediately recognized it was no ordinary place, but a land full of haunting memories. In Adele's mind, Oregon was not just a place. It had once been a prison holding abandoned humans during the Human-Demon War. Realizing this, he panicked. The training was actually taking the students to a prisoner camp. The instructor announced that the class would travel by space-time ship, instructing all students to follow her to begin the special training outside the academy. Upon hearing they were going outside, the atmosphere suddenly became excited. Some students couldn't hide their joy, as if this were a picnic rather than training. Adele silently observed his classmates' excitement. He knew that if they understood what Oregon really was, they certainly wouldn't be happy. Yet his mind was preoccupied with a goal more important than the training itself. Adele recalled a crucial event about to unfold. At Oregon, the main group would discover a special opportunity. If he acted quickly, he might seize it before anyone else. However, Adele also understood the difficulties ahead. He had to avoid detection while acting, and the guards there were certainly no amateurs. On the way to the training site, Franz suddenly struck up a conversation with Adele in her usual enthusiastic manner. She noticed the tension in his gait and wondered why he looked so stiff, completely unaware of the silent worry in Adele's heart. Adele forced a smile, excusing himself by saying he was just nervous because this was their first outdoor class. Franz laughed in surprise, teasing that she never thought he could be anxious, since his perpetually gloomy appearance made her think he knew no fear. Still maintaining her spirited style, Franz patted Adele's shoulder and emphasized that as long as she, the reliable team leader, was around, there was nothing to worry about. Adele smiled awkwardly, silently wondering if she ever got tired and whether she could keep up that spirit once they reached Oregon. The screech of metal wheels on the rails echoed as the space-time ship began to move. Beneath his cold exterior, Adele gradually regained his composure, partly thanks to Franz's lively yet sincere presence, though he still couldn't shake the unease about his secret objective on this journey. Before him stood the Oregon Fortress, a prison camp for those abandoned after the Human-Demon War. For Adele, this was more than just training. It was a rare opportunity to seize what the main characters would discover in the future. In his heart, he had made up his mind. No matter what, he must claim it first.